Good afternoon, America. So good to see you. Happy 2024. I'm Vanessa Broussard reporting live from Sioux City, Iowa. We are back in Iowa. We ended the year with you in 2023 right here in Iowa, and we are back for President Trump's first official event of the year as we get into a busy election year. Can't wait for it. Excited about it. I know a lot of you are hopeful for a good 2024. We all are. And so, yes, we are here in Iowa yet again, 10 days out to the Iowa caucus. Can you believe it? It felt like so many months ago. We were so far out, but here we are just 10 days away. It'll be here before we know it. And President Trump is looking really good in the polls. We'll talk about that here in just a little bit, but that doesn't mean that we can't continue to caucus, continue to get out here and support the candidate of our choice. That's what freedom is all about here in America as we get ready to head to the polls. The Iowa caucus is the first in the nation. And again, that is on January 15th at 7 p.m. And here in Sioux City, there are so many people lined up. We're in this small venue here in Sioux City, and there's only about 250 seats, so there's going to be standing room only here in this venue as we get ready for President Trump to take the stage at 4 o'clock Central Time. The program begins at 3 o'clock, so stick around here on Right Side Broadcasting Network because we have a double header here today. So again, here in Sioux City, the program starts at 3. President Trump takes the stage at 4. Then our Brian Glenn, he is in Mason City, Iowa, because when President Trump ends here, he will then travel to Mason City, and that's where we will toss it over to Brian Glenn, and he'll pick up the coverage from there. So it's a Team Trump day here in Iowa as we get ready for the caucus. And I want to remind you, and we'll talk about it here throughout the day as well, that we're going to be here all the way into the 15th of January. So President Trump has a couple of more events scheduled for next weekend and the days leading up to the Iowa caucus. And Right Side Broadcasting Network is your election headquarters. We will be here on the trail with the president at all of his events and all of his stops as he continues to caucus and rally for votes. So I want to show you behind me real quick the venue so you can get an idea of where we are. Again, just about 250 seats. They're already starting to pile in. They just opened the doors here at this center. We are at the Terrace View Event Center, again in Sioux City, Iowa. There is a long line of people outside. There's actually a hotel next to this center, and the line was already wrapped around this building all the way to the hotel next door and beyond as far as we could see. So this is definitely going to be a standing room only event. As the doors have just opened, people have to go through strict security, and then they'll come take their seats or stand here and wait for the president to take the stage again at 4 o'clock Central Time. We have so many sponsors to thank for being here, and one of those, of course, is Birch Gold. As the new year approaches, and you may be wondering about how you're going to plan for the future, your 401ks, your IRAs, well, don't worry about it. Don't start the year off with anxiety. Just contact the Birch Gold Group. Text the word Trump to 989898. A representative will call you. They will get you set up with a plan that might be best for you. You don't have to give all your money. You can give just a little bit, see how it works for you, and you'll have someone, a representative, walking you along and making sure that you have the best investment possible for your future. So again, that's the Birch Gold Group. Invest in gold. Text the word Trump to 989898, and a representative will call you. They'll also send you a free information kit as well. So again, text the word Trump to 989898. I don't want to start this broadcast without sending out our thoughts and prayers to the people of Perry, Iowa, on the east side of the state. There was a school shooting there this week. Reports are saying that a high school student walked into the school and waited in the school bathroom while students were arriving to school, their first day back from the winter Christmas break. And the high school and the middle school are actually connected. It's a small city in eastern Iowa. The two schools are connected. There were some middle schoolers actually at the high school in the cafeteria eating breakfast when gunfire rang out. One sixth grader was killed in that shooting. Our thoughts and prayers to the victim and also his family. And about 5 others were injured, 4 other students, and 1 school administrator. We're told that they are doing well today in the hospital. They're doing better in stable condition, and we hope and pray for the best for them. Mental health is a issue here in America. We see it all the time. Unfortunately, it shouldn't be that parents have to drop their kids off at school and wonder if there's going to be some sort of incident like this. It's really a sad day in America when these incidents happen across school campuses. So mental health, we need to focus more on that, and that's really not a topic I want to get into today. I just want to make sure I mentioned that we are here at RSBN thinking about the people over there in Perry, Iowa, as they deal with this difficult situation. All right, so again, we have President Trump coming on at 4 o'clock, his first event of the year. So excited to get the ball rolling here in Iowa, and really excited for 2024. You know, when President Biden took office, I thought that 2024 seemed like a lifetime away, and maybe it did, maybe it was. It's felt like that every day whenever you're having to work multiple jobs. A lot of you know, and you can feel that at home, that you're having to do extra these days to make ends meet. Gas prices are high. The groceries are high. We have open borders. We're on the brink of World War III. The list goes on. And so there is light at the end of the tunnel, but it's up to us as Americans to get out and vote. We can't do it by ourselves. It's going to take each and every one of you to get to the polls, make sure that you nominate the candidate of your choice in the caucus and also in the primaries, whichever state you live in. It depends on where you live. There's either a caucus or a primary. They're a little different, but it's all the same goal, electing a nominee for the Republican side. And then we'll have the general election in November, and hopefully we'll send Joe Biden packing his bags. So get excited, be hopeful. Help is on the way. I firmly believe that. I'm talking about immigration. We were just looking at reports this morning that 8 million illegal immigrants have crossed the border since Biden took office. 8 million. Think about that for a second. He's only been in office for 3 years. So that's the problem that we're seeing. America cannot go on for another 4 years under a Biden administration. Just when you think of immigration alone, Texas is having a problem. Arizona is having a problem. California is having a problem, but they're welcoming the problem. Governor Newsom is the first governor in the nation to just sign a bill that will allow illegal immigrants who cross over into California to have free health care. So how fair is that? It's not fair at all. So here you are, the working citizen, the working American, working hard for your family, having to pay into this medical care that you receive for yourself and also for your family. But the illegal immigrants who are coming over are getting it for free thanks to Governor Newsom over there in California. So definitely, you know, California, a beautiful state. We know there's Republicans there. We know there's conservatives there. We feel for you. We hear you. We get emails from you. We know that you're fighting what may seem like a battle that you can't win, but keep fighting over there in California. We were in Nevada not too long ago, and people crossed the state line saying that, look, you know, Governor Newsom is a terrible governor. He has his wacky, for lack of better terms, wacky ways. But at the same time, we're still fighting here in California. So keep up the good fight, California. We know that he's signing these crazy laws into effect, but we hope for one day Californians will wake up, even in the major cities, San Francisco, Los Angeles, San Diego, and really see the problems that they're having there, the homeless populations and the crime that's going on, and now the illegal immigrants crossing over and getting all of these benefits, that Californians will really wake up and put an end to the Newsom regime there in California. So, yeah. Illegal immigration, a big, huge concern here in America, not just for the border states, but also for the North, the East, the West, Mid-America, rural America, you name it. They're coming after you, and they're coming after your communities. So what's happening is that they are just moving inland is all that's happening. They're not just in the border states. They're moving inland. They're moving to your county, to your community, to your child's school. And so when we travel here at RSBN and we go to these different states, you name the state, no matter where we go, we talk to elected officials and also to voters, and they all tell us the same thing. Illegal immigration is a problem. So before, it might have been a problem in border towns like in Texas, El Paso, Brownsville, but that's not the case anymore. Illegal immigration is a problem all over the country. And going back to how they're receiving free health care in California, they're also receiving free housing in a lot of these Democrat-run cities as well. Look at New York City, where they are receiving free housing there. Now the mayor there is saying, we can't keep up. We can't keep funding this. So what did they decide to do? They decided to slash the salaries of police officers to make ends meet, to make the budget meet. And they said that if they don't get help from the federal government, that's just the way that it's going to be. They're going to have to slash the salaries of some of our first responders. Definitely not fair. Again, thinking about the men and women in blue there in New York City, brave men and women who fight this battle every single day, and now their salaries are being cut so the city can house these illegal immigrants. And nice housing, too. 5-star hotels in Manhattan. Wouldn't that be nice? Most Americans can't even afford to go on a vacation to New York City, Manhattan, and stay in a 5-star hotel. But these illegal immigrants are being housed there for free and also getting free food while they're there. So it's definitely a problem. Think about this when you go to the ballot. America cannot stay on this same path. We'll talk about illegal immigration coming up more later in the show. The lot going on this week. You've seen it in the news. Jeffrey Epstein, that list coming out, the client list. No surprise there to see Bill Clinton, the former president, on that list. He continues to deny those allegations, but he also denied having any type of sexual activity in the Oval Office. So can we really trust him? Can we really believe him? That's up to you to decide, but he is claiming that he did nothing wrong. He didn't have a really good personal relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. That's his claim. And so these underage girls who are now older are saying that he was, in fact, a client and that he did have sexual relations with some of these underage girls. That is part of the lists that were unsealed this week. Also, Prince Andrew was on that list. Take a look at it online if you haven't seen the list. A lot of prominent, well-known names on there. Who's not on the list, and the liberals were hoping that he would be, was President Trump. And they're so mad that President Trump is not on the list that they're not focusing on the people who are on the list. So take a look at some of those articles, read some of those articles, go on social media and see that that's in fact the case. Instead of going after these pedophiles, these accused pedophiles, they are more upset that Trump was not on that list. So we'll talk more about Epstein coming up here in a little bit. We have a full day, a lot of time ahead of us. So stick with us here on RSBN as we have this doubleheader here in Iowa. Iowa, looking pretty right now for President Trump. He is keeping Iowa first in the nation. He's saying that Joe Biden didn't want to keep Iowa first in the nation for a caucus, but President Trump fought for that, and so here we are with Iowa still being the first in the nation caucus. Again, we're 10 days away, January 15th at 7 p.m. It's going to be a big night here on RSBN as we hit that 7 o'clock hour on January 15th, so put it on your alarm clock. Put it in your phones, on your calendar to tune into Right Side Broadcasting Network on January 15th at 7 p.m. As they cast their vote for their Republican nominee. There are currently, right now, about 2,000 Team Trump caucus captains here in Iowa. 2,000. They have an important role on caucus night. They speak on behalf of the president. They will let anyone know if they see any problems with the voting process, which is very important, no matter where you live, no matter where you vote or how you vote, whether it's in a caucus or a primary. If you see something, say something. And so that's one of the main goals of the caucus captain, is to let someone know if they see any issues. So they report any problems they may see. They also report the results. So the caucus captains have an important role on caucus night. Team Trump has been meeting with the caucus captains, again, about 2,000 of them for several months now, training them, getting them prepared, making sure they're out in the communities, getting these people signed up. And I'm going to show you, when we come to these caucus events, the Commit to Caucus events, Team Trump always has a table set up right where people come in, and they have certain items they give away, and one is this sign-up caucus card, and it has all the information you need to caucus on January 15th. You give your information, you let them know if this is your first time to caucus, or if you're have participated in a past caucus event. It also asks you if you'd like to volunteer, if you would like to be a captain, if you'd like to knock on doors in your community, if you'd like to make phone calls, and then you give them your information, and Team Trump contacts you and gets you set up if you decide to volunteer. So these are passed out at all of these events to make sure that people are signed up to caucus, that they're registered to vote, that they're registered Republican. That's another thing for all of America, to make sure that you are registered Republican so you can vote on the Republican side of the ticket during your primary or caucus. So do that right now. Do that today. Make sure that you are registered Republican so you can vote on the Republican side. So a lot of work goes into these events and getting people registered to vote, making sure they are going to show up on January 15th at 7 p.m. and that these caucus captains are trained and ready to go for that day, and making sure they can get as many people as possible there. So very important role for the caucus captains. Now, if you want to know more, if you're in Iowa or any other state, but specifically Iowa, and you want to know more about playing a part in your community, you can go to donaldjtrump.com. But for Iowa specifically, there is a website I'm going to read off to you. It's ia.donaldjtrump.com. So that's ia.donaldjtrump.com. And that's for Iowa residents. So if you go to just the plain website, donaldjtrump.com, you can see there for your designated state how you can help for the election cycle. Team Trump always looking for volunteers, always wanting people to become captains in your designated area. So they'll be more than happy to welcome you with open arms as we head into 2024 and start rallying all across the nation. We have a busy schedule coming up, but this is first up, and we're happy to be here in Iowa. More about the city, the farmers here, or the state. The farmers here love Trump. He held and kicked off his initial Farmers for Trump initiative here in Iowa. It was a beautiful day. I actually covered it with Matthew Alvarez here on RSBN, and they had John Deere tractors there, standing room only event, as are all of the Trump events, standing room only. But the farmers really love President Trump because he did so much for them. He made sure that the farms and the workers were up and running during COVID, to make sure that they had not only food for their families and could support their families, but also for America as well. Over 100 farmers are part of the Farmers for Trump right here in Iowa alone. Also, he has seen a lot of endorsements from Iowa. He has faith leaders. About 300 faith leaders have endorsed him. So he's doing really good when it comes to endorsements and the support behind him. I was looking at a poll this morning that showed on interactive polls that a question was asked: who is going to win the Iowa caucus for the Republican primary? 97% said President Trump. So that's a look at the polls. 97% for President Trump. All right, so we are going to show you some more. Looking at the crowd behind me now, it's starting to fill up in here. The seats are getting full. People are coming in. And so we are seeing a lot of happy faces Security, though, this is what I noticed when I first walked in. We only have one line for security. Usually we have 2 or 3, so it's going to be a slower process, I should say, as people come in, because there's only one line for people to go through Secret Service clearance. And that it takes a while as they get through that clearance. Just this thing about going through an airport, and there's one line as people try to get past security. That's pretty much what it looks like outside right now. I can see the line over here to my right. All right. I know Christmas has passed. That's okay. You know what? Continue to buy gifts for your loved one. It's the new year. Start the new year off right with this. How cool is this? A free Trump book. I have one for my little son. He's 2 years old. He likes looking at pictures. He can't read just yet, but he loves books. And this is perfect for him. The Trump book, it's free. With President Trump leading the Republican candidates for 2024 by a wide margin, his chances of becoming president again are looking good. Now, here's a good time to make sure kids learn about his achievements as president, as well as his vision for America and his plans to make America great again in his second term. One thing you can count on is that public schools won't be teaching kids anything positive about Trump, so you're going to have to do it at home. It's up to you as parents to teach our kids. So to help make it easy, Mike Huckabee's team put together this kid's guide to President Trump. The best part is they're giving it away for free as part of a gift bundle offer. You just have to pay a small fee for shipping and processing. That's it, just the shipping and processing. But the book itself is free. So to learn more and order this free kid's guide to President Trump for your kids, or if you just want one for yourself, that's great. Go to freetrumpbook.com. That's freetrumpbook.com. This guide has been flying off the shelves, which is good to see. So again, go to freetrumpbook.com right now. Order your free copy today. freetrumpbook.com. All right, so look, I'm not a fan of late night TV anymore. I used to work in mainstream media, but I got out of mainstream media and landed this wonderful job at RSBN. Truly love my job. Love meeting all the people here across the country. And it's just great seeing people and talking to people who have the same views as you and just want a better country. So when I worked in mainstream, had no choice really but to watch late night comedy. It's not really comedy anymore. But I was receiving calls and text messages last night on the road with my photographer. We had just landed and we had about a 2-hour drive here to Sioux City. And I was getting messages and calls that I was on Jimmy Kimmel Live last night. So after some investigating, I went and I found the clip of, yes, in fact, I was on Jimmy Kimmel Live last night. If you want to see the video, I encourage you and invite you to go to my social media pages, Vanessa Broussard News on Instagram, Vanessa Broussard on Truth Social, and I'm also on X, formerly known as Twitter. I posted the clip from Jimmy Kimmel last night. And he mocked God, and he mocked the president, Trump, and he also mocked our viewers. It's really hard to watch because who mocks God? I have a message for Jimmy Kimmel today. This is a nation, one nation under God. Our motto is, in God we trust. Now, I know you live over there in California and you have your liberal ways and you may not believe in God and you may be atheist and that may be your thing. And that's okay. But you don't mock the people who love the Lord. And Trump supporters, the MAGA movement, put faith, freedom, and family first. That's our right to do. So for you to go on air and mock us, mock our viewers, the innocent lady who I was interviewing last month in Iowa, shame on you. I asked her, you'll see it in the clip, why she liked President Trump, and she says he's a godly man. He wants to bring God back. Yes, he does. Of course he does. Do you remember whenever he won in 2016 and they were wanting, the Obama administration was wanting people to say happy holidays, and he got into office and said, no, we're going to bring back Christmas. We're going to keep Christ in Christmas. And so he did just that. And it's so wonderful to go around and walk around in the holidays at stores and at restaurants and hear people say Christmas again, because he kept Christ and Christmas, because the left wanted to take Christ, the reason of the season, out of Christmas. They want you to say happy holidays. Trump wants to make sure that God stays first in this country. Jimmy Kimmel doesn't believe that, so what does he do last night? He goes on air and he makes fun of Trump and God and RSBN and our innocent viewer who was just doing an interview about why she is a Trump fan. Also, Jimmy Kimmel, there's something called freedom. We have the right to vote for whoever we want to vote for. And that was that woman's right, to be there for President Trump, and that's who she's going to vote for. Now, you may not like it, but shame on you for mocking God, our country, Right Side Broadcasting, and our viewer. This is why your numbers are declining. This is why your ratings are going down. This is why nobody laughs at your so-called jokes anymore, and your production team has to play a recording of laughter because nobody in the audience is even laughing at you. Nobody laughs at you. Nobody thinks you're funny. Nobody watches you anymore. Maybe you should look in the mirror and change your ways. And that is my message today to you, Jimmy Kimmel. Okay, so who watches late night anyway? That's why we're here. We're watching Right Side and all of these wonderful conservative people who are telling you the truth. We show you the crowds and how America is fed up, and we are tired of the left shoving these crazy, wacky ideas down our throat. We want faith, freedom, and family. 3 easy things. Not hard, but they're trying to take all of that away from us, and we're not going to stand for it. We are going to go out and vote on our designated days. Iowa's up first, January 15th, and we're going to say we are not the silent majority anymore. We are fed up with how this country is being run by corrupt politicians. We want a man who will stand up for us, and the people are saying in the polls, it is clear as day, they want President Trump, and the left can't stand it. So what are they trying to do? They're trying to bring him down. We've seen it in all the court cases. We've seen it in all the accusations against Trump. We've seen it as he takes that beautiful mugshot that has been seen all around the world and has been the mugshot of the century. They are trying to bring him down. They were just hoping and praying and keeping their fingers crossed that he was going to be on Epstein's client list. He wasn't. Oh, no, what are we going to do now? Every day it's something different, trying to bring him down. And look, we're getting near the end. We're now in 2024, so buckle up. Get ready. They're going to be accusing him. They're going to be trying everything that they can do to keep him off the ballot. They're still trying to do that in multiple states. That keeps getting shot down. So who knows? They're probably right now sitting in a circle somewhere in a basement, coming up with their next idea of how they're going to try to bring Trump down, because they can't stand that he wants to keep faith, freedom, and family in this country and also work for the American people. But again, the silent majority is not silent anymore. We used to be quiet. We're not quiet anymore. We're going to be vocal. We're going to get out there with all of our family and our friends, and we're going to stand up and say, we want our country back. We are going to save America. And that's just what we're going to do. So I'm getting excited. As soon as the clock struck midnight on New Year's Day, I smiled real big, not because it was just a new year, just because we finally made it to 2024. Again, if you want to follow me on Twitter, which is now X. A lot of you still say Twitter. I do too sometimes. I'll say I tweeted, but I'm meant to say post on X. I have to get used to that, but I'm on Twitter. I'm also on Instagram, Vanessa Broussard News, and I'm also on Truth Social, President Trump's social media platform, where you can say anything you want to say without going to, if you're on Facebook, they'll say Facebook jail. But on Truth Social, you can say anything you want about being a conservative, and that's okay. So Truth Social, I'm there too. Make sure you give me a follow. Follow RSBN as well. We are your election headquarters as we head into 2024. You can go to rsbnetwork.com. Sign up for our newsletter. Make sure you're the first to know what's going on in the political world as we send out our newsletters. So when you go to rsbnetwork.com, sign up for our newsletters. If you're watching on Rumble, thanks for watching. Also, make sure you're following us locals. Click the locals button on Rumble. You'll see some exclusive footage there as well. I think I got everything. We're all over social media. We're rsbnetwork.com, the RSBN app. That is probably my favorite because it's very user-friendly. When you download the free app and you want to watch live, it's right there at the top. It says watch live. You click it, and here we are. So the RSBN app, make sure you have that downloaded as well. As we're doing some promotions right now, I want you to make sure that you are supporting Mike Lindell. He has been a good friend to RSBN. He's a good friend to you. He's a good friend to America. We talk about Trump fighting for Americans. Mike Lindell has fought for Americans as well. If you want to go to mypillow.com, thanks Santa Claus for bringing me some MyPillow gear for Christmas. Santa Claus brought me some towels, new towels from MyPillow. So thank you to Santa. If you want to go shopping, please do so. Every little bit helps. Go to mypillow.com, throw some things in your cart, type in RSBN at checkout, receive a big discount, support Mike Lindell. He has used his personal funds to make sure that our elections are secure. He is a big advocate for election integrity, and we just want to thank him for everything that he's done to make sure that these elections are fair. That's all we ask. You know, who wins, who loses, that's just how it plays out, and we just have to let the people decide. But it's not fair when there's so-called cheating going on. I have to be careful saying that because they come after you whenever you say there's cheating, as you see with President Trump and Mike Lindell and Rudy Giuliani. You can't claim there's election interference anymore, or they'll come after you. But if you feel like there is election interference, go support Mike Lindell in his fight to make sure that our elections are secure. Again, that's mypillow.com. Use the code RSBN at checkout and support Mike. All right, we're 30 minutes away from the program starting here in Sioux City, Iowa. We have a doubleheader today. Brian Glenn is standing by in Mason City, Iowa, Trump's second stop for the day. So our team coverage will continue. So much fun as we really start hitting this campaign trail. And this is a first glimpse of what it's going to look like as we start getting into the new year. President Trump expected to have several events a day. So we're going to be all over the place, ready to rock and roll all over America. We're on that Trump train and following President Trump on all of his stops. Looking really good in the polls. All of the numbers I was looking at this morning show him well in the lead, about 65, 66% for Trump in the GOP national primary. DeSantis is right around 11%, and then Nikki Haley was tied with him at 11%, and then it goes down from there. Ava Hutchinson just at 1%. Not sure why Ava is still in the race. We'll see if he drops out soon after the Iowa caucus. We are expecting people to start dropping out of this race as the Iowa caucus, and then we have the New Hampshire primary, and then we have Nevada, and then we also have South Carolina, and then we have March primaries coming up, Super Tuesday. So we're thinking that if Trump takes big wins in these states straight out of the gates, that these candidates will start dropping out. But we'll see. They probably have some method to their madness. I'm not understanding it because looking at the poll numbers, they're not even close. Even the person who's in second place in designated states, sometimes it's DeSantis, sometimes it's Nikki Haley. They're not even in a close second. So again, we don't know why they're still in the race, but we're expecting them to start dropping out pretty soon, especially come March, and everybody start rallying behind one candidate, and so we can focus on beating Biden and getting back into the White House. All right, I want to see what's going on behind me, so I'm going to let you see what's going on behind me as I step aside and look around. Already standing room only. We're 30 minutes away from the program starting, an hour and a half away from President Trump taking the stage, and already people are looking for seats, but there are no chairs available, and they're okay with that. A woman just turned around and smiled at me. They will stand, they will sit, they will lay on the floor. I've seen people laying on floors at these events as they wait for President Trump. So we'll let you look at the crowd, our crowd cam here on RSBN as people start trickling in. I'll let you enjoy the music and the views, and we'll be right back with you in just a second. Give you about 30 seconds to enjoy the sights and sounds. The crowd. We want to remind you about the Trumpinator. How cool is this? If you're voting for Trump in 2024, you definitely need this. You need this Trump 2024 bobblehead, modeled after one of Trump's most iconic photographs of him hugging the American flag. This bobblehead represents Trump's love for America and his triumphant journey back to the White House in 2024. Any one of you who is a fan of President Trump will absolutely love this high-quality bobblehead. Who knows, maybe even woke liberals will want one too, with how bad Sleepy Joe is ruining our country. This limited edition collector's item bobblehead stands 10 inches tall. Each bobblehead has very particular attention to detail, and we are making them all in small, limited quantities at a time. So be sure to place your order while we have them in stock. Secure yours today. Text the word flag to 70301. Again, that's flag to 70301, or visit proudpatriots.com/flag. That's proudpatriots.com/flag, and show your unwavering support. The Trumpinator. I love it. When I come to these events and the teams are handing out things for us to take home, of course I'm traveling, and so I try to stuff as much as I can into a carry-on. I have so much Trump gear at home, but I love it. My mom loves it. I bring her what I can as well. So get a Trumpinator for the Trump fan in your family. Let's talk about Bidenomics real quick. I know we're coming off the holiday season, and Christmas was hard. A lot of Americans are living off of credit card debt right now. They're using their credit cards just to make ends meet, credit cards just to get through Christmas, to make sure your kids had a gift under the Christmas tree. Bidenomics is not working. It's a bust. It didn't work. It didn't happen. We knew it as soon as he announced it. I laughed as soon as I heard the press secretary talk about it. It's not working. People are struggling. Americans are in debt. Americans cannot pay their bills. President Biden has failed Americans when it comes to the economy. Gas prices are up. Now, he'll tout on X, formerly known as Twitter, that gas prices are coming down. Well, yeah. What goes up must come down. They went so high up, but don't forget how high they were, because here we are in election season and they're going to come down. And so he's going to tout these low gas prices. Well, of course he is. It's election year. He wants your vote. He wants you to say, look how low they are. Well, they were much lower under President Trump, first. And second, we will never forget how they were and how ironically they started to come down right as 2024 rolled around. So Americans aren't dumb. So as he brags on social media that prices are starting to look better, well, they haven't for 3 years, Biden. For 3 years, Americans have struggled. We're not dumb. We know what you're doing. We know it's election season. We know you're looking for a vote, but it's not happening. Bidenomics has failed us. Inflation's high. We have open borders. We talked about that a little bit ago. 8 million people have come across our border illegally since Biden took office, and he's okay with it. Now, Texas just this week announced that they are going to implement a new law that gives police officers in the state the right to go ahead and arrest these illegal immigrants. Well, guess what? Just this week also, the federal government comes in. The feds say, oh, no, that's unconstitutional. The federal government wants these illegals here in the U.S. They have sued Governor Abbott of Texas and the state of Texas, saying that arresting these illegal immigrants is unconstitutional. So what does that tell you? The Biden administration and the government wants them to come in. They want open borders. They don't want us to have a country. They want these criminals to come in. They want these people coming in and bringing fentanyl with them, killing your kids in schools. Fentanyl overdoses have skyrocketed. They want them here. We don't know who they are. We don't know where they're from. We don't know their names. We know nothing. We just know that a lot of them are criminals. A lot of them are on the most wanted list, the terror most wanted list, and they're coming through our borders. And the feds are saying, Texas, you can't stop them. You can't arrest them. So that lawsuit's going on right now. Think about this when you're voting. Also on the brink of World War III. You know, you have Biden who's not protecting America, and Biden who's not given money to secure our borders or to our people, to our veterans. But he's sending billions of dollars to Ukraine. He is an America last president. Trump is an America first president. So we've got to keep America first in this election cycle. We've got to save this country. If we don't save it now, we won't have a country in the next couple of years. Biden and his family, the crime family, and his administration is destroying our country. So it's a very important election year. It's a very important election for all of you to get out and vote. I know when Trump comes on stage, he's going to talk about a lot of this. It's always in his speeches about our economy, about being on the brink of World War III, about immigration. He'll also talk about men and women's sports. He'll get on stage and say, why are we even having to talk about this right now? It's a shame that we have to talk about it. But that's where we are as a country. So while China is over there teaching their kids the ABCs and 1, 2, 3s and electrical engineering and how to use computers, we're over here telling our kids, okay, if you're a guy, you can go into the women's restroom. If you're a guy, you can play in women's sports. This isn't good for our future. Kids need to be kids. They're innocent. We need to leave all of this X-rated stuff, for lack of better terms, X-rated stuff, pictures, wording, out of kids' libraries, out of school libraries, out of public libraries. Let kids be innocent. Let them be sweet. Let them learn how they're supposed to, their math, their science, their reading, their English class, literature. But instead, the left wants schools to go woke. Again, in countries like China, they're teaching them for the future. The Biden administration wants us to fail. They are starting to brainwash our children at a young age. So when years pass and years go by, they are dumbed down, and you have other countries who are ready to go. And that way they can control us. Speaking of China and control, Sarah Huckabee, kudos to her today for making sure that China does not buy up any more farmland. If you've been following that, you won't see that in mainstream media. China has bought out so much U.S. farmland, and a lot of that farmland is around military bases. What does that tell you? So we have to be really careful about who's buying our land, who's buying our property. Sarah Huckabee has said for the great state of Arkansas, no more purchases from China when it comes to buying land in Arkansas. So a lot going on. We have to save our country. It's not being run right. We are failing. We are falling. They're putting our country last. They're putting you last. They're putting our first responders last. They're putting our military, our vets last. The military has gone woke. A lot of people dropping out of the military because they didn't get the COVID shot. It's just terrible, and it's sad to see these brave men and women who have served our country for years and years just leaving because of a shot. So, that's another topic. What happened to my body, my choice? The left throws that in your face all the time when it comes to abortions. It's my body, my choice. First of all, it's not your body. That's another body inside your body. But yet they'll scream, my body, my choice, when it comes to abortions. But when it came to COVID-19, everybody was supposed to get the shot. You'll get fired from a corporate organization or company if you don't get the shot. So they pick and choose what they want to believe. They pick and choose who they want to pick on. They pick and choose what they want to do and how they do it. They're just not right. Not right. All right, it's tax season. Let's talk about tax season. Whew, can you believe it? New year, you're going to start thinking about filing your taxes. Well, you have some help on the way with the tax network. The IRS, by the way, is escalating collections, adding 20,000 new agents and sending over 5 million collection letters to kick off 2024. In these challenging times, your best defense is Tax Network USA, so don't let the IRS take advantage of you. With over 14 years of experience, Tax Network USA has saved their clients over $1 billion in back taxes. So no matter the size of your tax issue, their expertise is your advantage. Now you take advantage of this today because, again, a lot of people, all of America, except for Hunter Biden, is going to be worried about paying taxes this year. They specialize in negotiating with the IRS, aiming to significantly reduce your debt. Tax Network USA doesn't just negotiate, they also protect your assets from IRS seizures and manage your yearly returns for ongoing compliance. Importantly, they are licensed to help with all state tax issues, regardless of where you live in the U.S., so it doesn't matter which state you live in. They are licensed. The clock is ticking. Don't wait as the IRS steps up its game. Make sure you do too. Seize control of your financial future right now. Contact Tax Network USA for immediate relief and expert guidance. Call that number on your screen, 1-800-357-1415. Again, that's 1-800-357-1415. Or you can visit tnusa.com/RSBN. One more time, that website is tnusa.com/RSBN. Don't let tax issues overpower you. Turn to Tax Network USA and find your path to financial peace of mind. And we want to thank them for all of their help during tax season and getting Americans back on track and help them file their taxes with ease. All right, 14 minutes away now from this program kicking off in Sioux City, Iowa. I'm Vanessa Broussard reporting for Right Side Broadcasting Network. Such a pleasure to be here today. I'll be followed by Brian Glenn, who is in Mason City. We'll have team coverage. So when we end here, after President Trump ends his talk to these Iowa voters here in Sioux City, he'll then travel to Mason City where Brian Glenn is standing by, and I'll toss it over to Brian and we'll continue our coverage there. So it's a full day here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. We thank you for watching. We thank you for also being here with us on the campaign trail. We can't do it without you. We love each and every one of you. We meet so many of you out at all of these events all over the country, and you're just wonderful people. You really are. So thanks for being a part of our family here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. We are your election headquarters for 2024. Make sure you have also signed up for our newsletter on rsbnetwork.com. So that way you can get the information first as we send it out straight to your email. Again, that's rsbnetwork.com. Sign up for our newsletter. All right, taking a look at the crowd. RSBN always shows the crowds here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. This is our crowd cam as we pan. People starting to come in. They're trickling in. Again, there's only one line for security. Everyone must go through strict Secret Service security before they're allowed in. And since there's only one line, it's been a little slower today, but not bad. Thanks to the Secret Service for being at all of these events as well, keeping all of us safe and secure. We really appreciate them. They actually come out days and weeks in advance securing these locations, and we thank them for their brave service and also the local police department as well. We back the blue here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. We thank all of our men and women who put on a uniform every day and go out and protect our communities and the people of America. 10 minutes away, really excited to get this program started. And that will happen at 3 o'clock here, Central Time. President Trump takes the stage at 4 o'clock. So again, 10 minutes away from the program starting here in Sioux City, Iowa. I'm Vanessa Broussard with Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're taking a quick commercial break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I have a Christian show called Let It Be Heard, where we analyze culture and current events from a biblical perspective. I highly recommend you guys check us out. We now have episodes every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And basically, what happens is we react to videos, we have talking points, we have on guests, and it's very exciting. Come check us out on Rumble on the RSBN channel. God bless you guys.
Parents and grandparents, the 2024 Kids Guide to President Trump is here, and it's free. As a bonus, your child gets a free issue of Everbright Kids Magazine and activity book, and a free video lesson. Order now at freetrumpbook.com. That's freetrumpbook.com.
Right Side Broadcasting is known for panning the crowds, showing the packed arenas, and allowing you to see the truth. We've covered hundreds of rallies, briefings, marches, CPAC, and the historic overturning of Roe v. Wade. Right Side Broadcasting was created in 2015 by our founder, Joe Seals, creating a unique broadcasting experience that allows you to make your own decision rather than force-feeding you an agenda. We don't cut or edit people's words or twist them to fit a particular point of view. We allow our correspondents to be open about their opinions while maintaining journalistic integrity. Your donations and support allow us to continue to be the gold standard in live, unedited event coverage. Your monthly or one-time contributions on our website are crucial in our fight for the truth. Thank you for all of your generous support.
My employees and I are excited to announce it's our 20th anniversary, and to celebrate, we're bringing you a limited edition MyPillow. The Giza Elegance MyPillow is made with the most amazing cotton, 2-inch pipe gusset, comes in 4 custom loft levels, and it's machine washable and dryable.
When I got my pillow, I'm asleep almost immediately. I stay asleep at night, and I wake up more well-rested in the morning.
My patented fill adjusts to your exact individual needs and helps keep your neck supported and aligned. That's why we've been around for 20 years, because MyPillow works.
Go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get your limited edition 20th anniversary MyPillow queen size. Retails for $69.98, now only $19.98. That's right, only $19.98.
With my 60-day money-back guarantee, you have nothing to lose. Sleep well, America!
Welcome back to Right Side Broadcasting Network. I'm Vanessa Broussard reporting to you live from Sioux City, Iowa. So good to be back in the great state of Iowa. We've been here many times in the last couple of months, and we are really enjoying our time here. We have double coverage here in Iowa today. Brian Glenn is standing by in Mason City, Iowa, and that is going to be President Trump's second location to visit today. So once he's done here in Sioux City, he'll head to Mason City, where Brian is standing by. And so our coverage will transfer to Brian as soon as the president is done speaking here. So stick with RSBN all throughout the day as we follow President Trump on the campaign trail, his first stop right here in Sioux City for 2024, the first of many. There's going to be a lot of stops throughout the country before the November election. Maybe he'll come to your town. We hope he does, so we can meet all of you. But for right now, he's really focusing on Iowa, since it is the first in the nation caucus on January 15th. The voters will go to caucus at 7 p.m. that night. Right Side Broadcasting Network will be there live, so make sure you have us marked on your calendar and on your alarms to tune in on the night of the 15th as we watch those results come in. But in the meantime, President Trump has several stops to make here in Iowa over the next 10 days. We are 10 days away. So make sure you stay with Right Side Broadcasting Network as we continue to follow President Trump on the campaign trail. He's looking really good here in the state of Iowa. I was looking at a poll this morning from Interactive Polls. They're on Truth Social if you want to follow them. Interactive Polls asked the question, do you think Trump will win the Iowa caucus in the Republican primary? 97% of the voters said yes. So that is a wonderful number to see when it comes to what voters are saying about President Trump. When it comes to the national primary, the Republican side, for the GOP field, President Trump, according to Interactive Polls, is leading at about 66%, followed by Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis, tied at 11%. And then you have Vivek Ramaswamy, Chris Christie, and Ava Hutchinson following behind in the single digits. Not sure why some of these candidates are still in the race. We're only assuming that they'll be dropping out soon as we get some of these caucuses behind us and primaries behind us as well. So we'll see what happens. But first, we're in Iowa for the First in the Nation caucus, and then we'll turn our attention to New Hampshire for the First in the Nation primary. We want to remind you real quick before we continue to check out that Trump book. We want to put that on screen right now. This is a website that you need to go to. Get one of these for your kids. This is a free Trump book, a kid's guide to President Trump. And Marty has one. That's my little son. He's 2 years old. He looks at pictures. He doesn't read just quite yet. I read to him, but he loves looking at the pictures. So you can start them young, no matter their age. Make sure you get one of these books for your child. This is freetrumpbook.com, freetrumpbook.com. The book is free. You only have to pay for shipping and handling. And so it's a great gift. I know Christmas has passed, but we still have Valentine's Day or just a just because gift. Why not? It's free. Make sure that your kid has one, or it's not just for kids. I enjoy reading it as well, so it could be for your coworker or a family member. freetrumpbook.com. Log on today. Get yours. Again, it's free, but you only have to pay a small shipping and handling fee. All right, we are about 4 minutes away from this program starting here in Sioux Center, Iowa. Really excited about it. Really happy to see President Trump in 2024, the first of many as we jump on the Trump train and start making our way across the country. It's going to be a fun ride. Buckle up. We're going to have a blast doing it. So thanks for watching RSBN Network. Thanks for being a part of our family, a part of our team, and being here with us along the way. We hope to be here with you throughout it all. So get ready. It's going to be a fun ride. I can only assume that the allegations and the attacks against President Trump are going to get worse. And you may be thinking, how can it get worse? I don't know. I may not want to know, but it is going to get worse, I'm fearing, as we head into the election season, as we get closer to 2024. Democrats have tried everything they can to keep President Trump off the ballot. They have accused him. They have thrown out malicious attacks against him and his family. They have thrown him in jail. They have taken a picture, given a mugshot that's been released, but it backfired on them. Hats were being made and pictures were being put on T-shirts, and people were changing their profile pictures on social media to President Trump's mugshot. Like, everything that the left does to try to attack President Trump backfires on them. Hillary Clinton was in an interview not too long ago saying, how can the MAGA movement still support him after these accusations? Because the accusations aren't true. We know what you're doing. We know this is just another play in your playbook that you're trying to bring him down. We know this. We're not dumb. We're smart Americans. We're educated. We see what you're doing. We can read between the lines. But it was so crazy as you see all that's really happening, the proof that's in the pudding, what's really happening with Hunter Biden, with Bill Clinton now with the Epstein list coming out. What's going to be done to these people? What if the roles were reversed and this was President Trump or Eric Trump or Don Jr. or Melania or Ivanka, what would happen if it was his kids and his family? They would have thrown all of them in jail. They would have said that the White House cocaine that was found was one of the Trump kids, if Trump was in the White House, and one of his kids was a known crackhead at one time. But all of a sudden, the Secret Service and all the investigators there in the White House. Now, the most secure building in America, I would assume, other than the U.S. Capitol, both are very, very secure. Nothing can get past them, except if you leave crack in the White House. That can get past them. We don't know who it belongs to. We don't know who it came from. It's very ironic that they can figure out anything. They can investigate anything. They can solve anything. Nothing gets past them except for a small bag of crack cocaine found in the White House. How did it get there? Who does it belong to? They turn a blind eye. We don't know. But if the roles were reversed, and if that was one of Trump's kids, they would have already been in jail. You and I both know this. That's not an opinion. That's a fact. What if Trump was on Epstein's list? What if he was a client? What if he was being accused by these 10, 11, 12, 13-year-old girls of being a pedophile and have sexual relationships with them and holding them against their will and having orgies? What if Trump was on that list? The mainstream media would be having a heyday with that headline today, but he wasn't on the list. He's not on the list. Bill Clinton is on the list, but they're turning another blind eye. Where is the fairness in this country? It's a sad day in America when these women are saying, this is what happened on this island. This is how we were treated. This is what was done to us. And because the names on that list are elite, nothing is being done. Something should have been done yesterday. But that's not the case. So now you have people who are accused. They're all accused. Of course, the president, former President Clinton and others have denied these allegations. But why are they not treated like the average American citizen? If one of you was accused of being a pedophile, you'd be brought in for questioning. And if there was enough evidence, you would be arrested. Has that happened? I haven't heard of it happening because there are elite names on that list. We've got to not turn a blind eye to this criminal activity. And the ones who have not done any criminal activity, i.e. Trump, quit accusing him just to keep him off the ballot. So this is a really sad day in America because if the average American citizen didn't pay their taxes like Hunter Biden didn't pay his taxes, were accused of having sex with underage girls, you would be in jail. But with the elite, it's do as I say, not as I do. And that has to change. If you're a criminal, I don't care who you are, how much money you make, who you're friends with, what your rank is, what your title is. If you are a criminal, you should go to jail in America. That's a fact. So we have to remember this. We have to clean house. President Trump said it way back in 2016. We have to drain the swamp. And he tried to when he won the presidency, but he didn't have enough time. We got to get him in for another term to finish the job. And the left knows he will finish that job. They know he can read them. He knows who all the key players are and all the wrongdoings that they have done. And they know that he's going to clean house, and that's why they don't want him in the White House. But here we come as the Americans who want fairness, faith, freedom, family. You'll hear me say it all the time. Coming right behind him, stronger than ever. The MAGA movement is something that we have not seen in our lifetime and probably never will again. It's a movement. And we are behind him. We're supporting him. We're holding him up because we know he will fight for us and he will fight for the truth. And so here in 2024, we have to make sure that we do our part, get rid of the corruption, get rid of the liars, get rid of the evil. Keyword there, evil. And bring back good, bring back God, bring back family, bring back freedom. Keep our freedoms. They're trying to take away our freedoms. We've got to save that this year. This is our only chance to do so, because if we don't do it now, we will not survive another 3 or 4 years of a Democrat-run White House. So America, it's our turn to stand up, say we are not the silent majority anymore. We're standing up, we're loud, we're proud, we're going to make a move. How can you help in your community? Get involved. Get involved with a local GOP organization. If there's not one in your community, start one. You know, Charlie Kirk and his crew over at Turning Point, they do a really great job of reaching out to the college campuses, the universities. If there's not a Turning Point chapter at your local college, get in touch with Turning Point. Start one. Start getting these college kids involved, this younger generation involved. Be a poll worker. Be a poll watcher. See something, say something. If you see something suspicious on Election Day, say something. Sign up. Be that person. Be the eyes and ears for all of us. And report any suspicious activity. But until we get involved, this is going to continue on and continue on. And it's going to affect not just us today, but it's going to affect the America in a year from now, 10 years from now, and for generations to come. And we have to stop it this year. This is 2024, the year we've been waiting for. This is the year that we've got to put an end to it and put a man back in office that will stop the corruption, get rid and drain the swamp, and protect the American people, the American workers, our veterans, our law enforcement officers, our farmers here in Iowa, the great state of Iowa, and all over the country, the women, the mothers, the children. We've got to save America. All right, I want to know what it looks like behind me, because I haven't seen the crowd in a while. All right, good-looking crowd here in Sioux Center, 3:05. The program should be starting soon. But sometimes when they start a little behind, it's because they're still trying to get people through security. So we have to keep that in mind. So even though they say on the schedule and on the program we start at 3, yes, sometimes they start right on time, but sometimes they don't. I'm looking over here to my right, and there's still people coming through this one line of security, and they want to make sure they can get as many people in before they start the program. So it should be starting here pretty soon. This Caucus for Trump, Commit to Caucus event here in Sioux Center, Iowa. There are signs up on the wall. There's signs that the Trump team is handing out that say, "I will caucus for Trump." And you can text caucus to 88022. That's on the signs, with the beautiful background that says, "Iowa is Trump country. Make America great again." 3:06 Central Time right now. So good to see you on this Friday afternoon. Thanks for watching Right Side Broadcasting Network. I'm Vanessa Broussard. You can follow me on Instagram. I'm there, Vanessa Broussard. Someone actually sent me a message a couple of minutes ago and said, make sure you spell your last name. I try to remind myself to always do that, because people don't know how to spell Broussard. But thanks for the viewer who said, spell Broussard for me. It's BROUSSARD. BROUSSARD. So it's Vanessa Broussard News on Instagram, Vanessa Broussard on Truth Social, President Trump's social media platform, and I'm also on X, formerly known as Twitter. Don't post too much on Facebook, because I don't want to go to Facebook jail. Hey, look, I have been reporting for Right Side Broadcasting for going on a year and some months, and I haven't been to Facebook jail yet, so I've avoided that, which is great. But don't follow me there, because my Facebook page got hacked, and I'm currently working on getting that back. Those hackers, they'll get you. So be careful if you're on Facebook or any social media sites. Make sure your sites are secure. They're getting very smart with how they're hacking people. It's not the old days of they figured out your password. There's different links you can click and all kinds of different ways that they're getting your information. So I fell victim. I hate to say it, but I did. And I'm usually really good about pinpointing what's a scam and what's not. But this hacker went above and beyond to get my Facebook page. So don't follow me on Facebook. I'm not there yet anymore. I hope to be soon. I have a team working on my page to hopefully get with Meta, which is also Facebook, and get my page back up and running. But in the meantime, you can follow me on Instagram, Truth Social, and, of course, X. RSBN is there as well. Follow us on social media. Download our app. It's actually my favorite. It's very user-friendly. Love going to the app and getting the updates on our live locations, when we're live, the programming that's going on. Again, very user-friendly. The RSBN app, it's free. Sign up for our newsletter. We've talked about that. As we start the 2024 season, the campaign trail here with President Trump as we caucus here in the great state of Iowa. We always show the crowds here on RSBN. Proud to do so, happy to do so. So you can always see the amount of people coming in to support the president. The president has 2,000 Trump caucus captains here in Iowa. They play a very important role on election night, on caucus night. They speak on behalf of the president. They report the results. They report any issues that they may see or any issues they may be facing. And so he has an entire team here in Iowa that works with these captains and making sure that they're set and ready to go for the night of the caucus. 2,000 captains. I've actually seen a couple of here while we've been in Sioux Center. When you sign up to be a caucus captain, you get a white hat with the gold letters on it, so you always know where the captain is because they all have specific hats on. If you live in Iowa and would like to join the effort, you can go to ia.donaldjtrump.com. Again, that's ia.donaldjtrump.com. If you live in another state and want to get involved in your designated state, just go to President Trump's website, donaldjtrump.com, and see how you can get involved with the Trump team. I know they'll be more than happy to help you there. First in the Nation Caucus, 10 days away, America, January 15th, 7 p.m., casting votes for the Republican nominee on the November ballot. President Trump has a slew of Iowa accomplishments for when he was in office. He actually boosted Iowa's economy, increasing E15 ethanol availability. He added 22,000 new jobs just in the state of Iowa. He slashed the estate tax to allow farmers to keep their farms. Slashed the estate tax. Again, this is where he kicked off his Farmers for Trump initiative. There are over 100 farmers here in Iowa alone who are on the Farmers for Trump team. Looking at endorsement, the president has 300 faith leaders here in the state that have endorsed him. 300 faith leaders. That goes back to what we've been talking about all afternoon. Faith comes first. And when you have these religious leaders endorsing Trump, that tells you everything you need to know about what kind of man he is. And when you have Jimmy Kimmel on late night last night mocking President Trump, his supporters, me, RSBN, about being a godly man, and we need to bring God back into this country. Didn't you hear that Trump has 300 faith leaders endorsing him in Iowa alone? That goes to show you that Jimmy Kimmel is just a typical liberal trying to poke fun. Nobody laughed at him. He's not funny. And his production team had to play a recording of what sounded like a crowd laughing. That was last night, in case you missed it, on Jimmy Kimmel Live, poking fun of God. But we want to thank the faith leaders who are stepping up and endorsing a man who has a strong belief in the Lord and wants to keep God in America. In God we trust as our slogan. It's our motto. The Iowa team doing a great job of being here all throughout the state, on the ground with the captains. They go through caucus training. You can see on the screen now, it's talking about find your caucus location. Don't wait until January 15th. Find your caucus location today. "10 days away. The countdown is on. We're almost in the single digits. If you're just now joining us, thanks for tuning in. We're Right Side Broadcasting Network, 315 here, Central Time Zone. The program should be starting shortly. The president expected to take the stage after that at 4 o'clock. I'm Vanessa Broussard here in Sioux Center, Iowa. Brian Glenn is standing by in Mason City, where he will pick up coverage after President Trump is done here. We'll toss it over to Brian Glenn, who will pick up our team coverage. That's going to be President Trump's second stop of the day. And there's an entire list of locations that President Trump is visiting before the Iowa caucus. You can count on Right Side Broadcasting Network to be with you along the way. Pulling up the list right now for you. So again, today he's in Sioux Center, Iowa, and Mason City, Iowa. Then our crews are hitting the road again tonight. We'll be in Newton, Iowa tomorrow, as well as Clinton, Iowa tomorrow. So watch RSBN tomorrow. We'll have more team coverage. Brian Glenn and I will be in Newton, Iowa, and Clinton, Iowa. The next weekend, President Trump will be in Atlantic, Iowa. That's on the 13th, and also Sioux City, Iowa, on the 13th. And then he has a couple locations on the 14th as well, and has not yet announced his location for the 15th, which is the day of the Iowa caucus. So be expecting that to be announced soon. Really excited to see all of these people here. Again, President Trump's first event of the year in Sioux Center, Iowa. We closed out 2023 in Iowa right before the Christmas holiday. And okay, so we're just getting word that wheels are not down yet. So the president has not even landed in Iowa yet. So we may be here a while with you, but that's okay. We're having a great time as the people here wait for the program to begin. And they caucus for Trump. They're holding up their signs. There's a lot going on at Capitol Hill as well. If you're on social media, make sure you follow like the House Judiciary Committees and the GOP parties and all these different websites that you can go to and social media pages. I have them all saved on my social media, and I have alerts set. And you can also do that for me and RSBN as well. You can, if you're on X, for example, I'm just going to use them for an example. You can sign up for notifications. That way when they post what's going on Capitol Hill, or if we post what's going on at an event, you get a notification to your phone. And so there are GOP social media pages that will update what's going on Capitol Hill every single day with Congress back in session. If you're watching on Rumble, let us know where you're watching from. We love to see where all of our different viewers are watching. I've received several emails lately from people from overseas, England, Switzerland, you name it. So thank you to people from other parts of the world who watch us. It's good to hear from everyone, not just here in America, but all over the world. So let us know where you're watching from. Join the conversation. Let us know how your holidays were, what your New Year's resolutions are, and what you hope to see in 2024. We know it's a big win. We can all hope for that. We have faith that our country will be in better shape come January of next year when a new president is sworn into office. Also, let us know if your candidate wins, if you plan on going to inauguration. I went to the Trump inauguration in 2017 after he won in 2016. Really great time. trip of a lifetime, and we're hoping to make that trip again in January of next year, a year away. We still have people coming in through security, just getting word that wheels have not landed here in Sioux Center. We don't know how far President Trump is, but there is supposed to be a pre-programming event that takes place beforehand. So we are expecting that to start here momentarily. And so as we wait, we're going to do a quick pan. We're going to let some music play. We're going to let you hear the sights and sounds. I always love to stop talking for a second and let you listen to what we listen to and see what we see. So we're going to give you about 30, 45 seconds to enjoy the sights and sounds from here in Sioux Center, Iowa. to Right Side Broadcasting Network. We have been panning the crowds here in Sioux Center, Iowa, as we wait for President Donald J. Trump to take the stage. He's expected to take the stage at 4 o'clock Central Time here in Iowa. It's almost 3:30. There's a pre-program that should be starting any minute now. We're hearing that President Trump is running a little behind. His plane has not even landed here in Sioux Center, but that's okay. We are still here waiting, and we are getting this program started right now. Take a look behind us.
Can we please stand as we pray, please? Dear Heavenly Father, we shout joyfully to the Lord, all the earth. Let us serve the Lord with gladness, come before him with joyful singing. We need to know that the Lord himself is God. It is he who has made us and not we ourselves. I am asking that we enter his gates with thanksgiving and his courts with praise. Let us give thanks to him, bless his name. Let us proclaim that the Lord is good, his loving kindness is everlasting, and his faithfulness to all generations. In a world full of destruction, in a world where men don't believe, all the Christians are striving, trying to make it, and the devil is always busy trying to destroy and to deceive. Don't you know what God said to his people? To all of us who confess to believe that he's got the whole world in his hands, and prayer is the only way that he will heal the land. If my people who are called by my name would just humble themselves and pray. Lord, we ask that your kingdom come, that your will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Lord, we ask for your peace, grace, and mercy for the families in Perry, Iowa. The situation is beyond our understanding, yet we need to be confident of your hand moving in the hearts of the victims and families. Let us approach and remediate this situation with godly wisdom. Be gracious to us, O God. According to your loving kindness, according to the greatness of your compassion, blot out our transgressions. Wash us thoroughly from our iniquity and cleanse us from our sin. For we know our transgressions and our sin is ever before us. Against you, you only, we have sinned and done what is evil in your sight, so that you are justified when you speak and blameless when you judge. Even though we walk through the valley of the shadow of death, we will fear no evil. For you are with us, your rod and your staff, they comfort us. Lord, we ask that you create in us a clean heart and renew a steadfast spirit within us. Do not cast us away from your presence, and do not take your Holy Spirit from us. Restore to us the joy of your salvation and sustain us with your willing spirit. Because your promises, certainly goodness and faithfulness, will follow us all the days of our lives, and our dwelling will be in the house of the Lord forever. Mr. President, if we say the Lord is my refuge, and you make the Most High your dwelling, no harm will overtake you, no disaster will come near your tent, for he will command his angels concerning you to guard you in all your ways. They will lift you up in their hands so that you will not strike your foot against a stone. You will tread on the lion and the cobra. You will trample the great lion and the serpent. And we pray all of this in your Son's precious holy name, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Pledge of Allegiance, led by Plymouth County GOP co-chair Shelley Stabe.
If everyone would remove their caps and recite the Pledge of Allegiance with me to our flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Please remain standing for the national anthem, led by Janice Warner.
see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Please welcome State Senator Lynn Evans.
All right, Sioux Center, let's hear you. Okay, now, people, I'm an old football coach. You got to do better than that, or we're going to start running laps. Let's try it again. Sioux Center, let's hear you. There you go. That's better. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. And that's from Ephesians 6, verses 11 and 12. We're in a battle, people. A battle of good versus evil, without question, due directly to the actions of our current administration. And through their complete and utter show of weakness, the entire world has become unsafe. When America is strong, there is peace. And when America is weak, it gives permission to our enemies to unleash unspeakable horror to our allies and on us. And we're witnessing that right now. President Ronald Reagan called this peace through strength. Donald Trump exemplified this better than any president in our history. If you haven't already been, you need to be praying for all those suffering around this globe while Joe Biden hangs out on the beach. The world was a much safer place when President Trump was in office. I'd like to take a few minutes and acknowledge some people in the room. Raise your hand if you ever served in the military or currently serving in the military in any branch. National Guard, any reserves. Okay, I want the young people to take a look around the room because I know we have some young people. Keep your hands up. We spend a lot of money going to movies to watch superheroes. There's your superheroes right there. They don't don capes and masks. They wear uniforms and they protect us so we can sleep safe at night. Thank you for your service. The left is working overtime right now in an effort to keep President Trump out of the White House. Why are they working so hard against one candidate? Because they know with President Trump in the race, he will take our country back. People, there's never been a threat to our civil liberties in this country like right now in this point in history. We as American citizens cannot stand by and allow this to continue. We can't afford to put a candidate in office that will require at least 2 years of on-the-job training. We need somebody in the White House day one that can get to work on this stuff. So what can we as patriots do right now? The upcoming caucus, 10 days away, January 15th, is the most important electoral event in our lifetime. Participate. If you've never attended a caucus, make this a priority. Put it in your calendar. As you came in, there were volunteers. There was a table set up with clipboards. They have information. We still have room for caucus captains, although I think we have quite a few of the precincts covered. Sign pledge cards before you leave today, if you haven't already, and commit to caucusing for President Trump. We need to fill every precinct in this state with Trump caucus captains. And invite your friends, invite your neighbors, and your family members. Now make sure you get there early. They start at 7 o'clock. You got to make sure you're in line and ready to go. So show up at least an hour early to your precinct. In 10 days, if everyone who is in attendance here today shows up to your caucus precinct and supports Donald Trump, when the first in the nation Iowa caucus is over, there will be no doubt Donald J. Trump is the runaway favorite to kick Joe Biden out of the White House. It's been an honor. Thank you and God bless.
Unfortunately, today, Americans live in uncertain times. Just 3 short years ago, the United States was a safer, more prosperous nation under the leadership of my father-in-law, President Donald J. Trump. But as difficult as life may be in Joe Biden's America, you all possess a unique opportunity to take the first steps towards changing the direction of our country. Home to the first in the nation caucuses, Iowans enjoy a special privilege, but also a responsibility to examine and select the strongest candidate to defeat Joe Biden next November. It's clear that President Trump is, of course, that candidate, which is why it's critical that every America First patriot participate in the Iowa caucus on Monday, January 15th at 7 p.m. and cast their vote for who else? Donald J. Trump. But for those who may never have participated in a caucus, you might wonder what it is and how you can participate in this incredible tradition. In short, the caucus is a meeting of fellow Republicans held in every voting precinct in Iowa. Friends, family, and neighbors gather in a central meeting location, usually a school, church, or community center, to cast their vote for President of the United States and, of course, to discuss the critical issues facing our nation, of which we know there are many. Thank you, Joe Biden. It's important to note that your caucus location may be different from where you previously voted in other elections, so be sure to look up your caucus site by visiting ia.donaldjtrump.com. On the evening of Monday, January 15th, President Trump's supporters should arrive at their caucus location early at around 6 p.m. When you arrive, don't panic. There may be long lines to register, but those lines are going to move quickly, and once you're in line, you cannot be turned away. All Iowans who are 18 years or older by the date of the general election, which is November 5th, 2024, are eligible to participate in the Republican caucus. If you are a registered Republican, your name will already be on the precinct list. You simply need to show your photo ID to a volunteer. If you are not a registered Republican or are unsure of your registration status, you may register to vote as a Republican at your caucus location. If you choose to register at your caucus location, you must bring a valid photo ID such as a driver's license, military ID, or student ID, and a piece of mail such as a cell phone bill, utility bill, bank statement, or paycheck with your current home address for that voting precinct. After you check in or register to vote at your caucus location, volunteers will direct you to the room or area where your precinct caucus meeting will take place. Additionally, our campaign will have friendly representatives or Trump caucus captains at each location. They are going to be very recognizable because they will have a caucus captain hat and will be on hand to help direct or answer any questions that you may have. Once you gather with others from your precinct, a volunteer will call your caucus meeting to order promptly at 7 p.m. The meeting will begin with the Pledge of Allegiance, and then caucus goers will elect a chairperson to officially run the remainder of the meeting. After a chairperson has been elected, this person will open the meeting to candidate speeches, and each candidate is allowed to be represented by one speaker. Speeches are usually limited to around 3 minutes each. After candidate speeches are finished, volunteers will distribute paper ballots to every voter in that precinct. You will have a moment to complete your ballot and will return it to a volunteer to be counted. What makes the Iowa caucus so special is that the paper ballots are collected and counted in front of all voters in your precinct, ensuring the process is secure and transparent. Not that we think that there was ever a time where voting was not secure and transparent. Wink, wink, nod, nod. After the votes are counted, the results will be announced to all caucus attendees, and that's it. Once caucus goers have cast their vote, they're free to leave. But for those wanting to take the extra step to support President Trump, we urge you to stay and run as delegate to your county Republican convention. We need each and every one of you to take just an hour of your night to support President Trump. Remember to mark your calendars for 7 p.m. on Monday, January 15th, Martin Luther King Jr. Day, because that's the day we're going to start to take America back. The corrupt Washington establishment doesn't want our movement to succeed. President Trump has, of course, a tremendous lead in the polls, but we cannot leave anything to chance. Your participation in the Iowa caucus on January 15th will send a powerful message to the world that the America First movement is stronger and more united than ever. Together, we will win the Iowa caucus, and together, we will make America great again.
Please welcome to the stage State Senator Kevin Alonz.
Hello, everyone. Who's excited about Donald Trump? Well, it's great to be here in Sioux Center. This is where I'm from. I grew up in Boyden. I live down by Sioux City and represent that area. But super excited to be up here and talking about Donald Trump. I got to give a quick confession. When I been involved in the process for a while, I grew up. My dad was, probably a lot of people up here know, he was involved in politics. And so I paid some attention. I was a county chair when Donald Trump was a candidate, along with a whole bunch of other people. He wasn't my first choice. He was probably my last choice in 2015 when this started. And watching him, he won the primary, and I supported him when he won the election in 2016, and it didn't take long, and I was won over. He made some promises to us as a people, and he followed through on those promises. I mean, it's something that my dad was inspired by Ronald Reagan when he came back from the military, and that really got him involved in politics. And I really kind of have a similar situation where it just really motivated me to get involved, to see someone tell the truth, get it done. And that was Donald Trump. So I'm just going to go through a couple things that he has done that meant so much to me, serving in the military and now serving in the Senate. First thing, national security, right? He talked about national security, and he said he was going to build a wall. He was going to defend our country. Boy, that is not happening today, is it? So he reversed policy. Think about the context. He reversed policy from a time of 8 years of Obama And he went through just a host of things, border tax reforms, and we are all still today taking advantage of those tax reforms that he brought. He recognized Jerusalem as the capital of Israel. That's something people have talked about for years. Lip service, he did it. Unbelievable. And the thing that probably meant the most to me was that we have been battling the pro-life Roe versus Wade ruling for now, it was 50 years. Putting 3 Supreme Court justices that would actually adhere and follow the Constitution, unbelievable. Something, and then overturning Roe versus Wade, a bad decision, a bad judicial decision. That was an accomplishment that I think he still doesn't get enough credit for. And we owe him a debt of gratitude for that. But standing up to China, I can just go down the list. The list goes on and on. But Donald Trump is... I'm just going to stop. So I was here in Sioux Center a few weeks ago and listened to some of the other candidates, and they made the comment that, yeah, Donald Trump is the right man for the hour, talking about 2016, but, there's just too much chaos. Too much chaos. I'm like, and they imply that the chaos is a Donald Trump thing. Where is that chaos coming from? It's coming from the media. It's coming from everywhere, frankly, and sometimes comes from within the party. But Donald Trump was the man for the hour then. He is definitely the man of the hour today. He is the only person that is going to make... Donald Trump is positioned to make America great again. So for me, as a Christian, I realize that, or I really feel that the truth is the secret. We think back to, we've sometimes evaluated our candidates, going back to what I said about not necessarily seeing Trump. Maybe some of you were ahead of me before, right? But it took me a little bit to warm up to Trump, because as a Christian, sometimes you use a criteria to select who is the best candidate. And that got us Jimmy Carter at one point. I don't know if he remembers that time period, but I see how that went over. But instead, we have a man who speaks the truth and seeks the truth and is willing to say the truth in public. And when he stood up to NATO, right, he told NATO that you got to pay your fair share. That wasn't a popular idea. European leaders mocked him for that. He said the truth. And that, I think, just spoke volumes to me as a member of the military especially. So we have to get every one of you from Iowa. Now, somebody implied that you don't have to be from Iowa to caucus. That is not a true statement, right? You do have to actually be an Iowan. So you can register that day as an Iowan, but you have to go caucus, right? So everybody needs to go caucus. And you need to get your family and your friends, your church members, and everybody else to go caucus for Donald Trump. Because what we need to do is send a resounding message that Trump is, he's going to be the nominee, but we need to send a message that just basically makes it game over and we can move on to defeating Joe Biden and restoring our country. So I'm just going to leave you with, I've endorsed Donald Trump. I think he is absolutely, I know he's absolutely the man of the hour, and I know that you're behind him. I'm happy to see such an amazing turnout here in Sioux Center. And go Donald Trump.
Please welcome State Senator Jeff Taylor.
Thank you. Welcome to Sioux Center, everyone. My name is Jeff Taylor, and I'm the state senator that represents Sioux County, Lyon County, and the northern half of Plymouth County. Donald Trump is probably the most unlikely president we've ever had. Think of the odds against him, and yet he won. Let's take a look at President Trump's record. Unlike the Bushes and the Clintons, Trump is not an elite-minded globalist indebted to our nation's largest transnational corporations. For him, America First is not just a slogan. It's been a consistent policy position for Trump since the 1980s. He's a sincere patriot. He earned the undying hostility of the power elite in Washington and New York City by denouncing the Iraq War when he first ran in 2016, trying to end the Afghanistan war, withdraw troops from Syria, and refusing to create a new Cold War against Russia. The military-industrial complex and the intelligence agencies, the deep state in other words, and their political and media lackeys created the Russia collusion hoax because Trump was not sufficiently committed to endless wars and global empire. He's a nationalist. Yes. He worked to bring about more peaceful relations with North Korea. He rarely gets credit for it, and he was hampered by institutional constraints and pressures. But Donald Trump was a peacemaker as president, and I think he will be blessed by God for being one. Coming out of his nationalism, he tried as best he could to bring about a secure southern border. He was thwarted at almost every turn by the Paul Ryans and the Mitch McConnells in Congress. Yeah, boo. Who wanted to exploit cheap labor on behalf of big business. But he tried. He successfully stopped TPP. He killed NAFTA. He stood up for American working class in a way that wasn't just rhetorical. He actually did things to bring manufacturing jobs back to our nation, including our largest cities. This was also part of his populism, a mindset that transcends party, ideology, and racial lines. The best kind of populism unites people. Trump made some strides, attracting more African American and Hispanic support than establishment candidates like McCain and Romney. Polls show even greater support in 2024. Donald Trump proved to be a champion of the pro-life cause, as Senator Alon's mentioned. He was the first president to ever speak in person at the March for Life. He appointed 3 excellent Supreme Court justices. In terms of human instrumentality, we have Trump to thank for the court's 2022 ruling that Roe v. Wade was wrongly decided and needed to be reversed. Now, I say human instrumentality because obviously we need to thank God for that. It was, I had been working for it myself in my own little way for decades. I was shocked that it happened, and it happened so quickly. Thank God for that. Finally, after nearly 50 years, state legislatures can decide for themselves rather than be dictated to by unelected federal judges. That's been our goal in the pro-life movement for nearly 50 years. He did all of these things and much more in the face of unprecedented and unrelenting hostility, hysteria, hypocrisy, and dishonesty by almost every center of power and privilege in America. It's not misspelled tweets or boorish behavior or make-believe loyalty to Putin that offends them. They hate him because his love of country threatens the convenient status quo of control and plunder that they had built on a global scale for many decades prior to 2016. He came in and he upset the apple cart, and they'll never forgive him for that. Hence the collusion hoax, hence the impeachments, hence the indictments, hence the efforts to remove him from the ballot. All unprecedented, all unprecedented. They also hate him because he represents an older American tradition before wokeness became the new normal. He doesn't go along with political correctness, identity politics, gender craziness, and suppression of free speech. On a personal level, Donald Trump is a flawed human being. So am I, and so are you. All of us have sinned. All of us fall short of the glory of God. But overall, Donald Trump did an excellent job as President of the United States, and he deserves a chance to extend that legacy. Of all the candidates running for the Republican nomination, only Trump has actually delivered. He's the only candidate who has run for the White House and been elected. Trump had so much populist appeal that he carried states in 2016 that no Republican nominee had carried in decades. Wisconsin, not since 1984. Michigan and Pennsylvania, not since 1988. Current polls show him just as strong or stronger in these swing states. McCain and Romney lost Iowa. Trump won Iowa 2 times. And as I finish up, I just want to point out that in 2016, Trump carried 31 of the counties in Iowa that Obama carried twice, 31. These were mostly working class areas in eastern Iowa that had long-standing labor union and Democratic Party ties. For instance, in Dubuque County, it hadn't voted Republican for president since 1956 with Eisenhower. In 2020, Trump carried all 31 counties a second time and increased his margin of victory in 27 of the 31. Donald Trump is the best chance we have of retaking the White House. He's also the only candidate running with a proven track record of not just promising, but delivering peace and prosperity. Turn out with your friends and neighbors and family on January 15th, and let's repeat another Trump victory in Iowa. Thank you.
I hope everybody is listening because we have some very important information for you to make sure we win this primary and we win it big. It all starts right here in Iowa with the first in the nation caucuses that I was able to give to Iowa. I controlled it and I gave it, just as I said I would. The outcome in this state will send a message to the entire country and, in fact, the entire world. So please listen very carefully to these simple steps you need to take to vote in the Iowa caucuses on Monday, January 15th, 2024. That's Martin Luther King Day, January 15th, 2024. Together we're going to make history, but you have to show up and you have to follow these instructions. Thank you all, and let's go and make America great again. We're going to do it. We're going to make it greater than ever before.
Making America great again starts one place on earth, and one place only, right here in Iowa. Monday, January 15th, 7 p.m. Be there, because it's caucus night. Now you may say to yourself, "Self, I've never been to a caucus. How does it work?" You've come to the right place. Because for the next 2 minutes, Marlon's going to tell you everything you need to know about how to successfully caucus for President Trump.
Caucusing is super easy. Before we get going, let's make sure you are eligible to caucus. Time to check with the lawyers. For that, here's Margot from the law firm of Dewey, and Chittister.
To vote at a caucus, you must be at least 18 years old. But here's the kicker. That's 18 by November 5th of 2024, Election Day.
Okay, so now you know you're eligible to vote in the Iowa caucus. Woohoo! How simple is it to caucus? As simple as this. Wait, that's the wrong one. As simple as this. 3 easy steps. Step 1, make sure you're eligible. Done. Okay, step 2, do you know where your caucus location is? Now be careful, the correct answer isn't necessarily your regular voting location. I'm throwing you a lifeline here. You can easily find your caucus location and lots of other information by going to ia.donaldjtrump.com. Now, a quick time management lesson. It's Monday, January 15th, Caucus Day. You wake up at 5 a.m. because you are so excited to caucus for President Trump. So what time should you get to your caucus location? Aren't you the go-getter? You don't need to be to your caucus location until 6 p.m., so no excuses for being late. And finally, step 3, register once you get to your caucus. Now, if the line is long, don't panic. I said don't panic. Sorry. The lines move very quickly, and once you're in line, you can't be turned away, so hang in there. Okay, starting exactly at 7 p.m., it's time for democracy to begin. First, you will hear a few brief speeches. Then paper ballots for voting will be distributed, collected, and counted, all in front of you. Easy peasy. And that's the first step to making President Trump our next president and making America great again.
All right, so that's a wrap for our pre-program here in Sioux Center, Iowa, as we await President Donald J. Trump to make his way to the stage. It is 4 o'clock Central Time, and we're eager to see the president make his first stop here in Sioux Center and speak to the crowd here as we kick off 2024 and what's going to be a very exciting, very, I'm sure, nerve-wracking, very anxious election year. It's 2024, the year we've been waiting for since President Biden took office, but it's here. We made it, and hopefully we can continue on this great path. The poll numbers are looking good, and we'll have a wonderful November and celebrate big come next January when President Biden packs his bags and we put a new president in the White House. We want to thank some of our sponsors tonight, especially with it being tax season right now. You're going to be getting your forms in the mail from your places of employment. You're probably documenting all of the donations that you may have committed to in 2023 and trying to get everything ready for tax season. But let these people help you. They're really good at what they do. They have a long history and record of doing great work. This is the Tax Network. The IRS, by the way, is escalating collections, adding 20,000 new agents and sending over 5 million collection letters to kick off this year. So in these challenging times, your best defense is Tax Network USA. So don't let the IRS take advantage of you. With over 14 years of experience, Tax Network USA has saved their clients over $1 billion in back taxes. So no matter the size of your tax issue, their expertise is your advantage. They socialize in negotiating with the IRS, aiming to significantly reduce your debt. Tax Network USA doesn't just negotiate. They also protect your assets from the IRS, from seizures, and they also manage your yearly returns or for, that is, ongoing compliance. So importantly, they are licensed to help you in every state. So no matter what state you live in, they are licensed to help with all state tax issues, regardless of where you live in the U.S. The clock is ticking. Don't wait as the IRS steps up its game. Step up yours as well. Seize control of your financial future right now. Contact Tax Network USA for immediate relief and expert guidance. Call 1-800-357-1415. Again, that number is on your screen, 1-800-357-1415, or visit tnusa.com/RSBN. Again, that's tnusa.com/RSBN. Don't let tax issues overpower you. Turn to Tax Network USA and find your path to financial peace of mind. All right, we are at the top of the hour, 4 o'clock here in Iowa as we get ready for President Trump to take the stage any minute now. Stick with us, and when we wrap up here, we'll send it over to Brian Glenn, who's in Mason City. Good to be with you as we kick off 2024. Happy New Year to all of you. I'm Vanessa Broussard, and we are going to be here today. We're going to be in Iowa again tomorrow for two of President Trump's stops. Brian Glenn and I will both be on the campaign trail this weekend and next weekend as we follow President Trump and count down the days to the Iowa caucus. 10 days away now, January 15th, 7 p.m. RSBN will be there. Can't wait for it. And make sure you set your alarms and be there with us right here, wherever you're watching, and whether it's on our website, the app, Rumble, YouTube. Thank you for watching, and be with us on January 15th at 7 p.m. So giving you an idea, again, of what's going to take place now. President Trump is expected to take the stage any minute now here in Sioux Center, Iowa. From here, he will leave and go to Mason City, Iowa, and that's where our Brian Glenn is standing by. And then we'll toss it over to him for that coverage to pick up. And so you'll get doubleheader team coverage here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. So it's a great day here in Sioux City. The people behind me, standing room only. There were several hundred seats. I counted earlier, about 250 seats. A small room here. Here in the country. Love it here. Love being in Iowa. We've been here for several months, and it's just been really beautiful and great. And this small city is very welcoming. And so again, we're in the center where there's about 220 or so, 225 seats. And then of course, standing room only. I'm not sure if they can fit too many more people in here. They're starting to really pack in now as we await President Donald Trump. Looking good in the poll numbers here in Iowa. I was reading a poll earlier from Interactive Polls that asked, do you think President Trump will win the Iowa caucus? 97% of the people who participated in that poll voted yes. 3% said no. 97% of the people who were questioned and participated in that poll said yes, President Trump will win the Iowa caucus. And so the poll numbers are looking very good for him. Real quick, I'm going to step aside for just one moment. And so the poll numbers here in Iowa are good. The poll numbers for the country are good. And so the president will talk about those poll numbers, but he'll also say don't get complacent, don't get comfortable. Just because the poll numbers are showing well for President Trump, you still have to get out and vote, go to your caucus, go to your primary, and bring your family with you, bring your church members with you, bring your coworkers with you. Just make sure we turn out and support and turn this country around and get our country back on track. Never in a million years would I ever think that our country would be in bad shape, but here we are after 3 years of a Biden administration, and we just can't take another 4 years of Biden. We have Senator Evans who is here. So good to see you. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Doing very well. What's going on in the state of Iowa? Ready for 10 days from now?
Oh, we are ready first to see Donald Trump here, and everybody's excited about that. And then, we start our session, general session, next week. So I'll be going back to work here real soon. And then 10 days from today, we're first of the nation caucus. We're ready to go.
What's the vibe like when you're talking to people around the communities and all the different counties, the cities? What are the people saying?
We're anticipating it could be one of the largest caucus turnouts ever. Yeah.
So is it because of Trump, or is it because of the people are fed up with where our country has gone in the last 3 years, or both?
I think it's both. I think people are excited about Donald Trump. I've been to 7 of Trump's rallies, but I've spoken with the other candidates, and they're good people. We have standing room only, and there's still people that aren't going to get in. And it's been that way at every rally I've been to. And then you go to the other candidates' rallies, and it's 50, 100 people. The difference right there is telling in the story that people are excited about President Trump.
Who the people want to see.
Yeah, and we're fed up with the way the country is going right now.
Let's talk about that. What is the difference in Iowa specifically? What are you seeing when President Trump was in office versus when Joe Biden's in office?
I think we're a little bit insulated out here in the Midwest because everything hits us later than the coast. But gas prices went through the roof, and they're still too high, in my opinion. The bill at the grocery store is higher than it should be. Our dollar doesn't go as far. And it's simple as that. And people are sick of it. And then they look at what's going on internationally, and it just leaves you with a pit in your stomach that, we hear all the time about what's going on in Ukraine and Israel, but there are hot spots all over the globe right now. And why is it? It's because we've been personifying weakness over the last 3 years. And with Trump in office, we're in a much safer world.
The country knows that we are showing weakness right now, and that's why we are on the brink of World War III, and that's why our borders are open and people are running in and flocking in by the millions. 8 million people, illegal immigrants, have flocked to our country just since Biden took office. It's actually devastating to see our country in this shape right now. Let's talk about the farmers. The Farmers for Trump initiative was kicked off right here in Iowa.
Yeah, I was at that event in Council Bluffs.
I was there as well. Had a great time. Even jumped on a John Deere tractor. You had to do that while you were there. It was a Farmers for Trump event. Talk about how important Trump was and his role was for the farmers when he was in office.
I think most farmers would agree. There were some rocky times when he first took office. You know, he was putting tariffs on countries, and farmers weren't really sure that was going to pay off. It paid off big in the long run. Open foreign markets for us, and that's the biggest thing for the Iowa economy is our ag industry. And I don't know of a more farmer-friendly president that's in my lifetime than Donald Trump.
I'm glad you said that because he is a friend to the farmers, and the left would disagree with that because they disagree with anything Trump does. But at the same time, to hear it from you to say that he is an ambassador for the farmers is great to hear.
Yeah, it's his ability to work with other nations and open those markets for us is just phenomenal.
Any other issues that you said you're going back to work soon to fight for your constituents? What is maybe the top 3 things on your agenda when you go back?
The big thing that we're going to be tackling this year, and if you've been following Iowa at all, we've been working on tax reform like crazy. So that's still high on our list, and we want to get that income tax down. It's set right now to drop to 3.99% flat tax. I'm going to anticipate we're going to accelerate that and even bring it down lower. We did some work on property taxes during the last session. I'm sure that's going to come up as a point of discussion, all in an effort to make Iowa economically a more friendly state.
Well, I'll tell you this. I had never been to Iowa until I came here for a Trump event. I think this might be my 7th visit. I absolutely love this state. It's beautiful, it's gorgeous, and the people are wonderful.
Here are amazing.
I'm going to have to come back, even well after the elections are over with, a family vacation.
Yeah, we would love to have you.
Well, thank you. Well, thank you for being here. Any last words for the people of Iowa before you caucus on January 15th?
In 10 days, the First of the Nation caucus happens right here in Iowa. All eyes are on us, and we need to make sure that Donald Trump is a runaway favorite.
I do have one more question. How important was it for you when you heard that Trump was fighting so hard to keep Iowa the first in the nation?
It means a lot because I think Iowans are really good at discerning candidates and really vetting them out, asking the hard questions, and they turn out to events. So, all eyes are on us, and we want to keep them there.
They turned out to this event today. They usually do. So good to see all the people. Good to see you.
Yeah, we'll see you in Cherokee in a week.
We'll be around. We'll definitely be around. So good to see you. Thanks for being here. Happy New Year.
Yeah, Happy New Year.
Thank you. All right, Senator Evans, so good to see him. And talking about President Trump, we're going to step to the side, show the crowd. The music's blaring now, and the people are dancing, and they're having a great time holding their signs. This is a part of the crowd movement that I really like to show you because when that music comes on and it gets loud, the people know that President Trump is on the way. And I think now is a good time to remind you to go ahead and order your free Trump book, A Kid's Guide to President Donald J. Trump. I have one. You should get one too. So it doesn't matter your age. Everyone can enjoy this, but it is A Kid's Guide to President Trump. It's good to teach them early. Kids can learn about the president's achievements as well as Trump's vision for America and his plans to make America great again in his second term. One thing you can count on is that public schools won't be teaching kids anything positive about Trump, so you have to do it at home. It's up to parents to teach our kids. To help make it all real easy, Mike Huckabee's team put together this Kid's Guide to President Trump. The best part is they're giving it away for free as part of a gift bundle offer. You just have to pay a small fee for shipping and processing, but the book itself is free. To learn more and to order the free Kid's Guide to President Trump for your own kids, just go to freetrumpbook.com. Again, that's freetrumpbook.com. But hurry, this guide has been flying off the shelves. Again, one more time, freetrumpbook.com. Right now, order your free copy. And the music that they're playing right now is President Trump's, what I like to call intro music. When this music track starts playing, that is a key indicator that the president will be coming on stage soon. That means he's in the building. He has arrived. He's here. He's in the back meeting with state and local leaders, top supporters, his Iowa team, donors. So President Trump has arrived. He is here, and he will be coming out on the stage here momentarily. It is a packed house here in Sioux Center, in the venue that we are in. It's a small community center, standing room only. People braved the cold for hours and hours on end. I think in the early morning hours we were in the 20s. As the day progressed, we jumped into the 30s, but the wind was blowing, and you know that makes it worse. And these people stood out there bundled up. I even saw 4 or 5 people all wrapped in one blanket in a huddle, trying to stay warm. But it's proof that they are doing that, and they'll weather these conditions to see him, so you know that they'll weather these conditions to vote for him. In 10 days here in Iowa. Tomorrow we'll be in the single digits, so we're almost there, and it feels so good to say that, because for the longest time it felt like 2024 was so far away. But here we are, ready to elect our Republican nominee and head into the November election and put a new president in the White House in 2025. I want to talk about the moms. I firmly believe that the moms will help save this country. All the mama bears out there. You know, I always heard it. I have a wonderful mother at home. My family is very close-knit. But it wasn't until I became a mother, just 2 short years ago, that I really understood how important our future is. Now, I always wanted to save our country, and I wanted a great America for myself and for future generations. Of course I did. But when I became a mom, that all changed. Like, now the fight is really on to save the country, because I do it for him. Now, look, I'm on the road a lot. I love what I do. I love coming to these events and meeting the people, and it's rewarding to get to talk about what we believe in and to talk about how important God is in our everyday lives and our families and our freedoms, and how important it is to protect this country and save this country. I love what I do, but it's very hard leaving my baby at home. But I do it for him, and I do it for your kids, and I do it for your grandkids, and for generations to come. Brian Glenn and I have talked about that before, how this job is rewarding, because we feel like we are a part of this movement that is helping change the country for the better. So I think that the moms, once you become a mom, you really understand how important it is to save this country. No mother wants to see their kids in grade school learn about transgenders, or have a little girl go to the restroom at a restaurant and a boy or a man's in there because he claims to be a woman. Like, what kind of world are we living in right now? So it's the moms out there who've really got to fight. The dads too. We're not going to, I'm not disregarding the dads and the fathers out there, but it's the Mama Bear, Moms for America, Moms for Liberty, all these wonderful organizations where the moms have come together and say, nope, this is not going to happen on my watch. And so we're fighting for our children, and it's great to be a mom, and it's great to fight with all the moms out there. Continue the fight. You're doing a great job. Our future is on the line for our children. The future is also on the line for our finances. If you have any money in the stock market or your 401ks, you can see there's been a decline with the Biden administration. People are losing money, and a lot of money. If you've invested money, you've seen a sharp decline. But you can invest with the Birch Gold Group, and they will help you get your IRAs and your 401ks back on track. All you have to do is text the word Trump to 989898. Protect your assets for yourself, for your kids, for your grandkids, for your families, for generations to come. And you may not have much money, and that's okay. They can take or help you take what little you want to invest increase that. They'll have a representative call you, and then they'll also send you a free information kit, so maybe you can come up with a plan that fits perfect for you. So text the word Trump to 989898. That's the Birch Gold Group. Get the new year started on the right foot by saving this year. Start investing this year. You never know what's going to happen tomorrow here in this country, especially under a Biden administration. So protect your assets, protect your money. You can do that. One way to do that is by texting the word Trump to 989898. That is the Birch Gold Group. All right, we are 4:21 Central Time here in Iowa. The president was supposed to take the stage at 4 o'clock. We were told that his plane was a little late landing, but that's all right. The people here are energetic. They're dancing to the YMCA behind me. I'm sure you can see them. And it's standing room only, very packed in here right now. I don't think they can fit too many people in here. People are starting to get really close together because it's getting very, very tight in here with all the people who came here to see President Trump. Just a reminder, don't go anywhere after the president gets done speaking, because this is his first of 2 stops this afternoon. He'll be in Mason Center, or Mason City, that is, right after this. Our Brian Glenn is standing by there. He'll be reporting from Mason City. So you'll get to see Trump twice today, here in Sioux Center and then again in Mason City for our doubleheader team coverage here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. And make sure you join us tomorrow as well. We are traveling across the state when we're done here for 4 hours, I believe my photographer told me. So our location for tomorrow, Brian Glenn also hitting the road after his event tonight with his photographer, driving about 3.5 hours, I'm told. So we'll be in Iowa again tomorrow for another doubleheader, more team coverage, so make sure you join us. Let me let you take a look at the people behind me. You can see right here, I wanted to show you this, that's why I stepped to the side, just how crowded it is in here with the standing room only. People wearing their MAGA gear. They're wearing their red, white, and blue. They're patriotic. They love this country. They want to save this country. They're wearing Make America Great Again hats, American flag beanies. It's cold outside. We're in the 30s right now. They're wearing their snow boots. By the way, when we're back here next weekend, I'm told that it's going to be snowing, so I have to find my snow boots at home before I head back to Iowa next weekend. That's going to be fun. Can't wait for that. But everybody's dressed warm in here because it is cold outside here this beautiful January day. If you're just now joining us, welcome. I'm Vanessa Broussard. So glad to be here with you. You can follow me on social media. I'm there on Instagram, Truth Social, X, formerly known as Twitter. Also follow RSBN on those social media platforms, and Rumble as well. Click Locals if you're watching from Rumble. There you'll get exclusive content not seen anywhere else. And I'll remind you once again to sign up for our newsletter, rsbnetwork.com. Sign up for our newsletter. All right, we're just moments away from President Trump taking the stage for the first time this year. We just heard from his team, the Trump team, about what to expect today in his speech. This is a commit to caucus event, 10 days out. He will say and talk about the people of the state are going to cast the most important votes of their entire lives. President Trump will exaggerate on the fact that this is a very, very, very important election. And you just heard the senator say that on air when I interviewed him, that they're expecting a bigger turnout in the state's history. So we need everyone to come out and vote. Do not sit at home on January 15th. President Trump's expecting to say that if the state of Iowa delivers a major victory, that you'll send a message straight to Biden and also the fake news media and what President Trump calls the evil people trying to destroy this nation. And that's exactly what it is. I spoke a little bit about that earlier. There is an evil in this country I'm not sure we've ever seen before. We are a God-loving country, and our faith is stronger than the evil that's trying to destroy this country. But it's up to us, the God-loving people, to make sure the devil, who is working overtime, does not keep destroying this country. So President Trump will mention the evil that is trying to destroy our country today. He says we are going to take back our country. We're going to defeat Joe Biden. We're going to make America great again. He's going to talk about Joe Biden's weakened record, his incompetence, his corruption, how he's failed the American people. President Trump's going to talk about how our country is dying and that we can't waste a vote. Everyone needs to go out and vote. President Trump's going to talk about how he puts America first, and we see that daily. And we see daily how the Biden administration puts America last. He's going to talk about the other candidates in the race on the GOP side and the GOP field. He'll talk about the poll numbers. So this is all coming from the Trump campaign, giving us an idea of what to expect today from President Trump. President Trump's expected to talk about that this is far more than a campaign, that this is the greatest political movement in the history of our country, and I can't agree more. This MAGA movement is something like we've never seen before. The silent majority is no longer silent. The American people saw what this man did 4 years in office, and they want 4 more years because they believe that President Trump is the only man for the job. He can't be paid. They can't pay him under the table. He can't be paid off. He's a smart businessman. There was peace in the Middle East. We had closed borders. Men weren't wanting to compete in women's sports, or if they were, it was unheard of. Now it's talked about all the time. Men are defeating women in women's sports. But the left talks about women's rights all the time. Rights for women, 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 women. Then why are you okay with allowing a man who just says he's a woman, claiming to be a woman? Why are you okay with a man competing against women if you're so big on women's rights? The left has lost their minds, people. Oh, the lights are dimming. The people are going crazy. The phones are out. They are ready here in Sioux Center, Iowa. They're standing on their feet. You can see all the phones out as we pan the crowd here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. And it looks like we should be starting here as President Donald J. Trump comes out on.
Please welcome the next president of the United States, President Donald J. Trump.
And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA, there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free, and I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free, and I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the
Thank you. Thank you very much. Wow. This is a packed house. Thank you very much. We're going to take our country back. We're going to take our country back. So sad to see what's happening. Hello, Iowa, and very, very happy New Year. We're going to have a great year. Hopefully, it's going to be one of the greatest years ever. You know why? Because in November, it's going to be big. It's going to be bigger than anything's ever happened to this country. I think it really is of that magnitude, and I appreciate such a big turnout. We come to every little part of this place, and the people are greater and greater every stop, and we want to hit every corner, and we're really honored to see the crowd, that we had the turnout, that we have your incredible people. You built this country. You built this country. 10 days from now, the people of this state are going to cast the most important vote of your entire lives. I believe that, too, very much. I used to say that 2016, and I believed it then, and now I believe this is even much more important. Our country's going to hell. You don't mind me using that horrible word, don't you? I use that word because our country's really in trouble. It's in trouble like it's never been before, in my opinion. We have a man who's grossly incompetent dealing with nuclear war. He's dealing against Russia. He's dealing against President Xi of China. If you would deal with these people, you'd say it's not a fair fight. By delivering the massive victory, I think it's going to be really a tremendous victory in Iowa, because I'm seeing polls that are phenomenal. But the main thing I got to ask you, look, we got to get out and vote, because, you know, bad things happen when you sit back. And they said, we love him. We love the job. We love the job he did for the farmers, for the whole state, but let's sit home and watch it. Maybe it'll be a little bit cold that night or a little bit rainy. So important that we get out and vote and really show the strength, because the only way we can get hurt is if you sit home and want to watch the great results on television. Then you say, is it too late? We got to get out there fast. But that's not going to happen. But if you would get out and vote, even though, you know, the polls have us way, way up, strange things happen. So if you don't mind, look, she's shaking her head. You're right. You're right. Oh, we've seen some very strange things happen. But I'm not worried about that. The one thing I'm worried about it in a lot of other places. I'm not worried about it here. What I'm worried about here is we have to just get out and show the support, because it's going to make a big difference in November. We're voting now, but it's going to make a big difference in November. By delivering a massive victory in Iowa, you'll send a thundering message to crooked Joe Biden. He's a crooked man. He's an incompetent crooked man. You're going to send it to the fake news media right back there. Well, that's a lot of press for this corner, this beautiful location. You know, they said, you didn't really have to come here. I said, like hell, I don't have to come here. I have to come here. If I didn't come here, I'd be in big trouble. I'd be in big trouble. Brad, my first supporter, you know, he's right here. I think I call him the Marlboro Man, right, Brad? He's right here. He said, you better get there, sir. You better get there. I said, I'll get there. But all the evil and all the sinister people trying to destroy our nation, and that's what happens. They are destroying our nation. I don't know how much more our nation can take. When you look at the border, when you look at Afghanistan, the way we got out, we were going to get out. We were going to get out with strength and dignity. And the way we got out was something, I think, the most horrible day, the most embarrassing day or moment in the history of our country. And that led to a lot of other bad things, including Russia going into Ukraine, a lot of other bad things it led to. With your vote for our campaign on Monday, January 15th, you'll declare that we are going to take back our country, we're going to defeat crooked Joe Biden, and we're going to make America great again. Right? And it all starts right here, you know, because of me. I will tell you, I'll take full credit. I'll take 100% of the credit if you don't mind, Governor. Go first in the nation. And you are first in the nation, and that's something that was very important to me. You know, you have a great tradition in Iowa, a great tradition for farming and plenty of other things, but you have a great political tradition, and they wanted to move you to the back of the pack. I said, we're not doing that to Iowa. We're not doing it. Maybe somebody else someday, hopefully long down, because I'll have signed those rights into your corner for a long period of time. You'll be here. I said from day one, right? I said, we're never moving you. You know, and you have forces that want to move. You noticed the Democrats moved. You did notice that? A couple of people maybe noticed that. But they moved, but you didn't move because of what I did. It all starts here in Iowa at 7 p.m. on Martin Luther King Day, 7 p.m. So don't stay home if you want to save America. Each and every one of you, get out and vote and really bring your friends. We talk about 10. Bring 10 people, but bring whatever it is. You can also bring more than 10 people, I guess, but bring whatever you have to bring. Before going further, I want to send our support and our deepest sympathies to the victims and families touched by the terrible school shooting yesterday in Perry, Iowa. To the entire community, we love you, we pray for you, and we ask God to heal and comfort really the whole state and the pain that you have. This is something that's very unique to your state. We're really with you as much as anybody can be. It's a very terrible thing that happened, and it's just horrible to see that happening. That's just horrible. So surprising to see it here. But we'll have to get over it. We have to move forward. We have to move forward. But to the relatives and to all of the people that are so devastated right now, to a point they can't breathe, they can't live, we are with you all the way. We're with you, and we love you and cherish you. We're also really delighted today to have some of the great endorsers and my great friends, State Senators Lynn Evans, Kevin Allons, Jeff Taylor, and Brad Zahn. I told you Brad was the first one in the nation. He endorsed me 3 months before I ran. Where's Brad? The Marlboro man. Where is he? Where is he? Come here, Brad. Get up here, Brad. Come here. Want to say something? Come on.
That was easy to endorse you. And he is the best president of my lifetime. The 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
I said, who's that guy named Brad in Iowa? Because this was 3 months before I even knew I was running. Brad, I tell you, I never wanted to say it. I had no idea I was running, Brad. But he said, if that guy in New York wants to run, he's got my endorsement. He's going to do it. He can turn it around. He's the only one I know that can turn it around. And he was actually and I endorse him, he said. I said, that's my first endorsement. So when I finally got to meet him, which was around 2015, so it's a long time already, but a lot of great things have happened, and then we had a lot of bad things happen the last 3 years. A lot of bad things happened. But I was very honored by Brad, and there's a special feeling you have for some people, you know, when that happens, and I have that special feeling from him. He's a great person, and he loves this state very much, does a great job. Today, I'm also proud to announce that our campaign has been endorsed by pastors and faith leaders in every single one of the 99 counties. That's almost, I think, a first. Thank you very much. God is with us. I think so, right? Thank you very much. These are great people. That's a great honor. I think that's the first, too. All 99 counties. The stakes for this election could not be higher under crooked Joe Biden. Our borders, if you noticed, and I'm sure nobody's noticed, our borders have been erased. They've been obliterated. We have people coming in, millions and millions of people coming in. They're coming in from prisons. They're coming in from mental institutions. They're terrorists. Millions of people are coming in that shouldn't be here. If you look at the world's, not just the 3 or 4 nations that we think about, whether it's Mexico or any one of the nations. You could also, by the way, we also have a northern border that's not exactly doing too well. But if you look Honduras, El Salvador, any one of these nations, it's not them, it's everybody all over the world. They caught prisoners the other day from the Congo. When I say caught, they catch them and they release them. We used to catch them and release them into Mexico. Do you remember? We released them into Mexico. It was called catch and release into Mexico. And they gave that up. You think that was easy to get from Mexico? No, but they did it. They did it. They did it very gladly. We didn't have to pay. Now they want billions of dollars to help us with this problem. And with me, they never even asked for billions of dollars. I said, you're going to pay billions of dollars if you don't help us with this problem. But all over the world, we're talking about, not just the countries near us or the countries only in South America. They do. They come from the Congo. They come from Africa. They come from Asia. Many people from China. They happen to be about the age of this gentleman right here, around 20 for perfect age. In his early 20s. Just perfect for the military, isn't it, huh? 27,000 people from China, all males, all between 20 and 25. Perfect for the military. I wonder what that's all about. So it's a pretty scary thing. We have them coming in from Russia, the same thing. They all seem to be between 19 and 24 or 25. I wonder why that is. We're gonna be paying a price, but we'll take care of it. If we get in, we're going to be taking care of it. We're going to have no choice but to take care of it. We're not going to have a country. But our middle class is being crushed by Biden's crippling inflation. The inflation has been the worst that we've ever had. They say 72 years, sir. Be accurate. I say, I think it's the worst we've ever had. There's never been anything like this. Food prices have tripled, and every single thing you do, the energy prices, look at what's happened to energy. Violent criminals are running wild in Democrat-run cities while law enforcement has been weaponized against Christians and conservatives and people of faith. It's weaponized against Christians. It's really weaponized. I don't know how many Catholics are in the room. Maybe not that many here. Are they? Well, what are we doing with the Catholics? I mean, they're persecuting Catholics, and then the Catholics, it's 50-50 between Catholics and us. Trump. 50-50. And I say, it's amazing. I got a call from the Cardinal, New York, a very good man. And he said, sir, this was during the pandemic. He said, sir, we need billions of dollars to help us with our education. Our schools, we're losing a fortune. And I got him the money. It was very important to get it because they do a tremendous service and they have great schools, but they were hurting badly during that. And I was able to get him the money. And then I look at the vote. It's like 50-50. And I say, why? But now they are persecuting Catholics in particular. I don't know what's going on with the Catholics. You guys are Catholic. What's going on with Catholics? Why are they doing this with Catholics? Something's happening. But they're doing it with Christians, and they're doing it with parents, and they're doing it with a lot of people. And you explain that one. Let's go and get the parents at the school board meetings, right? It's ridiculous. But we have wars in Europe, we have war in the Middle East, and China is threatening Taiwan. Iran is inches away from a nuclear bomb. They're going to have a nuclear bomb, they say, in 34 days. And when we were in charge, Iran was broke. Iran had no money for Hamas. They had no money for Hezbollah. They were broke. Now they're very rich. They have $250 billion, they say, not including the $6 billion they got for a hostage trade. We got 5 and they got 5. I said, all right, that's good. That's better than they usually do. Usually, we give up, we gave up the king of terror. With the basketball player, Brittany Griner. We gave up the greatest purchaser of military arms and equipment and very deadly equipment in the history of the world, they say. He was called the Phantom of Death. So they got him, and we got Brittany. And that was a tough trade. That was a tough trade. But, you know, at least she's standing now for the national anthem, I think. But she didn't stand too much. She always wanted to tie her sneakers during the national anthem. I didn't like that. I didn't like it. That was the time when she heard the national anthem, that meant it was time for her to tie up her sneakers. I don't like that. But our military has gone woke, and we're teetering on the edge of World War III. We've never been closer than we are right now to World War III. There's only one candidate in this race who's going to be up to the task of saving America from every single Biden disaster starting on day one. Number one, I know the players on the other side, and they always respected your country. I don't want to say they respected me, but boy, did they respect this country when I was in charge. They respected us like they've never respected us, right? You wouldn't have had Ukraine. You wouldn't have had Israel being attacked. Russia wouldn't be attacking Ukraine, but you wouldn't have had the attack on Israel. You wouldn't have had inflation. You wouldn't have had any of this stuff. You wouldn't have China longing to go into Taiwan. You know, they're just waiting for the right moment. They wouldn't even talk about it. They weren't even talking about it. And they won't be, I promise you that. But with your vote in these caucuses, we're going to finish the job, and we're going to get it done, and we're going to actually be stronger than ever before. It's hard to believe because you see the damage that's been done. No president has ever, I often say you can take the 10 worst presidents in the history of our country, you can add them up, put them together, and they haven't done the damage that Joe Biden's done to this country. What he's done to this country is unthinkable. Biden's record is an unbroken streak of weakness, incompetence, corruption, and failure. Other than that, he's doing quite well, isn't he, don't you? That's a hell of a list. That's a hell of a list, right? That's why Crooked Joe is staging his pathetic fear-mongering campaign event in Pennsylvania today. Did you see him? He was stuttering through the whole thing. He's he's a threat to democracy. They've weaponized government. He's saying, I'm a threat to democracy. He's a threat to democracy. Well, okay. Couldn't read the word. He's a threat to democracy. You know how bad the press is? You know what they do? They take me saying that like that. And they say, Trump couldn't say the word democracy. Look. No, that's what they do. They're so bad. You know, I don't know if you saw it. I was on Sean Hannity, a good guy, really good guy, right? And we did a town hall. And he says, tell us, you're not going to be a dictator, right? I said, Sean, I'm going to be a dictator for one day, for drilling and for closing the border. And after that, I'm not going to be a dictator. So remember the way I said, I'm going to be a dictator for one day, for those two things, and then after that, I'm not going to be. So I said, I'm going to be a dictator for one day, for drilling, right? For drilling, and then, so what do they do? What do they do? We say drilling and the border. Then I go, and then after that, I'm not going to be a dictator, Sean, one day. So they have me on the news all over the place. I'm going to be a dictator, cut. Did you see that? This is the fake news media. They have the first part, I'm going to be a dictator, cut. And they had to cut it fast because I kept it going fast because I know exactly what they do. They had me the other day, I was imitating Biden because he can't walk off a stage, right? You know, he can never find the exit, so they have me turning around and looking for them. I mean, these stages have a lot of stairs on them. Some of them have 4 or 5 stairs, and he had like so many stairs, he couldn't find it. And they showed me that I couldn't find the way off the stage. In other words, they said he couldn't find the way off the stage. And it's just terrible. They're so bad. You guys are so dishonest. You're so pathetic. That's why they're all going out of business, I'll tell you. They are just so pathetic. And, you know, it's so important. Having an honest media is so important. But they just aren't. And it's a lot of times what they don't say. It's not only what they say, it's what they don't say. But so I have to be very careful with sarcasm because I'm a little sarcastic sometimes. And you say something, And everybody there is laughing, having a good time, but they put it on as though you mean it, you know. It's so you can't have any fun during these rather terrible times, if you think about it. Because Biden, I mean, if you take a look at what he's doing on the border, or inflation, or our military, that horrible day in Afghanistan, you look at what he's done with energy, all throughout the world, we're an embarrassment as a country. We become an embarrassment as a country. The only reason Biden is at Valley Forge abusing George Washington's legacy, I mean, he's abusing Washington's legacy, and he never sticks up for Washington. You know, they've taken the name George Washington off many schools and many different, can you believe it? The name George Washington is coming down from many schools, many in California, and he ought to stop that. But it's a legacy it's really a slander and a horrible statement he's making to 75 million Americans. That's what they say. It's much more than that. You saw the numbers that came out yesterday on the election. Everybody saw those numbers. They were released. The fake news doesn't want to talk about them. But it's a disgrace what happened in 2020. It's a disgrace, and everybody knows it. I think they have 81% of the people understand that. But he knows he can't show his face at the southwest border or in East Palestine, Ohio, where I love those people. They were great people. I went there early when they had that really bad situation. And he went to the auto workers' factories. He's given away our auto business to China, mostly to China. You could sit down if you want. Go ahead. Go ahead. See, I'm not kidding with those people that sit and you can't stand up in the front, right? But thank you very much. But, you know, people are waiting for 3-4 days in these things. That's cold out there. That's a long wait, right? It's pretty cold out there. I said, where's my coat? I had to walk 15 feet from the car to the... I said, do you have a coat? And these people are waiting for 3 days. So that's good. That means you're hardy. You're hardy people. You're strong people. Thank you. Thank you very much. But if you take a look, Crooked Joe cannot talk about a single issue that matters to hardworking Americans because he's failed you and he's betrayed us on every single issue. And on policy, he's the worst ever. And people have known that for a long time. Secretary of States have said he doesn't know what he's doing. Obama said it. A lot of people said it. But he doesn't know what he's doing. You look at what's happening in the Middle East. You look at what's going on with Ukraine. He doesn't know what he's doing. Biden and the radical left Democrats lie to us because they know that Americans can't stand the truth about them because they know how badly they're doing. They are doing so badly. You know, they start off with a base because people said, a friend of mine called up, we're leading by 11 in a number of places. Now, 11's a lot, but a friend of mine called up, how come you're only leading by 11? This guy can't put 2 sentences together. I said, well, they start off with a base like about 39. He's at 38, so that's interesting. It's hard to be at 38 as a Democrat. But Republicans have to do it the old-fashioned way. We have to earn every one of them. But they have a base. I won't exactly tell you what that base is, but we all know what that base is. They have certain people that are going to vote Democrat almost no matter what. But I'll tell you, the union part of that base is coming to us. The union part. Can also tell you another. The Hispanic part is coming to us at levels that nobody's ever seen before. We're leading with Hispanics. That's never happened before. And African American is coming to us at a level that I don't think any Republican has seen. Because they understand that this man is not capable. He's not a capable person. I mean, if you had a store and you wanted to take a week off, you wouldn't put him in charge of the store. No, you wouldn't. Would you trust him to run your store? I don't think anybody would. That's a little question. It's a little, thing. If you have a store, would you trust the President of the United States to run your store? He couldn't do it. This election is our last chance to save America. Very important. The battle begins in Iowa on January 15th, and Joe Biden's banana republic ends on November 5th, 2024. And I believe, because the stock market's doing okay for the last 6 months, but I believe the reason is because we're leading in all the polls. I think if we weren't, the stock market would be going down at a level that you haven't seen. And I think if we don't win, I think you're going to end up in a stock market like you had in 1929, not a recession, a depression. I believe that. I have to say it. I really believe you're going to end up in a depression. You take a look at what these people are doing, how they're wasting all this money on the Green New Scam. It's called the Green New Scam. It's horrible. Horrible, horrible. With your help, we're going to bring our country back from disaster. Our country's a disaster. Laughed at all over the world. Since 2016, you and I have been in this battle side by side. I mean, we won twice, and we're going to win a third time. We're going to win by more now, they say. We're going to win by more in terms of November. We're going to win by more than we did even the first two times, and we won nicely. We won very nice. Look, I did get you $28 billion, in all fairness, right? Who the hell else would get you $28 billion from China? The farmers of America. I say the farmers of America are not voting against Trump. They're all smiling like this. They opened us big. Remember I said, here's what you do. We're going to take a little while with China, but we're going to end up winning the negotiation, and we're going to make a great trade deal. You know, I don't even talk about that trade deal. I talk about USMCA. I talk about all the many trade deals I made and redid because you had such crazy deals. I used to say, who makes these deals? They're so bad. But I don't talk about China, but China was probably the biggest of them all. $50 billion they have to buy. They used to buy 10, 12, $50 billion they had to buy. Now, I don't know if they're watching it because I don't think Biden's going to enforce anything because China pays him a lot of money. You know, it gives him a lot of money. So he's a Manchurian candidate. And you know what a Manchurian candidate is? This young gentleman, he doesn't know. You don't want to find out. He's a Manchurian candidate. We took on the entire corrupt system in Washington like no one has ever done before. And together we stood up to the failed establishment, the corrupt media, the deep state, the globalists, the warmongers, the Wall Street special interests, and open border fanatics. I mean, a lot of these Wall Street guys, they know me, they like me, and I see that they're endorsing, like, Nikki Haley, Bird Brain. They're endorsing Nikki Haley, who does not have what it takes, by the way. I'm just telling you. I've spent a lot of time with her. She does not have, I hope you enjoy her, you know, with her little quips. Like, how did the Civil War start? What was well, it had to do with government. No, it was slavery. You know, I never questioned her in that. I never wanted to pile on. But you'll find out about Nikki, and you're going to find out that Ron, you got to have a little personality, you know. We took him from practically zero. He begged me for the endorsement. I gave him the endorsement. He was like a rocket ship. One day he was leading, and he won, and then I helped him win the general. And then 4 years later, they said, will you run against the president? And he says, I have no comment. I said, that means he's running. Oh, man, this guy's running. I got him elected. He's going to run against me. So I started hitting him very hard, and a lot of my geniuses backstage get paid a lot of money. Sir, don't go after him. He's a Republican. I said, I don't care if he's a Republican or not. He said he has no comment. I got him elected. But you need a personality still, and there's not a lot of personality there. So, you know, you need a personality to charm foreign leaders. You think President Xi's easy to deal with, and Putin? And you think Kim Jong-un, North Korea, you're going to get into a nuclear war. If Hillary won that election, you would be in a nuclear war. Who knows where you'd be right now? Because nuclear is a level that nobody wants to even think about. And, you know, again, now we have the problem with Iran, and they're going to have it. You know, when I busted up that whole Iran situation, they were supposed to make a deal. But they didn't do anything. They didn't do anything. And now they're going to have a nuclear weapon. They allowed them to sell. I told China, if you buy oil from Iran, you can't do business in the United States. They said, well, we're not going to buy any more oil. Thank you very much. And I said that to many countries, and they were doing literally no business. They were broke. And then Biden came along, took off all those sanctions in one day, and all of a sudden you have, you know, the greatest sponsor of terror anywhere in the world, probably in history, and they're giving money to everybody that wants to blow people up. But we didn't like that. But it is what it is. But they didn't do anything. I took away all of their economic power. And by the way, I wanted to make a good deal for them, too. I think everybody would be happy. But they cannot have a nuclear weapon. That was the only thing. The one thing I said, you cannot have. Had that election not been rigged, we would have had a deal with Iran in the first week. In the first week after the election, not even in January, after the election, we would have had a deal with Iran. But they didn't do anything. I terminated the deal, which was not easy to do. And then you were supposed to make a deal. They didn't do that. These people are incompetent, and they're very dangerous for our country. We achieved more than any administration in the history of our country. We fought long and hard to rescue the Republican Party from the likes of Mitt Romney, Karl Rove, this Paul Ryan guy who's the worst. And there's no chance. Remember Paul Ryan, wheelchair off the cliff? Remember this guy? He is bad news, and he works at Fox now. He's on the board of Fox. You think that's good? No wonder Fox has changed. There's no chance we're going to let them claw their way back into power and establishment like Ron DeSantis and Nikki Haley. You know, the other day they had him on a program, Ron DeSantis. His name is DeSantis. But they had him on a program. Ladies and gentlemen, we're proud to have the governor of Florida, Mr. Ron DeSantis. They said, no, it's DeSantis. That's good branding, right? When they can't even say his name. It's Governor, yeah, Ron DeSanctimonious, actually. It's, the abbreviated version is Ron DeSantis, right? But he's got a bad seed there, because any guy that would do that, when you get somebody elected, you say, let the president have this time. He'll do a great job. And everybody said we did a great job. Let the president do a great job. And he's young, and he'll take over. But he's a bad seed. He won't be getting my endorsement. I can tell you that. Thank you very much, darling. I like you too. Who said that? Who was in the day? Thank you. Look at that. You look. Thank you, darling. That a nice voice, right? I heard that voice. I said, just stand up, please, if you would. Thank you very much. Very beautiful. Our country's dying, and there's no time to waste for your vote or another establishment career politician. We have to straighten out our country. We have to straighten. We got badly hurt when the gift from China poured onto our shores, COVID. You know, the day before that happened, I had John McLaughlin, the great pollster. He was in my office with some other pollsters, and they said, sir, I'll be honest with you, you can't lose. This is the greatest poll numbers I've ever seen. You know, we were a couple of years, 2.5 years in, and they said, you can't lose. If George Washington came back from the dead and Lincoln came back and they teamed up as president and vice president, sir, you'd beat him by a lot. I said, that sounds good. The next day I go into the Oval Office. They say, sir, there's a problem in China. There are a lot of people dying in Wuhan. Remember I said it was the Wuhan lab? I never changed. It was the Wuhan lab. But other people said, oh, it's a cave from 2,000 miles away with bats. Then they blamed France. They blamed Italy. They blamed everybody. It ultimately came back to Wuhan, which is what I said. I never changed. But they said, there's a problem over there. A lot of bodies lying around this particular facility. I knew what the facility was, and I said, that's not good. But who would have ever thought? And we did a phenomenal job. We never got credit for that. We got credit for a great economy. We got a lot of credit, too. But we really did a great job in that. Nobody knew what the hell it was. But they said there was nobody that could ever have come even close to us. Look at how the farmers were doing. And by that time, we had to deal with China. We had everything cooking. We made USMCA. Everybody said, you'll never be able to change NAFTA. Remember NAFTA, that horrible, horrible deal, one of the worst trade deals ever made? But a vote for Donald Trump in these caucuses is a vote to secure our border. It's a vote to stop the invasion of millions of people from parts unknown. We don't even know where the hell they come from. They come from parts unknown. It's a vote to rescue our economy, and it's a vote to reclaim our democracy from crooked Joe Biden and the entire criminal class in our nation's capital. They're criminals. What they're doing with voters and what they're doing with the weaponization of the system and elections, what they're doing is incredible. I mean, I've gotten indicted more than Al Capone. Do you know Al Capone, Scarface, you know? He had a scar from here to here, and he didn't get it. I always say playing tiddlywinks, right? He was a rather rough guy. And if he had dinner with you, if he didn't like the way you smiled, they'd shoot you the next day. You'd get killed, probably the next night. But you'd be gone. He got indicted less than me. I got indicted because I said we had a rigged election. And it turned out I was right. It was rigged much worse than anybody thought. But unlike every other candidate in this race with me, you know, in your heart that I will always put America first. We put America first, and with God's help, our job will get done, and it'll get done like it did before. We did more. I mean, we rebuilt our military. We got the biggest tax cuts in history. We got the biggest regulation cuts in history. Right to try. Hopefully nobody in this room needs it. But, you know, we have space age. We have the greatest doctors and laboratories in the world, and people couldn't use it. If they were sick, they'd go to Asia, they'd go to Europe, they'd go all over the world. If they had money, if they didn't have money, they'd go home and they'd die. I got right to try so that we could take something that wouldn't be approved for 5 or 6 years by the FDA. I moved that up too, by the way. That used to be 12 years. We cut it down in half. And it was going further. But right to try gave you the right to sign a very quick document and get whatever it is out there. You know, they used to say, we can't do that, sir. There's great liability. Supposing they die, I say they're terminal. They're terminal, only terminal. You have to be very, very sick. People that are very sick that you wouldn't believe the results. The results are thousands and thousands of people are living right now. You know, the laboratories didn't want it because a lot of people would die, and they didn't want that in the record. Doctors didn't want it. Our country didn't want it because we didn't want the liability. And they signed something saying you have no liability whatsoever. Nobody has any liability, but we got to do it. They're terminally ill. These are terminally ill people, and we are saving thousands of lives. And it sort of worked out the opposite for some of these great laboratories, because instead of having liability, they're showing it really works, because you're bringing people that were going to be dead very soon, and you're bringing them back to life. And, you know, some of the stuff that they've done is incredible. So I'm very honored by that. They've been trying to get that for 54 years, and they didn't get it, but I got it. And we had to get it through Congress, too. Thank you. And that had to go through Congress. You know, much of it, you hear about all these executive orders, but a lot of the stuff to get it done and get it done right has to go through Congress. And we got that through Congress. It was a great victory. And victories cannot come soon enough for our country. As we speak, the last remnants of our open and broken border are crumbling into rubble as millions and millions of people storm into the United States in the largest illegal mass migration in the history of the world. There's never been a country in the world, third world country, banana republic, there's never been anything like what you're watching on television. And they pretend like they've got it under control. Last month, they set a record. Hundreds of thousands of people, bigger than practically any city in your great state. I think bigger just about than any city came in just last month. And numbers like nobody, and they pretend like it's under control. It's not under control. It's totally out of control. And part of the reason they want them to come in is, in my opinion, because, look, they're not stupid. Anybody that can cheat on an election like that is not stupid, okay? Because they're professionals at cheating. But anybody that can cheat like that, they're not stupid people. So there's two things and then a third. Number one, they're stupid. Number two, right? Number two, they hate our country. And number three, they want those people to vote. And that's a bad one. That's the one that scares us most. And I'm telling you, they're signing people. That's what they're doing. And I believe now that that's why they're allowing these people to come in. People that don't speak our language, they're signing them up to vote. And I believe that's why you're having millions of people pour into our country. And it could very well affect the next election. And I believe that's why they're doing it, because they know what they're doing. You know, if they could do as well in running the country, in making deals with other countries so we don't get ripped off every time. Every deal we have is a horrible deal. I mean, Europe is laughing at us. Look at Ukraine. We're in for $200 billion. Europe is in for $20 billion. Why? And Europe is a very similar size when you add up the countries, very similar to the economy. So they're in for 20 and we're in for 200. When I was doing NAFTA, I said, you know, the NAFTA deal is so unfair. But NATO, you take a look at NATO, every deal is horrible. I haven't seen any deals that are like good deals. And we renegotiated with South Korea, with Japan, with Abe, who was so great. But, you know, what happened to Abe? It was horrible. He was a great gentleman, great man. But we renegotiated the Japanese deal for the farmers and for manufacturers, and it worked out to be really good. We started off with a horrible base because the deal was so one-sided. You know, they sell millions of cars, and I said, Shinzo, let me ask you a question. How many cars are we selling in the middle of Tokyo? How many Chevrolets are we selling in the middle of Tokyo? I don't believe any. That's right. We have none. You know, it's a very one-sided deal, and we changed it around a lot, especially for the farmers, frankly, especially for the farmers. But we changed all of these things around, and we were rocking and rolling. If you look back 10 years, if you look back 5 years, you'd see that there was a statistic that was scary. China was going to overtake us in 2018 or 2019. And we were hitting it so good. And we picked up so much. We left them in the dust. We left them in the dust. They never even came close. And I always say, if we have a smart president, that will never happen. But now we're giving it all back to China, what we're doing. And, you know, he wants to end the tariffs. These tariffs are bringing in billions of dollars that I put on China. No president's ever gotten 10 cents, not 10 cents. And he wants to give it back. So far, he hasn't been able to because it's so much money that he hasn't been able to pull it off, but he would like to give it back, the tariffs. And if they do that, if they do give that back, China will literally take over this country economically. It would be a horrible thing. But, you know, putting those tariffs on was not the easiest thing to do, but they paid us hundreds of billions of dollars. And as I say, I always say proudly, and my people say, please don't take Iowa for granted. Don't take our, sir. Please don't take, you can't, because I always say, how the hell do I lose Iowa? I got the farmers of this country, $28 billion. How the hell do I? And they're always saying, right? But they're always saying, sir, please don't. I said, I'll take my chances. Nobody else. Look, Ron DeSanctimonious was against the farmers, and he was against ethanol. Nikki is against farmers. She wanted to decimate Social Security. So did he, by the way. He wanted to move the age up to 70. She wanted to go higher than that. I mean, and these people, one thing about a politician, because I dealt on the other side of politics a lot too. One thing about they always go back to what they originally had. That's their inclination. They always go back to where they originally were. But I was for all of your things, and I was for your ethanol. And ethanol, let me tell you, it's always a battle with ethanol. It's not easy. But I saved ethanol, and they will get rid of it immediately. They're going to get rid of it immediately, I can tell you that. Despite, even though all of a sudden they become ethanol people, you know, this industry is going to give Ron a little party, like 12 people are going to show up because of his stance on ethanol. Tell him to go back a year and a half and take a look at his stance, his real stance. A record 300,000 illegal aliens were detected crossing the border in December alone. That's the largest number in history. That's the biggest number in history. And under the Trump administration, we had the most secure border in the United States in U.S. history 3 years ago. So you went from the most secure border with, by the way, the least number of drugs pouring into our country in 22 years, okay? And that's not acceptable. Look, if you want to stop the drug epidemic into our country, which is killing, in my opinion, 250, 300,000 people. They always say 100. It's not 100. It's much more than that. You know what to do, right? Do you know what to do? Says, vote for Trump. Well, that's another way of saying, yeah, you could say, that's very good. I like that. No, the death penalty for drug dealers. If you do the death penalty, you stop it. You know, a drug dealer, on average, will kill 500 people during his or her lifetime, right? 500 people. When you think of it, that's really bad news. But on average, will kill 500 people during his or her lifetime. And when I went to China and I saw President Xi, I said, do you have a problem with drugs? No, we do not. Oh, why? Quick trial. I knew what quick trial meant, right? Quick trial. Unlike our trials that last, 400 years, except if I'm being tried. If I'm being tried, they go quickly. They set records. If I'm being tried for bullshit, they go fast. Mine, I'm setting records. They've never seen in Washington, D.C., they've never seen speed like that. Other guys, they'd be in court for 7 years. Mine gets done like 2 months. Nobody's ever seen. What a two-tiered system of justice we have in this country. It's horrible. It's horrible. But if you want to solve the drug problem, that's what you do. I said, we don't have any. They used to have a fantastic problem. They used to have a tremendous problem with drugs. It ruined the country, actually. Japan took over China. A smaller nation took over China because they had the opium fields. They had drugs, tremendous drugs, and amount of drugs, and now they don't have drugs. And they do it because if they say if you get caught selling drugs, you get the death penalty, and you go quickly. It's a quick trial. And everyone said, well, let's get the hell out of here. The drug dealer said, darling, I think we're going to head to the United States. Let's sell them in the United States. So that's the way, but I'm not sure this country is ready for it. They should be ready for it because they're destroying our country. They're ruining families. Many people in this room, I'm sure, have been greatly affected by drug-addicted kids that would have never happened if you didn't have these drugs pouring in, usually mostly over the southern border. But we had it down to a record low for about 25 years just in what we were doing. We built 561 miles of border wall. You know, I always get a kick out of this because they say, oh, you only built 59 miles. No. If there's a piece of 2x4 laying on the ground that's 40 years old and rotted, but it used to be like to stop a bicycle from coming, whatever. If there's a little piece of steel laying there and it hasn't been painted in 100 years, it used to be there many, many years ago, laying just on the ground flat, nothing else. They consider that a renovation when you build a big monster wall. So they say, no, he only built 58 miles. No. We built 561 miles of wall. And that's why we had the safest border. That, and in all fairness, Mexico giving us 28,000 soldiers worth billions of dollars, by the way, 28,000 soldiers. I went to the president. I said, you have to give us 28,000 soldiers for the border. No, we won't do that. The head of the State Department, who was very much involved with Mexico, said, you'll never get it, sir. We've been trying to get that for years. You'll never get it. I said, no, we'll get it, 100%. And we'll also get remain in Mexico, and we'll also get catch and release. You know what catch and release? They catch them and release them in our country. Well, we got catch and release. We release them in Mexico. We catch them and release them in Mexico. And we got 9 other things that were just as bad. We got 9 other things. You know, your medical component. If you're very sick, you don't come into our country. I'm sorry, you can't come in. You know, we don't want people catching various diseases that were very prevalent and are prevalent right now. So we did a great job. But they said that won't happen. And the chief representative, a very handsome guy, good-looking guy, came in to see me, representing the president of Mexico, who happens to be a great guy. He's a socialist, but you can't have everything, right? But he's a great guy, actually. He's a friend of mine. But I said, you have to do this. But he came over, and I said, here's what we're going to need. I told the person representing, dealing with Mexico from the State Department, I said, here's what you have to do. Give me your top 10 things. Then I went to Border Patrol. Brandon Judd. I went to Tom Homan. Great. These are great people, by the way. And I said, give me your top 10 things that you need. Sir, they'll never do it. They'll do it 100%. The person in the State Department, a woman who was really very good, but she never won a battle with Mexico because they wouldn't do anything, right? Because they don't listen to our people. So I said, no, they'll do everything. Give me the top 10. So I took the top 10 things from everybody, add them up. We took the top 10 things, all tough to get. Like remain in Mexico is tough, right? You don't remain here, you got to take a look at Tijuana. Until Biden came in, he just let everybody flow right into the country. It's so crazy. It's so crazy. But I said, no, we'll get him. So he comes in, I said, listen, we need 28,000 soldiers free of charge. No, we're not doing that. He looked at me like I was crazy. I said, no, you're going to do that, 100%. He goes, I said, we're going to need remain in Mexico. In other words, everybody has to remain in Mexico. They can't come into the United States. You've got to remain in your country. And then if we want them, we'll take them. And if we don't want them, they'll go back to their other country. No, we won't do that. Then I said, catch and release. We're going to catch them. We're going to release them in your country. No. I said, no, you'll do it. No, you will. No, sir, you don't understand me. I will not do that. I will not. I said, no. Okay, you ready? 100% you're going to do it. He didn't know what was going on. He didn't understand it. He said, I won't do it. I said, you're going to do it. And here's the story. If you don't do it, I have legislation in front of me that I had the right to sign. I'm going to tax all of the cars that you stole from our country where you manufacture them. They stole 32% of the manufacturing ability of the United States over the years, not through me, before me. Every car coming across and every product coming across from Mexico into the United States is going to have a tariff of 25% on it. And that's more money than all of the stuff that we're talking about put together. And he said, he's going like this. Can't breathe, It's like a little choke going on. But he said, may I have a few minutes to make a phone call? I said, let me guess, you're calling the president, right? Give him my regards, but try and be back within 5 minutes. He comes back within 5 minutes. He said, sir, it would be a great honor to supply you with 28,000 soldiers. It would be a great honor to have all these people, including the criminals, remain in Mexico. We would love to have that. That's just what we want. That's just what we need. Gave me every single thing. And that person in the State Department, a really nice woman, but she wasn't much of a negotiator, frankly. She said, I've never seen anything like it. I've been here for 25 years. I've never seen anything. I got every single thing. Then when Biden came in, he gave away almost all of it, right? Gave away all of it. It's crazy. And Ron DeSanctimonious and Nikki Haley and all the rest of the pack will never do what it takes to secure the border. They'll never do what it takes to make our country great again. They're never going to do it. I know them. I know them all very well. They don't have what it takes. Nikki Haley has been in the pocket of the open borders establishment donors her entire career, and she's a globalist, you know. She likes the globe. I like America first. The people in this room like America first. And Nikki Haley's campaign is being funded by Biden donors. Did you know that? Biden donors, because they're trying to get her, like in particular, here we're doing so well. I think they've sort of given up. Do you notice they're sort of like out of here? But in New Hampshire, they have a lot of Biden donors and contributors putting money into her campaign. That tells you, that should be enough to stop her right there. Well, she stopped. Hey, listen, they had a poll last week. It was a classic, just to show you how fake the media is. So the headline was, Haley surges. I said, uh-oh, this is bad. I better read this little thing. So I went up 7 points to 74. Okay? I went up 7. She went up 2 points, and Ron DeSanctimonious went down 1. So instead of being down 2 points, she was even with Ron DeSanctimonious now. So the headline, and she was at 10, and he was at 10, either 10 or 11. I was at 72 or 74. And the headline was, Haley surges. That's because it's fake. The media is fake. So, anyway, we like these little quips. You think they're on the teleprompter? You think Biden could tell you stories like that? He'd get lost. Can't find his way off the stage. Now, think of it. You think he ever goes off teleprompter? He's no good when he's reading the teleprompter. He read it today. He got all confused. He didn't know where the hell he was. He's reading about... He's saying that I'm a threat to democracy, and he had a hard time with it. She opposed my border wall, Nikki. She condemned my strong borders policy, and in 2016, she stabbed the Republican Party in the back by siding with Barack Hussein Obama against a thing called the Trump travel ban. We didn't want to have people from countries that hate us coming into our country. We don't want our shopping centers blown up, if it's okay with you. We don't want our people killed and decimated and bombed and shot and everything else. So, and it passed. It went through the Supreme Court. It just passed. And, you know, we had no terrorism problems in this country, and the whole world didn't have. You know, I got to tell you, because he's a great man. He's actually a great leader. He's a very tough man. He's the toughest man in Europe, probably the toughest leader maybe anywhere. Viktor Orban from Hungary. Anybody hear of him? He's tough. But he's a very good man. But they asked him a question. What would you do if you were President Biden? What would you do? What would you do? Because the whole world is blowing up. Israel, Ukraine, and Russia. The whole Middle East is just ready. It's a counter. It wasn't that way 3 years ago. 3 years ago, everything was good. Iran was not going to do anything. Nobody was. We were getting along with everybody. They knew. North Korea is now acting up again, as you know, Kim Jong-un. But he liked me. The press hates when I say that I liked him. He liked me. They hate it. They say it's terrible. And that's not a bad thing. You know, he's got a lot of nuclear weapons. It's nice if he likes you a little bit. He wouldn't return Obama's phone calls. He didn't want to even meet with him. But they said, what would you do? And they really said, I mean, Orban was incredible. He said, what I'd do is I'd resign from office immediately, and I'd say, bring Trump in here to run. Because when he ran this world, we didn't have problems with Russia, with Ukraine, with Israel, with Iran, with China. We didn't have problems with anybody. They feared him. Now, he said they feared him. You know? He said they feared him. I don't want to say that. That's him saying it, because I don't want to say they feared me, but they respected me, and they respected our country, and they feared our country. But he said they feared him, and they weren't going to mess around. But it's true, we didn't have problems with anything. And we didn't have problems at the border. We had the most secure border we've ever had. Everything was nice. And this guy could have gone, you know, he likes going to the beach. Somebody on his campaign said, you look great in a bathing suit. When, you know, what is he, 82 or 81? Look, look, I'm not that far behind. but I'm 100% up here. I feel I'm better than I was 25 years ago. I think I'd know it. I think I'd know it. I really, maybe you know it, but you don't want to know it. You know, that could be also like that. But I think I'd know it, you know, when you say it's great to be in Idaho. Is that where we are? The worst is when he said, it's great to be in Florida, and he was here. There were no palm trees here. Did they have palm trees here? Not too many, right? No, but I think, but he said that. He said when Trump was president, the whole world was safe. There was nobody going to play games. They feared him. He said they feared him, but let's say they respected me, but they feared our country. And there were no problems. And we didn't have any, we had no problems with Islamic people that want to come in and blow the hell out of our cities. We had nothing. Now, I didn't want to say that when I was president, but, you know, we had gotten through 3.5 years. And I really wanted to say it, but I didn't like the idea of saying it, because then the next day something happens. I said, boy, do we look. It happened to them. They would say, well, we're doing fairly well. They weren't doing great, but they were doing fairly. And then Israel was attacked the following day, right? You saw that. They said, well, we're doing pretty well there, too, and we've been very nice. Well, they were so nice that it's the worst problem that Israel has had, certainly, probably, possibly ever. We're going to find out pretty soon, because it's moving along rapidly. And the biggest problem is we have no leadership on our side. We have no idea what we're doing. We have no idea what to ask for. We have no leadership on our side. But Viktor Orban, most respected man, probably the toughest man in Europe, maybe beyond Europe, he made that statement. I was very honored by that statement, because I'm only about making our country great, saving our country, and I want to help the world if possible. If possible, we'll help the world. A lot of it you can do with a phone call. I mean, I can tell people on a phone. I can say, you can't do that. You can't do that. I told it to a very nice, good friend of mine, the head of, France. They make nice champagne and wine. And they were going to tax our companies. Our companies were going to be taxed very substantially in France. They were putting a big tax on American companies. And I had my people call up and say, we're not going to allow that to happen, and they didn't care. And my people spent 2 months, they're capable people, but they couldn't do it. And I said, let me do it. And I spoke to Macron. Do you know Macron? He's a nice man. He's actually a nice man, but he's for France, I'm for the USA, and he's from France. And I said, Emmanuel, how are you? Oh, Donald, I am fine. Thank you so much. It's such an honor to talk to you. Thank you very much. You might not like me so much after this call, however. I understand, Emmanuel, that you're going to be taxing American companies doing business in France. Oh, yes. It's that has passed. I'm so sorry to tell you, but that has passed. I said, well, I don't think it's passed. I really don't think it's passed. Or if it has, you can unpass it. Because if you don't take that tax of American, I want to protect American companies. That means you and a lot of people. Why should they tax American companies? I said, if you don't take that tax off, I'm going to tax at 100%. I'm going to tax every bottle of champagne and every bottle of wine that comes into the United States of France. And I know that's a soft spot for them, right? That's like a soft spot. And he goes, no, you cannot do that. That is not fair. I said, that's okay. You got 5 minutes to tell me yes. And after that, I'm sorry. Calls me back in 5 minutes. We have agreed to do that. We are taking off all of the... I did that in about 4 minutes. If you add it totally up. My guys were working on it for 2.5 months and getting nowhere. But you can do a lot of things if you're president. If you know how to do it. If you know how to do it. And I still remain friendly. I mean, you don't have to burn the bridges. I mean, he respects it. They respect that more than some dope that doesn't know what's happening. They respect you more. They almost like you more. They came out, all these guys, they like me. Boris called. He wants to come. They all want to come see me. They like me. And yet there's nobody been tougher, like Russia. They all say, oh, Russia. I ended the Russian pipeline. It was called Nord Stream 2. That was the biggest thing they've ever done. And I ended it. And Biden, his first day in office, approved it and let it be built. And I had it stopped. And Putin would say, they say we're friendly and that you're nice to me. I'd hate like hell to see if you were not nice to me. Because think of it, I ended that. I had tariffs and I had all sorts of things on Russian citizens. But I got along with Putin. That's not a bad thing. But there's nobody... He would tell you, the historians will someday tell you, there's nobody that's been tougher on Russia. And Russia would have never, as we said, would have never, ever in a million years gone into Ukraine. That only started when I left. Once I was out, all of a sudden they start forming. And I thought he was doing it for negotiation purposes, and they could have had a deal, by the way. That could have been a deal. That's a deal that would have been easy to make. And instead of a deal, it's now all those millions, I think. I think the numbers are going to be much greater than you're hearing. You know, when you see that they knocked down 9 buildings in a city in Ukraine, and 2 people were hurt. No. Many people were killed. I think when you see the real numbers, you're going to see numbers that are shocking, how bad they are. And that's something that would have been easy to do. Even without a deal, he wouldn't have done it, because part of the reason he did it is Biden let energy prices, barrels of oil, go up so high that they made a fortune. So they did it for that, because he was making it went over $100 a barrel. And at that, he could prosecute a war and make a fortune. He's the only guy that ever had a war and made an absolute fortune. And it shouldn't have happened. And this guy is always talking, the Green New Deal and all this stuff. But in the meantime, he's allowed a lot of these countries that, let's say they're not particularly friendly to us, to make a fortune because the oil price went up so high. It's a shame. The guy is grossly incompetent. What's happened is horrible. Because I had it at $40 a barrel. At $40 a barrel, he didn't have the money to go in and fight Ukraine. At $100 a barrel, the guy's making a fortune. So with Biden, he keeps the oil price up, and it's very high now, but now he's going to do something artificial to get it down for the election. Watch. But as soon as the election's over, it's going to be over for you. He tapped into the strategic reserves that I had so much to do with bringing it up, and then took it almost down to the lowest point. It was down to the lowest point, they say, in history, because he wanted to keep gas prices low during that. It wasn't meant for that, but he wanted to keep gas prices low so that the election would go and you wouldn't have had to pay, $9 a gallon. You'd pay $2.50, $3 a gallon. It's called artificial pricing. And he did that, and as soon as it was over, it went way up. Now it's still high, but it's coming down because they're making all sorts of moves on other countries. We're getting oil now from Venezuela. We're getting oil now from Iran. The people I wouldn't let them buy from Iran, they're now sending us oil. Can you believe it? The whole thing is crazy. Nikki Haley would sell you out, and Ron DeSanctimonious would sell you out so quickly, and they're going to all grant amnesty to Biden's illegal aliens when Biden comes in. And sadly, the establishment losers and sellouts lagging far behind us in the Republican primary cannot be trusted on taxes, on trade, or on anything else. You can't trust them on taxes. They want to raise your taxes like crazy. They're globalists, and they always will be, and they always want to take care of global countries. And somewhere along the line, they think that's good for us. I think they probably believe it, or they're crooked. Some are crooked. I really believe some are crooked. But I think some probably believe it. They can't explain why, because it doesn't make sense. No, it's about America. It's about America first. We have to take care of our own country. And we can help others, but we have to take care of our own country. There's nothing you can do to change these people. They'll betray you just like they betrayed me. I mean, I told you the DeSanctimonious, I got him elected. He went up like a rocket ship as soon as I pressed that little button. Now it's truth. Truth is the best, right? But is everybody on truth, I hope? Truth is the one. That's the one. But that time, there was no truth. It was before, and I tweeted a little statement, and he went up like a rocket ship. He went from getting killed, he was dead, he was going to leave the race, to winning the race just with one little press of a button. It's an amazing thing, isn't it? But there's never been anything like it from, the standpoint of an endorsement, so he won. But Nikki said she would have news conference. This is a great president. I will never run against him, right? You've seen that. Have you seen her clips? We have about 9 of them. There are a lot more than that, but we don't want to bore you. But no, I will never, ever even consider running against the president. He was a great president. Then a year and a half later, I've decided to run for the presidency. Oh, great. I don't know. There's something about a lot of these politics, because I don't consider myself a politician. I consider myself like you. We're workers. We know how to do things, make money. But, and if she said she wanted to run, let her say it up front. Don't let her just play you around like that for years. And, I never run against the president. He's so good. She actually said I was a great president, and I was a great president. Look at all the things we did against. I love what they say. A lot of people say, you are. You are. That's sort of cute. A lot of people don't understand what they mean by that. But Iowa does not want politicians like Ron DeSantis or Nikki Haley, who both support a 23% national sales tax, which is a disaster. You don't want politicians like Ron and Nikki, who both want to gut Social Security and Medicare and hurt our seniors. And, you know, if you look at it, Ron voted 3 times to raise the retirement age on Social Security over 70, and Nikki would take the retirement age to way, way higher than even the number that Ron is talking about. I don't know why they want to do that. You know, we have so much wealth underground. We have so much liquid gold, I call it, underground. You don't need to do this. You don't have to destroy our senior citizens. When we drill, baby, drill, we're gonna make so much money. We'll be supplying the world. Unlike DeSantis and Nikki Haley, we'll always protect Social Security and Medicare for our seniors. Just remember that when you have to vote. Although I think, is there anybody in this room that's not going to vote for Trump? Just out of, no, don't raise your hand. It could be dangerous. They're going to say he incited an insurrection, these stupid bastards. He incited an insurrection. No, but is there, quietly raise your hand. Is there anybody here that's not going to vote for Trump? That's very nice. They're upset by even the question. They're upset. They don't even like that question. Well, I appreciate it. But on my first day back in the White House, I will terminate every open borders policy of the Biden administration. We'll stop the invasion on our southern border and begin the largest domestic deportation operation in American history. We have no choice. We have no choice. Not like we have a choice. I will shift massive portions of federal law enforcement and all of the people working on immigration. You know, they're not even allowed to work. They sign people up and they're brought into the inner sanctums of the country and just leave the border open. They don't even want the border. How about where the governor of Texas, who endorsed me recently, Governor Abbott, which was a nice endorsement. He's become much more popular since he endorsed me, actually. But he endorsed me, and they're fighting because the federal government wants to cut the barbed wire. You know, the barbed wire, they call it razor wire, but it's pretty tough stuff. But they have it along the Texas border so that, because Texas is just being inundated. What they're doing to Texas and Arizona is just horrible. And they're in court now because they're cutting. Did you ever see them there with splicers? They're cutting sections. They want people to come out. They're cutting it. And the people are waiting to be let into the country. The whole thing is crazy. And we're not going to be doing that stuff. We're going to be bringing our country back. You know, people say you're conservative. It's not a question of, we're all, I think everybody in this room is the same. We're people of common sense, right? People of common sense. Liberal, conservative, we're people of common sense. I mean, you got to have borders and you have to have honest elections, and everything else is sort of, almost everything else is less important. But you have to have borders if you're going to have a country, and you have to have free and fair elections, which we don't have. We have these mail-in ballot things where thousands and hundreds of thousands in areas are sent out, and we have no idea where the hell they're going and where they're coming from. And many pay, they're garbage. Some of them go into the garbage, especially if they're Republicans. They put them right into the garbage. No, it's a shame. You'll never have an honest election with a mail-in ballot. Remember that. You never. Jimmy Carter said it. You know, they formed the Carter Commission, and he was there with a couple of other respected senators, older senators, and they came up, and the big point of their report was never do mail-in ballots because you'll never have an honest election. He said that a long time ago. And France just went to same-day voting, all paper ballots, and voter ID. And they had 36 million people vote for Macron. They voted for Macron just to bring him back, so he's not going to be too upset. No, they voted for Macron. He won the election, and by 10 o'clock in the evening, everybody went home, and they had a real election, you know. They have watermark paper now, which is very secure. They can't really produce it. You can't copy it. It's watermark. They'll try and cheat there, too. But it's the best system there is. It's really the system that we started with when you get right down to it. But it's better because you have the paper technology is incredible what they can do. And we'll immediately restore and expand the Trump travel ban for those countries that are terror-plagued and they want to come into our country and hurt our people. We're not going to let them come into our country. They ended that. They want everybody to come in. Come on in, everybody. Come on in. Yes, you killed 9 people, but we think you're going to be much better now. Not one thing has gotten better, if you think about it, under crooked Joe Biden. The country's a mess. We're a laughingstock all over the world. Under the Trump administration, you were better off, your family was better off, your neighbors were better off, your communities were better off, and our country was better off. The whole country was better off. America was stronger, richer, safer, and more confident. And it's not even close. When I was behind the beautiful, resolute desk at the Oval Office, and it is a beauty, I will say, it's no wonder the same corrupt forces that have been fighting us every step of the way are now breaking every rule and shattering every norm in a lawless attempt to keep us from defeating them at the ballot box. Nobody's ever seen what's happened right now. And it's a double-edged sword, you know. It can happen the other way, too. It's never happened, the weaponization of justice, like they're doing right now. The DOJ is very corrupt. What they're doing is very corrupt. People aren't going to take it. Joe Biden is a threat to democracy. He's weaponizing law enforcement for a high-level election interference. It's all about election interference. And I don't even know if it's him because I think he's grossly incompetent. But he's surrounded by people that are fascists and communists, and they're vicious and they're very smart. For example, as I was landing for this visit, I was informed that the corrupt New York State Attorney General, Letitia James, corrupt person, is now and New York is going so bad with the crime, it's like you can't even walk down to buy a loaf of bread. Letitia James, a real bad one, is now demanding that I pay $370 million in penalties where I did absolutely nothing wrong. My financial statements, you've been reading about it, are great. They're great. The man who did the check of the finance said one of the best financial statements I've ever seen. My financial statements are great. And they're very conservative, just the exact opposite of what the highly political and totally corrupt New York State Attorney General was trying to say before she got to see my statements. She ran for office on a, I will get Trump. Did you ever see her? I will get Trump. I will get him. I'm going to get him. I'm going to kill him. I'm going to get Trump. If a Republican ever said that, they'd have him put in jail for insurrection. She and the judge fraudulently valued Mar-a-Lago in Palm Beach, Florida, which is probably the greatest home in America by far, at $18 million. Now, it sounds like a lot, but it's not, because it was good for their narrative doing that, and it was fraudulent for them to do that, when in fact it's worth 50 to 100 times that amount. We had people come in $1 billion, $1.5 billion, whatever, but it's a very valuable property. But they said, the judge said it was $18 million. I had people call up, I'll take 5. They never use the New York State statute. They have a statute that they use. It's vicious, vicious. They never used the statute for this before. I was not allowed a jury. I had no jury. It's up to a judge who comes out of the clubhouses of New York. Think of that. How would you like to be in that position? There was no victim because the banks made a lot of money. Good, great loans. The banks testified. In particular, one bank testified, great. Everything was great. There was no default. There was no damages. There was no nothing. Only a very happy bank that got 100% of its money back, and in addition to getting its money back, made tremendous profits. This case should never have been brought. It should be in the commercial division. The rig judge would not let it go. He wouldn't allow it to leave his side. He took it, and usually it gets sent in because of its complexity, although it wasn't complex because it turned out to be very simple. The statement is phenomenal. They said the best statement he's ever seen, and it should have never been allowed to be presented to this judge. It should have gone into the commercial division like all other cases like this, but he kept it, and he's a radical Trump hater. He hates Trump, like with a passion, I guess. I don't know what it is. He has a passion for hating Trump. And I should have never been gagged. They had a gag order. They wouldn't let me talk. I can't talk about certain very important things, much more important than people understand. The judge ruled that I was guilty before he even started the case. In fact, I got a call, sir, you've been found guilty. I said, no, the case starts in 2 weeks. I know, but he found you guilty before the case starts. Other than that, it was an extremely fair case. Now the corrupt AG just announced a little while before I walked into the doors. So, if you don't mind, I was a little bit angry when I walked in. Did you notice the anger? Maybe not. But the corrupt AG wants $370 million as a fee for what I did, and I did nothing wrong. Nothing. $370 million, which is much more than any loan. Much more. That was peanuts. This is weaponization at a level that nobody's ever seen. So violence is out of control. People are fleeing New York. Businesses are fleeing New York. Car thefts are up 191% in New York. 191%. They should pay me. But it's prosecutorial misconduct, and it's a DOJ witch hunt because it's in total coordination with Biden's deal. So they're charging me $370 million fine for making a very small loan that the bank wanted to make, because that's what they do. They loan money, and they love my statement that they like me. But I borrowed the money for that reason. The bank wanted me to, but you know, they are in the business of loaning money. That's how they make money. And it was a great loan for them. They got all their money. They actually testified. There was no default during the term of the loan. I actually paid the loan back early. It was a great loan. I'm very under-leveraged. We have great cash, great everything. We built a great company. And these fascists, what they're doing to our country is just unbelievable. So I did nothing wrong. It was in every way, it was like a perfect, the bank was so happy. They testify, no, everything was good. Same thing with every other thing. They were looking at things. $370 million for doing nothing wrong. I took a loan, I paid the loan back, and they charged me $370 million, which I guess is more than 2 times the loan, something like that. But as a very intelligent person just stated on Truth, New York AG Letitia James has decided to increase the amount she wants from Donald Trump in civil trial. Initially, she requested $250 million, and he did nothing wrong. Did nothing wrong. They only want to hurt us because they don't want us running for office, because we're leading Biden, Crooked Joe, by a lot, and this is all this is. This is a terrible intrusion into politics and into our way of life. But now she wants $370 million, and she wants it fast, and it's a disgrace. I've never seen anything like it. I hope everyone can see this for what it really is. This is the gentleman writing. He goes, this is nothing more than a shakedown of a leading candidate of her opposing political party. She thinks she's going to make hay with Washington, but this is a coordination with the DOJ. The DOJ is doing this case with them. In fact, they moved one of the top political operatives from the DOJ in Washington into the DA's office and into also the Attorney General's office. How would you like to be me? You think my life's a lot of fun? Our founding fathers would be turning in their graves if they could see this. No American should be okay with a political party being weaponized against their enemies. This is not democracy, he says. This is not constitutional. This is wrong in every aspect, and the judge and the AG should be arrested and punished accordingly. And how much longer can we allow this to happen in our country? And all of this is being done because we're beating them so badly at the polls. In the new Morning Consult poll, we're trouncing the Republican primary field with Trump at 66, DeSanctimonious at 11, and Haley at 11. That's not bad. You know, we're beating DeSantis in Florida. Poll just came out. I'm at 88. He's at like 11. Because the people got wise to him. I think he screwed up his career pretty good, I'll tell you, but he deserves it. We're also leading big here in Iowa, but again, take nothing for granted. We had the Des Moines Register come out with a great poll recently. They've never been really nice to me. I've always been leading, but I'd end up doing better. But they were respectful. Actually, it's a very professional pollster, the Des Moines Register. But it's amazing. I mean, the numbers have just been amazing in Iowa. The numbers are amazing in New Hampshire. But, you know, polls are a little bit like the media. They have polls that lie. They had one poll in New Hampshire where I was only leading by 6 or 7 points. You know, normally you'd be happy, but we're leading by maybe 30 points or something. But that caused a big stir. You know, everybody said, oh, Nikki's doing great. But, you know, it's a crooked poll. In the general election, we're crushing Crooked Joe Biden by historic margins in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Nevada, Arizona, Georgia, North Carolina, Ohio, Florida, and every other swing state, if there are any. The radical left Democrats rigged the presidential election in 2020, and we're not going to allow them to rig the presidential election in 2024. Not going to allow it to happen. It's a little hot. You know, this room wasn't designed exactly for this many people. I'm sitting up here, it's like 200 degrees in this damn room. I'm trying to be cool, but if you don't mind, I'm going to just do this a little bit. Every time the radical left Democrats, Marxists, communists, and fascists indict me, I consider it a great badge of honor. And it's true, it's true. I'm being indicted for you. I'm being indicted for you. Never forget, our enemies want to take away my freedom because I will never let them take away your freedom. I'm not going to let it happen. They want to silence me because I will never let them silence you. And in the end, they're not after me, they're after you, and I just happen to be standing in their way. But this is big stuff. This is far more than a campaign. This is the greatest political movement in the history of our country. I look around and see all the MAGA shirts and Trump and MAGA, MAGA, MAGA. Like that beautiful woman back there with her Trump sweatshirt. I like that sweatshirt a lot. But together we ended the NAFTA disaster, the worst trade deal ever made, and replaced it with that greatest trade deal maybe ever made, USMCA, and all of you are beneficiaries. You were getting killed for decades with NAFTA. Now you got, you know why I know it's good? Because Mexico and Canada are calling every single day. They want to renegotiate the deal. They said, nope, the deal's no good for them. That makes me feel good, you know, because I'm negotiating for you. Because with NAFTA, they wouldn't let us negotiate anything. I took on communist China like no administration in history, bringing hundreds of billions of dollars pouring into our treasury when no other president had gotten literally 10 cents from China. Not one president got a dime from China. I then gave the farmers of our country $28 billion straight out of the tariffs I took from China, a large part of which came to a particular state known as Iowa. Have you heard of it? Have you heard of it? And just as I promised, I also stood up for Iowa ethanol, and I stood up under a lot of great odds, and I did it myself. I didn't have a lot of help, I have to tell you, from some of your people. I didn't have a lot of help. I issued a historic rule declaring that E15 would be made available all year round, right, instead of the 8 months, and letting them use the existing pumps, which saved hundreds of millions of dollars and created a lot of jobs that otherwise wouldn't have been created. I said, what's better, the older equipment or the new? And I'm not surprised to hear it. I hear it all the time. Well, the older pumps are much better. They're much stronger. They're made much better. I said, let's leave them, right? Let's leave them. They're actually saying it's better. Ron DeSantis spent his entire career as a raging opponent of ethanol. He will destroy ethanol. I will protect ethanol for 4 more years in the White House. And I think for Iowa, that's a big thing. Before I even arrive at the Oval Office, shortly after I win the presidency, and we win the presidency because we're going to do it together. It's we more than I will have the horrible war between Russia and Ukraine settled, absolutely settled, and we will restore peace through strength all over our planet. And I'm the only candidate who can make this promise and mean it. I will prevent World War III. You are very close to a world war. You know, you don't have to be into it too much to know. You just have to see what's going on. You are very close to a world war, and it would be most likely a nuclear war. And if it's a nuclear war, it's obliteration. It's a level of power that nobody's ever seen and that nobody can even express and that, frankly, shouldn't even be talked about. You know, we wouldn't talk about it in my administration, and nobody else did either outside in other countries. But we wouldn't talk about it. Now every day they're talking about nuclear, 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 nuclear. It's so devastating, you just don't talk about it. Don't talk about it. I will end Biden's inflation nightmare, save our nation from debt and economic despair. And we will, right from day one, we're going to drill, 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 baby, drill. Somebody said, an oilman told me, and he's a great guy, a very successful guy. They say, he looks at a piece of land, he takes a straw. Now it has to be a paper straw, so maybe it doesn't work, you know? You know, the paper straws come wrapped in cellophane. Do you ever see this? I mean, what's going on? You got paper straws, they're wrapped in cellophane. This country's gone wild. But this man, he's such a great oilman, a really amazing guy. He takes a straw, and he puts it into the ground and oil comes out. The big companies go out, they spend billions looking for oil. This guy looks just like this, just a straw, and the oil comes out. Now, we kid when I say that, but he's very good at finding oil. He's a fantastic guy. And we know so much about the industry, and it's knowing through common sense, knowing through intelligence, knowing, that's what's going to fire up our factories. Wind is not. It's intermittent. It's extremely expensive. It's 40 times more expensive. And, we need stuff that's not expensive. China, I see this guy, John Kerry, flying in his private jet to China to talk to them about coal. Please don't do it. In the meantime, they're building 1 coal plant a week. And it's now, I understand, it's even 2. But talk to them about energy, talk to them about coal. And then he leaves. I think he leaves. We had great conversations. In the meantime, they're building a plant a week. And, remember this, the currents, both sea and air, they fly right over our country. You know that. The current, the water comes down the Pacific, right out of China. So when they dump their garbage in the Pacific, it comes right down along our coast on the West Coast, past Los Angeles. And much of it pours onto our land. But our waters are very dirty because they dump their garbage in the ocean. And it's about a 4 or 5 day journey. The tides bring it by. Nobody ever talks about that. But the same thing with the air. When the coal spews out of their plant, when the smokestacks are roaring because they're big industry, and that's what fires up big industry. We want clean coal. We want to take care of our miners. They have clean coal. They have natural gas. It's fantastic. So much less expensive. They don't want you to use it anymore. They want you to use things that don't work and that won't fire up. But when they fire up their plants and all of that pollution comes over the seas and it comes right over our land. And then they want us to have clean. I say, wait a minute, we're going to be clean, but it's all flying. Just remember that. Does that make sense? In other words, it's all coming through the currents, through the air. It all comes. They can name it. They can say exactly where it's going to be and when. And here we are, working to try and compete with them. And they're using fossil fuel, and we're supposed to use wind. Wind. And by the way, you know who makes the windmills? China makes the windmills. And they say that if you're a big believer in this, that the pollution coming from the making of those massive steel structures is so great that you can never save on the environment because it's so great, if you're a believer in that. But they're made all in Germany, and they're made mostly in China. We're such fools, we're such stupid fools. We had a very interesting time because in 2016 I used to talk about the border because the border was bad, but nothing like it is today. But I think I won maybe on the border to a certain extent. And I did such a good job that in 2020 I couldn't talk about it. They wouldn't let me talk about it. My people said, well, I don't want to say like Biden. They said, where he says, they wouldn't let me. You're president, you can do whatever you want. But my people said it's not a good thing to talk about it because, sir, nobody cares about it. Because I did such a good job with the border that they said, nobody wants to hear it, sir. They forgot. I did such a good job that it was no longer an issue, and that's okay. But now it's so bad, the border is a very big thing. I think the border is the economy and the border and inflation, which is part of economy. But it's something we have to talk about. And if we don't straighten it out, we're not going to have a country. We're not going to have a country. So I think the number will be more than 15 million by the end of their crazy term. And if that's the case, that's bigger than New York State. And many of these people should not be in our country. On day one, I will also cancel crooked Joe Biden's insane ethanol-killing electric vehicle mandate. I mean, the problem is very simple, simple statement. They don't go far. I'd like to make it much more complex. It sounds like, science. No, they don't go far. The batteries are too big. They're very big, very heavy, dangerous. I just picked up a new point. In cold weather, they're really bad. Dangerous in very cold weather. So you get pretty cold weather up here. I can tell you from my little 12-foot walk outside of the car. But in cold weather, and, they're very expensive to make. And they're all going to be made in China because they have the materials for that. They can all be made in China. So the auto workers are going to be screwed by this guy. But, now they want, you probably heard also, they want trucks to be all electric. And if you take, like a Peterbilt, take the big 18-wheelers, whatever they are, You can go from one side, the East Coast to the West Coast, on one big, beautiful tank of diesel fuel without a stop. They can go 2,000 miles, and we can go with electric. They can go, I think I heard, you'll go, if you're lucky, 300 miles. So that would mean they'd have to do 7 stops. You talk about a supply chain problem. And I met with some of the big trucking companies, and it took me about a minute to understand this because, you know, it was supposed to be fast studies if you're president. We have one that's a very slow study. But it wouldn't matter because they must know this. And they explained, one man said to me, a big guy, one of the biggest guys in the business, he said, you know, for 50 years I've been in the business, and every year the trucks got better and better, faster, stronger, more beautiful. Every year they made them better. Even the quarters behind. I said, tell me about what is it like in one of those trucks? They said, sir, it's like the most beautiful apartment you've ever. Do you know what I'm talking about? They have like a place where they literally live. They live in those trucks. Those trucks are everything to them. But he said, for 50 years, every single year, these trucks got better, more fuel efficient. Everything was better. It was a beautiful thing. If they make us go to electric, we will go back. 50 years, we'll be starting all over. It'll be primitive. We'll be starting all over. And it made a big impact on me. It's a very sad thing what's happening. And they don't want to hear about it. They want our army tanks to be all electric so that we think of it. Now, the problem is they don't go far again, but the battery is so big that they'd have to pull a truck behind them. It's true. They actually have a design, the army tank, and it's pulling like this because the batteries are massive. Like the trucking thing, too. In the truck, about half of its capacity would be devoted to a battery. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? And yet, they explain this to the people in the administration. They don't care. They don't care. They really don't care. But the army tank is a beauty. They want to be environmentally friendly as we go in and blast the crap out of some nation. You know, we're going to go in, we're going to be environmentally friendly as we blast that our way through their front lines, but we're doing it in an environmentally friendly manner. How crazy are we? They have jets now. And I ended it, but I'm sure they picked it up. They said, sir, we have a fuel that is unbelievably good in terms of the environment. These are our fighter jets, right? That I rebuilt our entire military. The entire military is rebuilt. They had jets that were 55 years old. We had fighter jets that were 55 years old. China copied our most beautiful plane ever made, I think, is the F-22. Check it out. China has a copy of it. I looked, that's an F-22, but why does that have the China flag on it? But it's an F-22. They copied it. Most beautiful plane you've ever seen. But now they want to go in a form. It's a biofuel. But I said, give me the downside. Well, sir, the downside is it's 15% less efficient. That's the difference between shooting down and being shot down, right? 15% less efficient. So why are you trying to protect? As you fly into an area that you want to obliterate, you want to do it in an environmentally friendly way. These people are crazy. And we're not going to stand for it. And all of that stuff is going to be written out on day one. It's all going out. You know the steps when you make your speech in front of millions of people and you're making the beautiful speech, looking down to the white. That was one of the great scenes I've ever seen. By the way, I think J6 had an equal amount of people. It's the biggest crowd I believe I ever spoke to. You never hear about that, do you? You have the hostages, the J6 hostages, I call them. Nobody's been treated ever in history so badly as those people. Nobody's ever been treated in our country. But I think that, you know, they always show whatever it was, 1,000 people coming down. Remember the words? March peacefully and patriotically, right? March peacefully. You ever hear Maxine Waters? You ever hear her say about what to do with Republicans? Kill them, go in there. If they're having lunch, go in there. And can you imagine if I said that? No, I said peacefully and patriotically. The whole thing is just very unfair. But those J6 hostages going to jail for 20 years and 18 years and 12, doctors, lawyers, carpenters, electricians, truck drivers. It's one of the saddest things. It'll go down as one of the saddest things in the history of our country. And they went there to protest a rigged election. And now when the facts are in, they see it is a rigged election. You saw the numbers come out last week. It was a rigged election. And those people have to be, many of them, I guess there's some. By the way, there was Antifa, and there was FBI, There were a lot of other people there, too, leading the charge. Leading the charge. You saw the same people that I did. But just as I did before, I'll appoint strong, highly qualified, pro-Constitution Supreme Court justices who will interpret the law as written. And I hope they do that. We have some big things going in there. I just saw the Supreme Court just before I came. I got some beauties today. I had the one, and then I had the other. Supreme Court is taking the case from Colorado, and so they'll make a decision. And you know what I do find, and, you know, maybe say it, maybe don't, but I say it. A Democrat judge appointed by, let's say, Obama, they're down and they say, we're appointed, that's the end. When you are a Republican judge and you're appointed by, let's say, Trump, they go out of their way to hurt you so that they can show that they have been fair, honorable people. It's an amazing difference. I've never seen anything like it. You appoint some of these radical left Democrats, and they've, right from the beginning, you say, we're dead. And the Republican judges want to go out of their way to be fair and unbiased, and even to a point where they hurt you. And I guess it's a different wiring system or something. But all I want is fair. I fought really hard to get 3 very, very good people, and they're great people, very smart people. And I just hope that they're going to be fair because, you know, the other side plays the ref. Like Bobby Knight, the great Bobby Knight. He played the ref, you know. He'd throw chairs, he'd smack people, he'd do everything. And they'd say, Bobby, stop it, Bobby. He was a great friend of mine. He endorsed me in Indiana. He just passed away. He was a tough guy, big, tough guy. He was great, but he was a winner. He knew how to win. He had the last undefeated team in basketball. I guess he won 3 national championships. He was without really the great player. You know, he had teams, and Bobby would scream at the refs, his scream, and his people would say, Bobby, stop it, Bobby. You're not going to win. He said, yeah, but I'm going to win on the next one. So what they do is, I watch them on Deface the Nation this weekend. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Donald Trump on Deface the Nation. They hate it when I say that, but it's sort of true. And they're saying, oh, Trump owns the Supreme Court. He owns it. If they make a decision for him, it will be terrible. It'll ruin their reputations. He owns the Supreme Court. He put on 3 judges. He owns the Supreme Court. If they rule in his favor, it will be horrible for them. And we'll protest at their houses, and we'll do all of the things that you see. And that puts pressure on people to do the wrong thing. What they're doing is no different than Bobby Knight. They're playing the ref. I watched that. I said, man, they're really good. They're really good at it. And I just hope we get fair treatment, because if we don't, our country's in big, big trouble. Does everybody understand what I'm saying? I think so. Because they'll cover that completely differently. They'll cover that in a much different manner. But I'm just saying it's a very unfair situation that takes place. So I will direct a completely overhauled DOJ to investigate every radical, out-of-control prosecutor in America for their illegal, racist enforcement of the law. And I'm also going to indemnify all police officers and law enforcement officials throughout the United States to protect them from being destroyed by the radical left for taking strong actions on crime. We're going to protect our police. They're afraid to do anything. They're told not to do anything. When they walk into a department store in Chicago and they walk out carrying television sets and everything else, and the police, they want to do something, but they're told not to do it. And then if they do it, they get in trouble. We are going to indemnify them. They have to stop crime, and they can stop it too. They'll do a great job. We're going to rebuild our cities into beacons of hope, safety, and beauty better than ever before. We're going to rebuild our cities. Our cities are in trouble, and we'll work with Democrat mayors and governors if we have to. But we will. No, we will. Look, they are all run by Democrats, and they are all just about in horrible shape. Safety will again be restored so that children can go outside and play in the park without being beat up, molested, or shot. Is that okay? Even if you're in Iowa, you like that one, right? You know. Because what's happened to our cities, you have to see, you wouldn't even, they're not even recognizable. You know, San Francisco, I own a big building in San Francisco, and San Francisco was a magnificent city 10, 12, 15 years ago. And today you look at what's happened to San Francisco. It's so sad to see it. But all of them, Chicago, New York, Philadelphia, Los Angeles, all of them, they're all run by Democrats. We're also going to fight to give you much better health care. We want to give you much better health care than Obamacare. Now, look, I'm not, they like to cover that. We're going to give you, Obamacare is a disaster. It's very expensive for you. Forget about for the country for a second. For you, it's a horror show. There have been tremendous complaints over the last 2 years, especially recently. We're going to get you much better health care at a lower price for you. And that will be either working on Obamacare or doing something new. But we're going to give you much better because you have lousy health care and it's too expensive. On day one, I will sign a new executive order to cut federal funding for any school pushing critical race theory, transgender insanity. And other inappropriate racial, sexual, or political content onto our children. I will not give 1 penny to any school that has a vaccine mandate or mask mandate. And who believes I have to say this, but I do, and I will keep men out of women's sports. I will fully uphold the Second Amendment. We will protect innocent life, and we will restore free speech, and I will secure our elections. Our goal will be one-day voting with paper ballots and voter ID. That's our goal. And every Republican governor should do that right now. There's no reason to wait. These Republican governors that don't do it, they're not on our side. But until then, Republicans have to win. If you took all of these things that I'm saying, there has never been anything like what's happening to our country right now. Joe Biden has been a disaster. He's the worst president we've ever had. He's the most incompetent, and he's the most corrupt president. So if you want to save America from crooked Joe Biden, then get every patriot you know, make sure they're registered Republicans, have to be registered, and then get them out to vote in their local precinct caucus at 7 p.m. on Monday, January 15th. Now, I'm going to be there, okay? I'm going to be there. I guess I should go maybe Des Moines. I come here, I like you people, but maybe Des Moines, is that the best thing? But I'm going to be, she said, no, come here. We have to get them out, so I'm going to be here. And I'm going to be working it just like everybody else. We have tremendous numbers of precinct captains here, all these people with these gorgeous hats. I want one of those hats. It's the only way I can get one of those hats is if I actually become a precinct captain. I don't know if I'm qualified to be a precinct captain, but I'm going to try. But I thank you very much, by the way. I appreciate it. But I'll be here, and we're going to be working the caucuses personally. The whole world is watching, so learn how to caucus and find your caucus location, which is often different than where you normally vote. It's ia.donaldjtrump.com. So in conclusion, from Fort Dodge to Cedar Rapids, from Des Moines to Davenport, from Waterloo to Sioux Center, we stand on the shoulders of generations of Iowa patriots who tamed the wilderness, braved the elements, tilled the soil, worked the fields, built the factories, and poured out their blood, sweat, and tears to make this country into the greatest nation in the history of the world. And it's not great any longer, but it will soon be greater than ever before. Promise you that. But now we're a nation in decline. We are a failing nation. We are a nation that has lost its confidence. It really has, hasn't it? Lost its confidence. That's a sad thing to say. Think of it. A nation that's lost its confidence, lost its willpower, and lost its strength. We are a nation that has lost its way. But we are not going to allow this horror to continue. 3 years ago, we were a great nation, and we will soon be a great nation again. Yes, we will. It was hardworking patriots like you who built this country. And it's hardworking patriots like you who are going to save our country. We will fight for America like no other group of people has ever fought before. Ever, ever, ever. 2024 is our final battle. It is our final battle. If we lose this battle, we lose our country. You have to get out there and you have to make sure they're honest with their voting. What they did in 2020 was horrible. All of the problems that we have today, you wouldn't have any of them. You'd have a lot more living people on our planet, too. With you at my side, we will demolish the deep state. We will expel the warmongers from our government. We will drive out the globalists. We will cast out the communists, Marxists, and fascists. We will throw off the sick political class that hates our country, and they do hate our country. We will rout the fake news media, and we will evict crooked Joe Biden from the White House on election night 2024. The great silent majority is rising like never before, and under our leadership, the forgotten man and woman will be forgotten no longer. You're going to be forgotten no longer. We will love our country. We will take care of our country. We will pray to God for our strength and for our liberty. And we will pray for God, and we will be with God. We will pray for God, and we will be with God. We are one movement, one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. And together we will make America powerful again. We're going to make it very powerful. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We're going to be proud. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you, fellas. Thank you very much. Thank you. Go Caucus. Thank you very much.
President Trump exits the stage here in Sioux Center, Iowa, speaking for almost 2 hours to a very enthusiastic crowd as we are now 10 days away from the Iowa caucus. President Trump is leaving this location and is now traveling to Mason City, where we will go to Brian Glenn in just a few minutes there in Mason City. President Trump will speak to a large group of people there, and I'm hearing Mike Lindell with MyPillow is also there. Mike Lindell, huge supporter of the movement to make sure our elections are secure, election integrity. Support him, help him as he fights for us all over America. You can go to mypillow.com, throw some items in your cart, and use the RSBN code at checkout. Mike Lindell is a huge advocate for America, Americans, and making sure that we do have election integrity. So we need to support him as well, and we can do that by visiting mypillow.com. Also, we want to remind you that you can sign up for our newsletter at Right Side Broadcasting's website. That's rsbnetwork.com. rsbnetwork.com. Sign up for our newsletters, and that way you can get all of the information in your email as breaking news from the Capitol Hill, the White House, President Trump, the campaign trail, you name it. It can come to you first, and you'll get it right into your email. rsbnetwork.com. Sign up for our newsletter. That'll do it for us here in Sioux Center, Iowa. It's been a pleasure being with you. I'm Vanessa Broussard. We're going to take a quick commercial break, toss it over to Brian Glenn in Mason City. But tomorrow, be with us again because we have another doubleheader with President Trump. Brian Glenn and I will be on the campaign trail. I will be in Newton, Iowa. So make sure you stay with us tonight, stay with us tomorrow, and we're glad that you're around here for the 2024 election season. Again, I'm Vanessa Broussard reporting to you live from Sioux Center, Iowa.
Right Side Broadcasting is known for panning the crowds, showing the packed arenas, and allowing you to see the truth. They've covered hundreds of rallies, briefings, marches, CPAC, and the historic overturning of Roe v. Wade. Right Side Broadcasting was created in 2015 by our founder, Joe Seals, creating a unique broadcasting experience that allows you to make your own decision rather than force-feeding you an agenda. We don't cut or edit people's words or twist them to fit a particular point of view. We allow our correspondents to be open about their opinions while maintaining journalistic integrity. Your donations and support allow us to continue to be the gold standard in live, unedited event coverage. Your monthly or one-time contributions on our website are crucial in our fight for the truth. Thank you for all of your generous support.
My employees and I are excited to announce it's our 20th anniversary, and to celebrate, we're bringing you a limited edition MyPillow. The Giza Elegance MyPillow is made with the most amazing cotton, 2-inch pipe gusset, comes in 4 custom loft levels, and it's machine washable and dryable.
When I got my pillow, I'm asleep almost immediately. I stay asleep at night and I wake up more well-rested in the morning.
My patented fill adjusts to your exact individual needs and helps keep your neck supported and aligned. That's why we've been around for 20 years, because MyPillow works.
Go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get your limited edition 20th anniversary MyPillow queen size. Retails for $69.98, now only $19.98. That's right, only $19.98.
With my 60-day money-back guarantee, you have nothing to lose.
Sleep well, America!
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I have a Christian show called Let It Be Heard, where we analyze culture and current events from a biblical perspective. I highly recommend you guys check us out. We now have episodes every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And basically, what happens is we react to videos, we have talking points, we have on guests, and it's very exciting. Come check us out on Rumble and the RSBN channel. God bless you guys.
Parents and grandparents, the 2024 Kids Guide to President Trump is here, and it's free. As a bonus, your child gets a free issue of Everbright Kids Magazine and activity book, and a free video lesson. Order now at freetrumpbook.com. That's freetrumpbook.com.
Welcome. We are live. Mason City, Iowa. Pre-program in progress right now. President Trump's scheduled to take the stage a little later tonight. We're glad you're joining us on the second of a doubleheader here in Iowa as we make our way to the January 15th caucus night. We've got plenty of pre-program information for you. We'll get into what's going on in Congress. We'll also talk about what's going on here in the state of Iowa. But until then, let's turn it over to the stage as some of the pre-programming right now. Former congressman here in Iowa taking the stage. We'll be back here in a few minutes.
Career politician. He doesn't stick his finger in the wind to see which way the political winds are blowing. No, he has accomplished something else in life before he went into politics to help save this country. And he's an incredibly hard worker. In the Oval Office, first time I was there, he said, "Rod, I want to show you in my personal office. It's the real office off of the Oval Office." And on the wall, he had a whiteboard that had all of his campaign promises. Now, what politician does that? And I told him, I said, "I'm a businessman too." I said, that's what we do in business. We get things done. And he told me, he said, "I am going to cross off every one of those campaign promises I made once we've actually followed through." I'm telling you, a president does not do that. He accomplished more in 48 months than Joe Biden accomplished in 48 years in Washington, D.C. 48 months. President Trump, another reason I'm for him, is he cares more about protecting our borders than Biden cares about protecting Ukraine's borders. And let me, just by way of example, Biden has spent over $115 billion, that's with a B, protecting Ukraine's border. Biden spent over $400 billion on illegal immigrants. people that are not supposed to be here. And by way of comparison, so that's about $500 billion Biden has spent of your tax dollars protecting people who are in Ukraine and protecting people who should not even be in this country. By way of comparison, we spend about $11 billion a year, $11 billion, on cancer research. We spend about $10 billion a year on Alzheimer's research. So $500 billion spent in Ukraine and protecting people here illegally versus about $20 billion a year on trying to solve these horrible cancers and solve Alzheimer's. Now that is just not right. That, if you ask me, is an impeachable offense, and he should be held accountable for that. He should be spending American tax dollars on Americans, not in Ukraine and not on people here illegally. Lastly, I support President Trump because he's already turned this economy around once, and we don't have time for on-the-job training, do we? He'll turn it around again. We'll be back to lower gas prices. We'll be back to lower inflation. And he makes an honorable day's work. Lastly, he will tariff like crazy imports from China to ensure we have fair trade with China. And one last thing I'd like to point out is how insane the Democrats and their sycophant media are. They say if Trump is elected, he'll do away with democracy. What a joke. So their asinine solution is to do away with democracy by letting us not have a vote for the candidate that we want. They're saving democracy by breaking democracy. And I'd like to end with this, my good friends, and I love this, this quote, and that is, bad things happen when good people stay silent. Bad things happen when good people stay silent. So do not think we do not have to caucus. We need to get out there. We need to get out there en masse. Bring your friends with you, because whatever the polls say in Iowa, just pretend that we're 10 points behind. We need to do this to protect our country again, to make our country great again. And if you all here tonight, plus 10 relatives or friends, caucus, we will provide the biggest win for President Trump probably yet in his candidacy and in his presidency. So it's been an absolute pleasure to be here tonight. Get out and caucus for President Trump. Don't stay silent. Don't stay silent. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage former acting U.S. Attorney General Matt Whitaker.
County, North Iowa, and I know there's a few Minnesotans in here as well. Sure is good to be here with you, to be with so many friends. And you know what? Donald J. Trump is on his way right now. You know, friends, we're getting to the point about 10 days out from the Iowa caucuses where there's a lot of work left to be done. And the most important piece of work right now is for not only you to show up to your caucus and make sure you cast your vote for Donald J. Trump for President of the United States, but I want you to commit to bring 10 of your closest friends to caucus with you for Donald Trump. Can you do that for me? Can you do that for President Trump? Can you do that to save the Republic? Because I don't have to tell you, these are tough times in our nation's history. This harkens back to some of those gut-check times where all patriots had to stand for something, had to stand for the future of this country, had to save this republic for our children and our children's children.
And you know, there's only one candidate right now in this race for President of the United States in either party or in all parties that's going to do that. And you know, it is Donald J. Trump. But you know, I want to make sure all of you are using all of that technology in your hands. I want to make sure you've gone to ia.donaldjtrump.com, that you've signed up to work on our campaign. You've signed up to be a caucus captain. I see those beautiful white with gold trim caucus captain hats out there. Thank you for doing that. We are trying to set a record in Iowa. In a competitive caucus, the record in the state of Iowa is 12-point victory. Can you promise me tonight, can you promise President Trump tonight that you will deliver more than a 12-point victory in the Iowa caucuses on January 15th? I can't hear you. Do you promise to do that? Because, you know, with your help and the help of so many patriots here in this great state of Iowa, and quite frankly, with the help of Almighty God, we will return this country to its rightful place as a beacon, a shining city on the hill that makes sure that we honor our Constitution, our Bill of Rights, our traditions, and our values. And there's only one candidate that's going to make sure that happens, and that's Donald Trump. Before I'm done, I just wanted to mention a couple things because it is, I think, often not said enough. But I want to make sure you understand that, you know, it was an honor of a lifetime for me to serve in the Department of Justice for Donald J. Trump as his acting Attorney General. And every day that I went to that job, I made sure that the men and women of law enforcement understood that we had their backs and they had our thanks. So let's thank law enforcement for all they do, our first responders and everybody. And you know, the other group of folks, and there's so many hardworking Americans that every day just get at their lunch pail and go to work. But I just also want to thank, you know, we are the land of the free because of the brave. I want to thank all of our military veterans. I want to thank all of our men and women in the military. Thank you for protecting us and keeping us safe. But let me tell you something, Iowa. We are going to set a record on January 15th. You're going to show up early. You're going to show up large. You're going to show up in the biggest numbers we've ever seen. And you are going to vote in record numbers for who? Who are you voting for? Who are you voting for? Donald J. Trump for president. God bless you and God bless this great United States of America. And the whole time I had it in my hand. So we asked so many of you to sign a pledge to caucus, to commit to caucus for Donald J. Trump. We drew one lucky winner, and I would like Pam Schmidt from Tatonka, Iowa. Come get your autographed hat from Donald Trump. Over here.
Hey, Iowa. Unfortunately, today, Americans live in uncertain times. Just 3 short years ago, the United States was a safer, more prosperous nation under the leadership of my father-in-law, President Donald J. Trump. But as difficult as life may be in Joe Biden's America, you all possess a unique opportunity to take the first steps towards changing the direction of our country. Home to the first in the nation caucuses, Iowans enjoy a special privilege, but also a responsibility to examine and select the strongest candidate to defeat Joe Biden next November. It's clear that President Trump is, of course, that candidate, which is why it's critical that every America First patriot participate in the Iowa caucus on Monday, January 15th at 7 p.m. and cast their vote for who else? Donald J. Trump. But for those who may never have participated in a caucus, you might wonder what it is and how you can participate in this incredible tradition. In short, the caucus is a meeting of fellow Republicans held in every voting precinct in Iowa. Friends, family, and neighbors gather in a central meeting location, usually a school, church, or community center, to cast their vote for President of the United States and, of course, to discuss the critical issues facing our nation, of which we know there are many. Thank you, Joe Biden. It's important to note that your caucus location may be different from where you previously voted in other elections, so be sure to look up your caucus site by visiting ia.donaldjtrump.com. On the evening of Monday, January 15th, President Trump's supporters should arrive at their caucus location early at around 6 p.m. When you arrive, don't panic. There may be long lines to register, but those lines are going to move quickly, and once you're in line, you cannot be turned away. All Iowans who are 18 years or older by the date of the general election, which is November 5th, 2024, are eligible to participate in the Republican caucus. If you are a registered Republican, your name will already be on the precinct list. You simply need to show your photo ID to a volunteer. If you are not a registered Republican or are unsure of your registration status, you may register to vote as a Republican at your caucus location. If you choose to register at your caucus location, you must bring a valid photo ID such as a driver's license, military ID, or student ID, and a piece of mail such as a cell phone bill, utility bill, bank statement, or paycheck with your current home address for that voting precinct. After you check in or register to vote at your caucus location, volunteers will direct you to the room or area where your precinct caucus meeting will take place. Additionally, our campaign will have friendly representatives or Trump caucus captains at each location. They are going to be very recognizable because they will have a caucus captain hat and will be on hand to help direct or answer any questions that you may have. Once you gather with others from your precinct, a volunteer will call your caucus meeting to order promptly at 7 p.m. The meeting will begin with the Pledge of Allegiance, and then caucus goers will elect a chairperson to officially run the remainder of the meeting. After a chairperson has been elected, this person will open the meeting to candidate speeches, and each candidate is allowed to be represented by one speaker. Speeches are usually limited to around 3 minutes each. After candidate speeches are finished, volunteers will distribute paper ballots to every voter in that precinct. You will have a moment to complete your ballot and will return it to a volunteer to be counted. What makes the Iowa caucus so special is that the paper ballots are collected and counted in front of all voters in your precinct, ensuring the process is secure and transparent. Not that we think that there was ever a time where voting was not secure and transparent. Wink, wink, nod, nod. After the votes are counted, the results will be announced to all caucus attendees, and that's it. Once caucus goers have cast their vote, they're free to leave. But for those wanting to take the extra step to support President Trump, we urge you to stay and run as delegate to your county Republican convention. We need each and every one of you to take just an hour of your night to support President Trump. Remember to mark your calendars for 7 p.m. on Monday, January 15th, Martin Luther King Jr. Day, because that's the day we're going to start to take America back. The corrupt Washington establishment doesn't want our movement to succeed. President Trump has, of course, a tremendous lead in the polls, but we cannot leave anything to chance. Your participation in the Iowa caucus on January 15th will send a powerful message to the world that the America First movement is stronger and more united than ever. Together, we will win the Iowa caucus, and together, we will make America great again.
Several speakers on stage prior to the video announcement we just saw from Laura Trump. And over the last 30 minutes or so, we've had a lot of people involved in the Iowa caucus and, several former and current state representatives here in Iowa as they gear up for a very big day coming up on Monday. In the pre-programming here, they've explained how to get involved in the caucus, no matter where you live in this state, how to find a location, and also who is eligible for the caucus. Now, the caucus dates back to about 1972, and it has been always at that point the first leading indicator of who has the presumptive lead in the party. And, of course, Matt Whitaker said earlier about the current record as far as someone winning the Iowa caucus is 12 points. And so he encourages everyone to get out on Monday, January 15th at 7 p.m. to beat that 12-point record that's on the books right now. Now, if you look at the current polling, Fox Business had a poll, I believe came out today, has them up 34, 35 points over anyone else in the that's running. Now, various polls I see have even showed him at a higher lead than that. So if you look at the lead and who is the current standing right now, it very much indicates that President Trump will take Iowa, and I feel like a lot more than 12 points. Now, I also saw another stat that about 83% of Trump supporters, I should say, in Iowa will not change their vote. They cannot be swayed in any way to go to either Haley or DeSantis. So those voters are very well locked in, as we have always known that Trump supporters, for the most part, are some of the most loyal base of voters in political history. So that does not surprise me. So if there's any wiggle room at all, it's actually going to be going up. You'll see a DeSantis supporter or perhaps a Nikki Haley supporter swinging over to President Trump. Rather, you're not going to see Trump supporters going down ballot to another candidate. That's just historically is what we've seen. Now, so we've got a lot to unpack today. We're glad you're joining us. You probably caught a little bit of Vanessa Broussard, who is just a couple hundred miles away from us here where we sit in Mason City earlier with the president as he delivered just about an hour and 45-minute speech there. We anticipate him to take the stage in about an hour scheduled. Now, we'll see how that plays out as, when you look at the travel of the Iowa caucus and really amongst the media that we're here gathered here, we're all pretty much in the same boat. We're all having to drive hundreds of miles into the next location for the event tomorrow. I'll be live in Clinton, Iowa, about a 3.5-hour drive from where I stand right now. We got a lot to unpack. We'll talk about what's going on in the House, what's going on as far as the commanding or lack of a commanding lead that we have, the majority, I should say, in the House here in a few minutes. But I want to touch upon one of our great partners for tonight. This is one of our favorite things we ever get to share with you guys, and it's the Trumpinator. And we know that based upon previous experiences with the Trumpinator right before Christmas, these things sold out. It makes a great collector, and this one is meticulously sculpted. And you've got the great iconic image of President Trump holding that American flag. We've got that for you. The information for that to order is on your screen. Now, I'm going to tell you, though, every single time we put that up for our viewers, it sells out. So I recommend you jumping on that relatively quick, because that will sell out. Go check it out. The Trumpinator makes a great gift for someone in your friends, your family, somebody at church, school that might be a Trump supporter. It makes for a great collectible, and heck, just get one for yourself and put it in your office, in your home, or even in your car. We've even seen the Trumpinator make its way there on Trump Force One. Check it out. The information is on your screen on that. But going over some of the stats for the caucus, like I said, since 1972, this has been the first state in the nation to come out with some leading indicator of a nominee for the party. Now, what's interesting to point out is I've heard a lot of people say here, the support for President Trump has not declined at all. Now, we've been with the president ever since the election. I think he did 37 or 38 rallies post the 2020 election, and we have seen those numbers grow today, almost larger than it was back in 2020 and in 2016. So the support for the president is enormous, and despite all of the legal setbacks or the attempt to set him back as far as some of these frivolous lawsuits that's been filed across the country. I just saw where Letitia James is attempting to collect $370 million from President Trump in relation to the case she has in New York. So there is just so much that has gone against this president in terms of the weaponization of the Department of Justice and the FBI towards their political candidate. And it's interesting. Mac Whitaker, or someone had said it earlier, that it's, I've been watching a lot of mainstream media the last couple of days in preparation of tonight. And it's interesting to say that they view President Trump as they're trying to save democracy. I know Joe Biden mentioned it the other day that, it's their attempt to save democracy, but they're saving democracy by attempting to remove President Trump from the ballot. And we just saw last night 2 states, Illinois and Massachusetts, are joining the rest of the bunch that has made this continuing effort to implement the 14th Amendment. Learn is to get that case in front of the Supreme Court so they can make a ruling on it. Now, I don't anticipate Colorado getting away with what they're trying to do, and I don't anticipate Illinois and even Massachusetts or any of the other states that have planning to join suit. But that's a part of the playbook right now. They see the overwhelming support the president has in this country. We see the polling is historically high. And a lot of people have said, why are we even having these town halls with these other candidates? They don't have a statistical chance to win this thing, but they're hanging in there in hopes that some of these legal issues do have to happen to stick with President Trump and ultimately would remove him from the race. So that's the speculation. I can only assume that the donor class continues to push Nikki Haley, the same aspect on that. So, and from what I understand, the last town hall, both Haley and DeSantis took more jabs at President Trump for not only not being there, but also going back on his record. And I think it's incredibly disingenuous to suggest that their plan to fix America is better than President Trump's plan to fix America, because we saw exactly what he did in 2016. He fixed the problems that we have in America, and due to really a horrible 2 years of Republican support, a lot of that stuff didn't get done until the latter time in his administration. So the playing field this time on a Trump victory will be very much different than what we saw back in 2016, as we will have more of a clearer understanding on who exactly is supporting the president. Now, if you look at what's going on in the House right now, and it kind of sets the stage of what we could see coming up next year, is Steve Scalise, representative from Louisiana, announced that he will be taking a 1-month leave of absence due to a treatment to cancer that he is battling right now. And we all, without a doubt, want to send him, his family, his supporters, his constituents in Louisiana our thoughts and prayers as he is battling a very serious situation there. But what that does is, by him having to take that leave of absence, it does open up an opportunity where our majority in the House, we're at 218. So there's absolutely zero wiggle room for anyone in the Republican conference to not show up and be present to vote on the House floor. Now, let me give you a maybe a rare situation, but it's certainly something that could happen if, in fact, there is a Republican, for whatever reason, they're sick, they have somebody in their family is sick, there's an accident, whatever, they must miss a session, 2 sessions, a week of session. What that would do, it could potentially open up the window for House Democrats to have if everyone meets quorum as far as Democrats, everyone is in attendance, they very well could vacate the chair from Mike Johnson and start the process of putting a Democrat in for Speaker of the House, and I would presume that would be Hakeem Jeffries. That is a remote possibility, but nevertheless, it is what we are facing this next year in Congress, and I don't want that to necessarily put everyone on the worst case scenario kind of doomsday, but that's what we're facing, because not only did we run George Santos out of Congress, okay, and we voted him out with Democrats. That eliminated a seat there. We've got Bill Johnson facing retirement. He'll be leaving. Kevin McCarthy leaving at the end of the year. He'll be leaving. Our majority in the House is so slim that we simply cannot afford any setbacks from Republicans. We must have full attendance and full voting to pass anything. So based upon that, we've got Mayorkas coming up next week, some vote for pending impeachment articles on Mayorkas, which should be done a long time ago. And of course, the last session it was filed. It's refiled for this session. That's going to take 100% of Republican participation for that to pass. Not one single Republican can fail to vote on that. And so I see that a lot of things getting done. But as a Republican, we might be very frustrated going into this next session due to the slim margin on that. I hear him talking next to us. I'll bring him on in just a second. Let's talk about our good friend over Mike Lindell. He spoke a little earlier before we cut into our coverage here. There's been one guy, and I tell this story all the time, that contacted me after the 2020 election and said, Brian, I've got information that this election had a ton of discrepancies, and that is Mike Lindell. And since then, he has not only been attacked on social media, but his company's been attacked, his bank accounts have been attacked, and it's time for us, the supporters, and MAGA and all right side viewers to help him out. Go to mypillow.com/RSBN. Put that promo code RSBN at checkout to get up to a substantial discount. And they even got some post-Christmas sales on there as well. It's not too late to send someone in your family a MyPillow. They got some specials on two big MyPillow 2.0 king-size pillows. Go do it right now. It supports Mike Lindell. He's going to come on here in a few minutes and talk about how his company has been attacked recently. And all it goes back to the election and him trying to secure the election process in various states to make sure we don't have those discrepancies happen again. So go to mypillow.com/RSBN and get the very latest discounts on that. Our good friend Mike Lindell, and he'll be joining us here in just a minute. So huge night here in Iowa. To kind of give you a good perspective, we're in a North Iowa Event Center. This is something you would see maybe at a county fairgrounds of some sorts. This place will probably be called by the fire marshal before too long, because there is, I would say, a couple thousand people lined up to get in here when we came in, and there were already people inside behind us when that was happening. So I do anticipate tonight to be wall-to-wall sold out here for President Trump. And this is the second stop today in Iowa, and of course tomorrow he's going to do it again. 2 stops in Iowa as he makes his way across this state, making his way up to election night on January 15th. Now, we're going to have team coverage for the 15th. I'll be here. Christina Bobb will join me. Matthew Alvarez, Vanessa Broussard, team coverage here in the great state of Iowa to bring you that. And, of course, if you live here in Iowa, I highly encourage you to go to the website. I believe it's ia.donaldjtrump.com to get more information on caucus locations. It's very important that we have a massive turnout in this election. I'm sure Mike Lindell is going to talk about that as well, because the only way you really supersede any type of discrepancies in an election is to have flood the polls and have this massive turnout on that. So I'm going to encourage everyone to go check it out and get involved in the caucus. Now, I was able to walk around a little bit before this event tonight. A lot of locals, a lot of people driving in from an hour and a half away. Even got some people coming in from the great state of Minnesota coming down for this as well. So huge draw here as we make our way. Now, to unpack some of the timeline and all of this, after the 15th on caucus night, we're going to make our way over to New Hampshire, because that is on the 23rd of January. So they've got through the 23rd of January, then it shifts over early February. We're going to be in Nevada and then also in South Carolina as well. And then it goes up to Super Tuesday on March 5th is Super Tuesday. And you've got several, and I'll go over some of the states that have their primaries then. Of course, first primary is in New Hampshire, but after that, it does open up to dozens of states. And that's when we're going to get a really good indication on who has a commanding lead on this. Now, granted, you can go off the polling. The polling does suggest that President Trump has a whopping, sometimes even a 50-plus point lead. But what it takes is people showing up on Election Day. That is what's the biggest indicator. Now, earlier, someone mentioned about the weather that they're anticipating for the weekend building up to Monday, January 15th. Now, the low is around 0 for Sunday night going into Monday. The high on Monday being in the single digits, possible freezing, sleet, snow possible on that day. So it's going to be, I would say, a very challenging day if you look at weather and elections and getting people out. So it's not the ideal conditions, but people here in Iowa, without a doubt, are used to all of that. So this is what you get this part of the country. And of course, I was told earlier, this is actually unseasonably warm here in Iowa. And of course, my cameraman and myself felt the brunt of that wind chill as we were walking around here earlier today. I'll bring Mike Lindell over when he gets a second, come over here and have a few minutes with us. It's been a hot minute since the two of us, Mike. It has been. I know. I like to reintroduce myself to you. Hello. God bless you. Good to see you again. Let's talk a little bit about what's been going on in your life. I said right before you came over here, I remember getting that phone call from you right after the 2020 election. And you were saying, Brian, I've seen some discrepancies in this election. I want to talk to you about them. Fast forward to now, you've not only been attacked on social media, your company's been attacked, your banks have been attacked, you've spent millions of dollars for election integrity. You've even created your own network to help secure elections. What's the very latest in Mike Lindell?
The latest is, when you go back to January of 21, I thought the attacks were big then when we were deplatformed by all the box stores, the shopping networks in Canada and in the U.S., and all because I spoke out about these electronic voting machines and wanted to secure our elections. Well, Brian, they turned it up 5x this summer. When we were in Missouri, I had an event there, you were there, the election summit, and I came out with a plan. By the way, you can all check it out at lindellplan.com. We put it all in one place. And when I came out with this, they went all in. The biggest attack on MyPillow ever. Since August, we have been debanked. American Express took our line away. We've never been late in history. They just took away and they walked away and just said, we're done. And it was planned. We lost our merchant server. There were networks that squished everybody. Then it was like a run on a bank. Then once this happened and the media grabbed this and they squished our credit lines, and like I say, I had to actually kind of I had to focus on this. They were doing it for a big distraction. I had to focus on saving my pillow. And then the big story came out. Mike Lindell can't pay his lawyers. Well, let me tell you something. There's two things here going on. One is I've spent over $40 million. Every dime I've had in my life, everything I could sell, do whatever, for the elections over here, where I put money into everything, whether it was the Kerry Lake cases in Arizona, over the last 2.5 years, setting up the Election Crime Bureau, the Cause of America. I have 300,000 people. We have all this infrastructure in place on the ground. But these lawyers over here for these frivolous lawsuits, $6 billion worth of lawsuits, Brian, they sued MyPillow. So here's these, and now the bills were getting up to $2 million a month, and they're wanting discovery. These crooked lawsuits, they just want to run me out of money and go past the 24 election and run MyPillow into the ground. So I had to make a decision in September and say, yeah, I got to go out and get other lawyers. I talked to these lawyers. They're fine. It was amicable. Going, I can't go forward this. I got to go a reduced lawyer staff. And so that's what I've done, but it's been devastating. And we're maybe now just coming out of it. This is the first rally I've done in probably 7 months, as you know. Well, what I've been doing is trying to, as they shoot my pillow full of holes, and me personally, I've had to keep going And you heard my music. I'm still standing, when I did my speech. And
we're all still standing, but it's by the grace of God you're still standing, because I don't think there's been an American outside of Trump that someone's been so attacked for their business and personally.
Yeah, and they just want my voice gone, Brian, because I'm never going to stop trying to secure our elections. I talk to our real president quite often, and the other day he asked me how I was doing, and I said, well, they just keep attacking, and he says, well, the only way they're going to win is if they steal this election. And I said to him, sir, we're going to secure these election platforms. I said, I've come this far. But we have over 200 counties, Brian, committed to paper ballots, hand counted, but we're not going to tell the media who they are anymore. We're going to keep it all down. Everybody go through it once. And another thing, we talked about at the, by the way, I want to tell everyone this, like you brought it up. My voice, we're at Frank's speech on Lindell TV. We're adding this coming Monday. I'm announcing it first, live on your show. This Monday night on Lindell TV, Lou Dobbs, I've hired him on full-time. He's a full-time. He has Lou Dobbs tonight, and it starts 6 p.m. Central Time this coming Monday. His first guest is Donald J. Trump.
That's incredible. That's a great gift for you.
Breaking news. And so we're going to have quite a lineup over there. We have Emerald Robinson. We have, then there's Roger Stone, Steve Bannon. Lou's taking my spot actually there. Then I'm right after him, and then Brandon House. So that's our lineup to go. We're going to get the news out like, maybe Fox News and Newsman they used to do and talk. We're going to talk about things like, hey, the borders, what's going on, the election platforms, things that we couldn't say over before, or say. And, for a while there, RSBN was the only voice for like almost a year.
We were longer for a long time, but we've been steadfast in this whole thing, and we're not going to give up.
I got to put a plug in. I'll tell you what, RSBN was there for me when I needed them the most, and you guys have all been there this whole fall when we didn't have the networks. We weren't on your Foxes and stuff. There was these big attacks and it was because everybody out there, we took our products. We were lucky. We were very fortunate, blessed that we had inventory that had been built up. We have our employees that continue to make our own products. And your promo code RSBN, Brian, mypillow.com, everybody. You guys have been great. And I'll tell you, free shipping on your entire order with that promo code. I don't know if you know all this stuff. The MyPillow 2.0, we're going to announce it right here.
You got a special on two of them, if I'm not mistaken. Right?
Well, no, we're going to special tonight. We're going to go the MyPillow 2.0 for $29.98, the queen size. King size just $5 more. That is the special. We'll do it for probably today and tomorrow. But all the stuff we're put on sale for RSBN, all the stuff that's on sale, but the entire order ships for free. We're keeping running that. If you're out there, get that bed or the mattress toppers. Everybody's taking advantage of that, Brian. It cost me a lot to ship it right now. But those are the products that are made 100% in the USA and helps these people, these hardworking people at MyPillow. And
that's a great point. Buy the big items right now so as you pay for the shipping. And of course, a great time. Kids are moving back in dorms, so the bed topper. I know I got to buy one for my daughter because she's switching dorms. So that's on my list as well. Go to mypillow.com/RSBN on that.
And you think of this too is we are going into this is it, everybody. It's now, this year, and we all need the best rest we can get, the best sleep. People always ask me, Brian, Mike, you always have energy and optimistic, and I'm going, I sleep good. I might not sleep a lot, but it's quality.
It's quality. Mike Lindell, thank you so much, and don't forget to catch Lou Dobbs making his debut on Lindell TV. They love you. I mean, there's no greater patriot than Mike Lindell, and that you've been a joy for the network, and I'm glad to see you back on the riser though. I know it's great. I feel like we're like old times right now. Well, God bless you. I'll see you in a few. We're going to get to another congressman. We got an interview coming up in a second, but I do want to talk about our friends over at the Birch Gold Group. Now, let me tell you something. We've got an election year. We've got a lot of turmoil ahead of us right now, and now might be the time to take that first step in investing gold, silver, and precious metals, and it's as easy as texting Trump to 989898. Now, here's what you're going to get. Introduction kit, the experts, A+ rated experts, are going to help you make that right decision, but they're going to tell you how to convert an existing IRA into a gold-backed IRA. That will protect your investments from potential catastrophic losses, as so many people have forecasted a reverse in the market. That's what they say. I've noticed that Fox News over the last month have retread the same story on doom and gloom on the markets. That's what, in a way, they think is going to happen. Birch Gold Group, go check it out. Text Trump to 989898. The Birch Gold Group. I want to bring in Rod Blum as our next guest. He's a former congressman from the great state of Iowa. Rod, thanks for coming on. We had an opportunity to talk earlier, and I like your enthusiasm for America First, and we talked a little bit about Congress and how we felt that we got to get behind the president, because we got to get behind the policies that make this country great.
Absolutely. That's spot on. That sums it up well. Yeah. You know, I get asked here tonight about why these people here, why do they love this president so much? And I think the first thing that comes to my mind is, well, this president, the one we're going to listen to tonight, he actually loves our country.
Yeah.
In stark contrast to the one we have in the White House now. Where I sit there and I try to be somewhat objective. I say, I say to my wife all the time, this guy does not love this country. How in the hell can you be the president and not love the country?
No, I mean, when you look at what he did, Ron, from day one on the border and all of the other policies, it's almost like it was all done on purpose. And President Trump often says, all President Biden had to do, Rod, is go to the beach. It's on cruise control. Don't touch anything, but not. He reversed it. It's almost like it's on purpose.
Yeah, he reversed some of these policies. This just shows you the lunacy sometimes of politics. Policies that were working. I don't care if you're left, right, center. They were working. So let's change them all. Yeah. The second I take the oath of office, it's unbelievable.
Let's talk about Iowa for a second. I know we've got probably a packed house. Let me step aside real quick, Miles. I want to show how many people we have here, Rod. Stay right there. This place is packed. I don't think they could probably put any more people in this building. And if I'm not mistaken, I think they probably have. No, they're still, believe it or not, Rod, they're still going through the magnetometers behind us. This place is maxed out on a very cold Friday night in Iowa. Now, we saw the forecast for the January 15th. We'll step back in here. It is supposed to be in single digits. Iowa, 100% is backing President Trump. There's no doubt from what we've seen in the polls and what we see here tonight.
I would agree with that. And I'm one of these managers, I guess, that I always believe what I see and hear versus polls. Yeah. And I see and hear that this President Trump, is killing it here. Yeah. And but I don't want people to be complacent and not show up for 1 hour on January 15th. 1 hour is all it takes. Because when you get complacent, a lot of people say, I don't have to show up. It's cold out, whatever. Can't have that. Everybody's got to show up.
What are some of the biggest concerns of Iowans? I know you talked to them. You did public service here, which is great. What are the concerns of the people here in Iowa?
Why? Do you have an hour?
Yeah, we might. I mean, okay, let's start with the lowest hanging fruit, the economy. Gasoline, the cost of living, food. I mean, I would imagine that resonates across the country, especially here in Iowa.
Yes, inflation is a huge thing, especially I think Iowa's one of the oldest states in the country. So you have a lot of people on fixed incomes. And what has happened to the price of food, price of gasoline, price of fuel, it's just, and it's so predictable. You can't go have a $2 trillion deficit in 1 year and then follow that up with $1.5 trillion the next year and not expect prices to go up. You know, and so unfortunately, I occasionally watch liberal media.
I try so that viewers at home don't have to. So I'll try to watch as much as I can.
But they make it sound like this is like the Federal Reserve's fault or problem, or it's those terrible wealthy companies. It's like, no, this is government spending money they don't have and shouldn't be spending. Ronald Reagan always says we don't have inflation because our people are living too good. We have inflation because the government is living too good.
Yeah, it's really interesting. The jobs report came out and everybody was going backflips on it, but they failed to mention that the majority of jobs added in that last report were government-related jobs and a lot of seasonal from the holidays on there, which is no surprise. Still, the consumer is feeling the effects of these bad policies that are just hurting the middle class. And Rod, I really feel like these policies are there's going to be two classes. You got the upper income and you got the poor. The middle class is getting squeezed out.
No country has ever been successful with that kind of arrangement. The reason America has always been successful, I believe, is we have a very strong middle class. And to say that we can tax ourselves to prosperity is patently idiocy. It's never worked once in the world history, not once. And Biden and company think it's going to actually work. We're going to tax our way to prosperity. And should every third job, fourth job be a government job? Hell no. Well, another thing Reagan always said is some of the biggest lies in the country start out with, I'm from the government and I'm here to help.
I'm here to help.
I'm here to help. That's a laugh line, isn't it?
Yeah, it is a laugh line. It's interesting. I spent some time down in Central America over the holidays and was talking to some government officials there. And they said, Brian, as soon as Joe Biden took over, reversed the immigration policies, the drug cartels started funneling all of the human trafficking through their country up into southern Mexico and then into the U.S. They never had a drug problem until Biden took over. Now they got drug cartels with the human trafficking in this country. So I ask you, how has the open border affected Iowa here?
Well, there's bigger cities in different states, right, that are sanctuary cities. It's kind of interesting, speaking of that. They're sanctuary city until they have a bunch of illegal aliens there. Then they're not. Yeah. So it's impacted. It's impacted Iowa. It's impacted every state in the country. I mean, all these people are not criminals. I'm not saying that. But a lot of them are. And our streets, no one with a straight face can say our streets and our cities are safer today than when they were 3 years ago. It comes down to, is your life better or worse off than 3 years ago? That should be the campaign slogan.
Actually, that's a great point, Rod, is that should be what you guys are asking yourself at home. Is my life better now than it was? Let's just even go back further. Let's go back 6 years ago at the beginning of the Trump administration. Granted, he didn't have complete Republican support, but he got things done. I would think their answer is no. You're paying more for stuff. Our cities are not safe. They're not safe. You look at the crime stats, they'll tell you that. Even though I saw Merrick Garland up there bragging about how safe our cities were and how crime was down. I don't know what stat or what organization is telling him that, but he's simply wrong.
Gaslighting. Isn't that the definition of gaslighting? Him and Mayorkas? Mayorkas should be impeached.
Yeah, well, I think they're going to try on Tuesday. They're going to start that process. All right, so final thoughts here tonight. What are you hoping to hear from the president? What do you think he's going to say tonight to these great people in Iowa?
Well, I think one of his messages needs to be, we are still out here campaigning hard to the very end. I think that's an important message, and people love to hear that. They don't want him to think, and he hasn't, they don't want him to think he has it taken for granted that he's going to win this whole thing. Yeah. Nope. Yeah. He's out here in these smaller venues, which I think is wonderful. And this is what Iowa's about, being able to get belly to belly with whoever's running for president. So I think it's a good thing. I mean, his message, I think there's some irregularities in the 2020 election. Sure. Let's just call them irregular.
We all feel the same way.
But I also agree with, and I think the president's doing a good job of it, in not letting that be the campaign issue. You know why? Because he's got so much he can campaign on that's not that. Because, I mean, this economy was humming when he was in there. And I'll tell you this, there's no way Russia would have been invading Ukraine, and I don't think there's any way that this would have happened over there with Hamas. And there's just no way. He's too strong of a president. And I think he could sit down and tell his guys, eyeball to eyeball, don't pull that stunt. Do not pull that stunt. Yeah. And I've been around him enough over the last 5 years. When he looks you in the eye and says that, I got some stories I could tell, but not necessarily on TV. You listen. So just tout what he did and say, and then I did it. This isn't on John training. Minute one, here's the things I'm going to start doing. And who would not believe him? He's already done it once.
I think you might have said that earlier. This is not time for on-the-job training. We have big boy problems, and it's interesting because the other candidates are saying I've got a plan, I've got this plan, I've got this plan. Well, President Trump had the plan in 2016, and he put it in place. So I don't know what plan that they would actually put in place that would top that. But certainly this is, we've got some, Mike Lindell has said it before, I've said it before, and I'm sure you've said it. This is the most important election of our lifetime, that if we don't take back the White House and take control of the House and the Senate, because that's very important, and you spent some time in the House, and we want to maybe elaborate on that. We, like the Trump tax credits, expire in January of 2025. That means whoever is in majority in Congress on January of 25 can rewrite the tax codes that affect so many millions of Americans.
I voted for those tax codes in 2017. Right after he got elected president. And yeah, you're right. Those sunset, all go away. And it's just like, if we don't have Trump in there and the House and the Senate, it's just going to be very difficult. And what's that going to do to the economy? When people are not as inflation killed us, but now we're going to raise taxes? That's just the definition of insanity. That's crazy. You have to be a crazy man to do that if you're in politics. So, yeah, this guy's intent on doing it.
Okay, so we got Steve Scalise that has announced that he's going to take a month off to deal with this cancer, which God bless him. That's what we all want. So that takes us down another member. You got McCarthy retiring. You got Bill Johnson retiring. And you know what? Heavens forbid any other member come up with a health situation, either themselves, their spouse, a family member, a child. If there's an accident, they have whatever. We are in big time jeopardy of losing the majority in the House, which would change everything. It would be catastrophic. So I want to get your thoughts on Republicans booting George Santos willingly instead of letting the voters decide whether or not he should serve, that we proactively teamed up with Democrats to decide for the voters of New York.
Unbelievable. I said to my wife, I said, well, why are we committing suicide? That is, let the voters in his district decide if they want him or not. I just can't believe our party sometimes.
Yeah. No, I'm with you. We had a side conversation.
I'm conservative. I'm not necessarily Republican.
Yeah. That's a good point. But we had a great conversation where he came on. I spent 2 minutes with Rod, and I was like, okay, you and I can go out and drink several beers together, and we could solve the world's problems based on implementing Trump's policies. But
we would probably have more success having a few beers and solving the problems than this crew in there is doing.
Yeah. I'm not a big fan of what's going on right now. I'm really not, and I don't want to be majorly pessimistic, but Republicans have got to come together. And there is no wiggle room for on Mayorkas. Mayorkas needs to happen. That beginning needs to happen next week.
Absolutely on Mayorkas. Yeah, that guy should be held in. I say contempt, but no, he for sure should be impeached. There's no doubt about it.
And then when you look at Biden and what's going on with him and all the evidence we have of the SARS reports and all the other stuff that's come out, why that hasn't happened is beyond me. And Rod, you know this because you served in Congress. The people want accountability, and I think they didn't get any accountability for damn nearly 10 months when McCarthy was Speaker. And I've been open. I was a fan of Kevin McCarthy. I wanted to give him a chance, but the Republican voters want accountability. Impeaching Biden, or at least thinking about impeaching Biden, the inquiry is one way to satisfy the base at home and get something going, because we all know the policies and the crimes that are surrounding the Biden crime family have been pretty substantial, and there's evidence on that.
Absolutely. I mean, to me, it's irrefutable evidence. Kevin McCarthy was never my favorite person in Congress. You know, good guy, nice guy, and all that. But I always saw him kind of as a rhino.
Respectful.
Corporate interests, and so I'm a big supporter of Jimmy Jordan, who was in the House Freedom Caucus with Jim Jordan, and that guy's a leader. And that guy's got, how do I put this nicely? He's got intestinal fortitude.
He does. He's got the courage. Being a wrestler, he's got the courage to take somebody to the mat and beat him down. I'm a fan of Mike Johnson. I want him to do what's right. He needs to stay the course on this and not to fall into the talons of the deep state and the military-industrial complex that gets him into that whole we've got to stay the course with Ukraine. If you and I both know, if we turned around right now and we said by a show of hands who supports the war in Ukraine, you and I would both know there would be zero hands up.
That's why I mentioned it in my speech. I talked about the money we're spending in Ukraine.
You did a great job with that. You actually broke down how much money we spend on cancer research, how much money we spend on Alzheimer's research.
$20 billion a year on cancer and Alzheimer's research. $20 billion. And people say, that sounds like a lot. Well, it is a lot. Until you think of how much we're spending on the Ukrainian war, and how much we're spending now on Israel, and how much we're spending $400 billion a year on illegal aliens here.
Yeah.
Shouldn't these folks who are paying the taxes get the benefit of the taxes for Christ's sake?
It's amazing. Then what you're seeing in Gavin Newsom in California is granting health benefits to immigrants. Now, that is a slap in the face. I got my son.
Slap in the face. Everybody pays.
Everyone. You know, my son lives out in Los Angeles, and he is still on our insurance. But there's going to come a time where he will no longer be on our insurance policy. So you're telling me that someone that is out in California, pays taxes, works hard, won't have access to health insurance because he can't afford it, but someone who comes over here illegally, here's your health insurance policy.
And we can't afford, I guess, border security, but we'll spend billions and billions on Ukraine border security. Yeah. How does that make your average American feel?
I don't know.
Yeah, like we're a bottomless pit of money.
Yeah.
This cannot stand. President Trump has got to win the primary. And talk about a fighter. I always say to him, I can't say exactly what I say to him, but I tell him, in essence, hang in there. Don't let the turkeys get you down, you know. Yeah. And he told me about 3-4 months ago, I told him that. He said, these are the people that is how I can do that. Because I said, how can you do that? You're under attack almost daily. Yeah. And he said, this is the reason I could do that.
Yeah. This is the reason we can do that. Well, Rod Blum, thank you so much for your time. God bless. Thanks for your service in Congress. And tell your wife hello. We talked about her. We agree with what she thinks as well. All right, good to see you. I'm going to step aside, show the crowd real quick. And as we make our way into this, Trump is scheduled to speak, well, here shortly, but I'm not quite sure if we've got that going to happen. I don't know exactly what his time it is. Let's talk about our friends over at Tax Network USA. Now, if you're struggling with back taxes right now, do not stress out. We've got IRS is basically escalating on collections, adding about 20,000 new agents and sending 5 million collection letters to kick off 2024. Our friends at Tax Network USA are here to help with over 14 years of experience and over saving clients over $1 billion in back taxes. No matter the size of your tax issue, they've got expertise that will lead to your advantage. Right now, the clock is ticking. Do not wait. The IRS steps up its game about this time of year. Seize control of your financial future right now. Contact Tax Network USA. The information is on your screen. Tax Network USA. Do not stress. Do not fall behind. It doesn't matter if you owe 1,000, 10,000, 100,000. Our friends at Tax Network USA can surely help you get back on track. Tax Network USA. Look at this crowd. It is packed here in Mason City, Iowa, as we are on number 2 of our doubleheader today. Thanks for joining us. Local time 7:22 as we make our way into Trump taking the stage. It's on schedule for about 8 minutes from now. I'm not sure if that's going to pan out as well. We talked a little bit about the effort to remove President Trump from the ballot just last night. 2 more states making that attempt to do that. Illinois and I believe Massachusetts joins a list of others that are attempting to remove him from the ballot. Now, what's very interesting on this is Joe Biden was speaking just the other day talking about Trump is the greatest threat to our democracy. Now, I want you to think about that. President Trump, the greatest threat to our democracy, but yet the Democrats, and they're doing everything they can within their power, and the media, same thing, are doing everything they can to keep Trump off the ballot. Now, if Joe Biden got 81 million votes in 2020 election, if he got the most votes in presidential history, 81 million votes, and folks, I was on that campaign trail with President Trump going into the election for 2020. I saw the crowds. I saw the dozens and dozens of rallies that had probably 30, 40, 50,000 people attending those rallies. And mind you, back then, the COVID restrictions were in place, so a lot of these rallies are outside on Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, all these northern states that we had to go visit. They would still put 30, 40, 50,000 people out in the freezing cold to show up for President Trump. Despite all of that, and despite President Biden doing very few what he would call a rally. I would call 8 people standing in a high school gymnasium and a hula hoop. If you want to call that a rally, then so be it. But despite all of that, he got 81 million votes. So if that is the fact, if he simply got 81 million votes, and by all of my layman calculations, I did not see a fraction of turnout on the road for Joe Biden, then why is there such a desperate attempt to take him off the ballot for 24 if Biden was so popular in 2020? Also, Joe Biden right now faces one of the lowest approval ratings in modern presidential history. The lowest. So how do you go from 81 million votes, the most in president history, to one of the lowest approval ratings in presidential history in a matter of 3 years? I say he never had the votes, he never had the support, but he definitely has these low approval ratings, and I think that's why you're starting to see a double down on not just a handful of states. You're going to see a lot of states with these liberal, leftist, Democrat judges trying to invoke the 14th Amendment and get him eliminated from the ballot rather. Because if Biden was that popular and that strong of a candidate, they would need to do that. Because they would just simply let the voters go to the polls and vote and do it again of what they did in 2020. It seems absolutely ridiculous that we're simply talking about a political opponent being removed from the ballot. This is something that you'd see in a third world country, not something you see here. Now, I mentioned earlier, during the holiday break, I spent some time down in Central America and talked to a dozen or so people when I was there about American politics, and every single one of them talked about the importance of keeping America such a sovereign, powerful nation, not only with the border, because they see what has happened with this open border. We've got this caravan of immigrants streaming from South America through Central America, through southern Mexico, up into the southern border here. And the drug cartels have completely controlled all of that, and they've brought in the drugs, which has brought in the crime, which has brought in the gangs. So countries that have never seen this type of criminal activity are now seeing it because of the immigration policies that we have right now. So based upon that alone, we need a strong dollar, a strong market. Right now the dollar is weak around the world, and that is not good for not only for us, but for people traveling into some of these countries. But we have to stay strong. Now, I think it's important to note that the very simple social issues that we deal with, and I'm talking about there's 2 genders, male and female. I'm talking about men cannot get pregnant. I'm talking about an elimination of enforcing these pronouns into our culture, and of course now forcing, if you misgender somebody, you are at risk of being eliminated from your school or fired from your job. The DEI that is controlled our corporate culture is something that needs to be eliminated immediately. Now, I've got several friends that work in the financial markets, and they tell me, Brian, what has happened in the financial markets, the DEI and all of the basis for hiring someone not on merit, but simply on their skin color, is done disingenuous to people who legitimately have the rights and the skills and the education to get these jobs. And it's placed people in an awkward position thinking that maybe they got the job based on the color of their skin alone, that they must hire 15% of an African-American female or a female, a Latino, instead of hiring who is best for the job. And so we're starting to see the corporate America change in a way that is not for the better. And the S&P 500, there was a study that came out that out of all the jobs, thousands and thousands of jobs that the S&P 500 companies were able to hire, only 6% of those hirings were white men. 6% of the hirings were white men, and this massive S&P 500 hiring over the last several years since the DEI was put in place. Now, I'm not saying that that number should be higher, but statistically, wouldn't you think that if we have a balanced culture, that perhaps a white male should represent more than 5% of your total hiring? I don't know. But that's one of the things that definitely this election, and President Trump has talked about it, of taking all of this radical leftist socialist indoctrination of our kids out of the curriculum. The critical race theory has been one of the things, and the fact that we are now teaching, sex education to first graders, to second graders, to third graders. We're having these, story time, these drag queen story hours in some of these schools. Now, we have not seen that of lately because a lot of people push back on it, and that's what it's going to take. People pushing back on what they're seeing. And we heard that a little bit earlier today about being loud and being boisterous and showing up on January 15th. I'm going to step aside real quick, let you guys take a look at this beautiful crowd we have here. Like I said, we're probably in the neighborhood of 2,500 people maybe logged in here on this Friday night here in Iowa, and a little bit of a unpack the programming here. We will be live tomorrow as well. I'll be in Clinton, Iowa, and I believe Vanessa will be in, I think, Newton, but I got to double check that city, so we'll get that as well. Also, after the primary on the 15th, we're going to transition over to New Hampshire, after the caucus on the 15th, we'll transition over to the New Hampshire primary, which is on the 23rd of January. So we'll have live coverage from inside all of those events there in the great state of New Hampshire. But it's interesting because we've seen historic highs on the stock market, which across the Dow, the NASDAQ, S&P 500 for the better part have been high. Now, it's one of these things that I can't quite understand because of what is going on the ground. I think the average American is feeling the inflationary rates. Consumer sentiment is down. And, of course, I'm seeing story after story be recycled in the news from the mainstream about the market crash. And it's almost like, in a way, they are very much wanting to position the market that upon a Trump victory, we will see a market crash. Therefore, they can pin that crash on President Trump. That's just one of the theories I've kind of thought about, because I don't understand why they are so pessimistic on the market after it's been so high. Now, granted, majority, I think it's 61% of Americans basically invest in the stock market in some way, shape, or form, but mostly in mutual funds that are very a combination of not just of multiple stocks. But the fact that we are seeing so many mainstream media outlets push this narrative that we are pressed and we are on the verge of a market collapse in 24 makes me a little suspicious if that's not exactly what they want to happen on the heels of a Trump victory in November. So we'll certainly, and of course I remember Mark Cuban at the time. Whenever President Trump ran in 2016, Mark Cuban was one of the first public figures to come out and say how much he felt that President Trump would hurt the economy with his fiscal policies. They actually predicted the stock market would crumble in 2016 and during his presidency. And, of course, obviously we saw nothing of that at all. And President Trump here, the messaging that we're going to probably see tonight is that he is running to basically undo a lot that Joe Biden has done in this country. And when you look at some of the mortgages and some of the rents that people pay right now are astronomically higher than what they were under a Trump administration. If you look at your average mortgage payment and what you can afford in 2016 and 2017 all up to 2020, the same mortgage payment that you were paying back then you wouldn't be able to qualify to get it under the specs now. The interest rate is about double than what it was back then. Plus, the percentage of income to what you're financing has increased as well. So people can no longer qualify for those mortgages. And of course, we've seen exactly what rent has done in the last couple of years as well. And if you look at the southern border, and I don't want to sit up here and drag up the podium and talk about the southern border, which, by the way, I'm glad that our elected officials are paying attention to our southern border, but at the same time, we don't need another press conference on the border. We don't need you to drag out the podium, stand behind it with your encrusted vest and your jackets and your shirts and your Homeland Security hats and tell me how bad the border is. Bill Maloogian, Border Bill for Fox, has been there for years. We have been there for years reporting on it. We know how bad the border situation is. American people want action. They don't want another press conference at the border. They want action. Under President Trump, illegal immigration dropped, drugs dropped, human trafficking dropped. The border wall was in the process of being finished until President Biden reversed it. We'll get to plenty more accomplishments, but I want to talk about our friends over at the Trumpinator. That's right. We said this earlier. It's one of the favorite things that we do here. And I love it. It's a bobblehead. It's a one-of-a-kind. It's the iconic image of President Trump holding that flag tightly. It makes for a great gift. Information for that is on your screen. Check it out. The Trumpinator makes for a great gift. Put one at home. Put one in your car. I've even seen the great Dan Scavino do some pictures of the Trumpinator on Trump Force One in the cockpit. It doesn't get any better than that. Go check it out. The information that is on your screen, the Trumpinator. Also, President Trump has said this post the Christmas. He says, we're going to bring back Merry Christmas. And that's something that he talked about. And that really kind of goes along the idea that I said earlier about the way their culture is changing. They're changing the truth. I think it's they're basically raping, for lack of a better word, the English language. They're raping truth. And they're making what's true to them not the truth. And by us buying into this methodology that there's multiple genders and that men can get pregnant and that you can just feel like, if you feel like you're a cat, then I must address you as a cat, or I'm facing potential, criminal, or not really necessarily criminal, but disciplinary action if you're in school. This is what we got to push back on. And so I love the fact that President Trump said, look, we're going to bring back Merry Christmas. We're going to say Merry Christmas. That's what we celebrate. We're going to say Happy Hanukkah. That's what we celebrate. We're not going to buy into this whole non-religious approach to these holidays and be politically correct. If you don't like it, then you know what? You can go stand somewhere else in the corner and pout. But the rest of us, we're going to say Merry Christmas, and we're going to do what's right and celebrate a long-time tradition holiday in this country. It's interesting because the caucus night, and they've talked about it earlier, we had a Laura Trump video on it, January 15th, 7 p.m. Now, Vanessa Broussard, myself, Christina Bobb will be here in Iowa on that night, we'll be live at the Trump War Room, giving you all the election results coming in. We're going to have Vanessa at a caucus location talking to some folks, finding out what they feel about the caucus and why they voted for President Trump, and we'll bring all that excitement to you. But it's something that we want to share with our viewers. We think that this is the most important time to do it. So stay tuned for us on January 15th at 7 p.m. I'm going to go through some notes here. And people were asking, I know, how many times President Trump has been in Iowa. I heard a reporter just yesterday ask somebody, why doesn't President Trump, Mike Lindell, getting a round of applause from the audience here, why doesn't President Trump come to Iowa, was asked by one reporter. And I thought to myself, I'm not quite sure what state you've been in over the last several months, but President Trump has been in Iowa. I've been with him when I was with him at the state fair. I think he was on like number 18 or 19 trips to Iowa that year, the year 2023. Now, since then, he has definitely been to Iowa several times post Iowa State Fair. So he has spent a lot of time in Iowa. And, of course, if you look at what's coming up next weekend, there's one in Atlantic, Iowa, Sioux City, Iowa, Indianola, and Cherokee. And, of course, coming up on caucus night, he'll be in Des Moines. Let me step aside. We got the music stopping. Well, we got a video. Let's go ahead and show this video real quickly as we are live in Mason City.
Planned paradise and said, I need a caretaker. So God gave us Trump. God said, I need somebody willing to get up before dawn, fix this country, work all day, fight the Marxists, eat supper, then go to the Oval Office and stay past midnight at a meeting of the heads of state. So God made Trump. I need somebody with arms, strong enough to rustle the deep state, and yet gentle enough to deliver his own grandchild. Somebody to ruffle the feathers, tame cantankerous World Economic Forum, come home hungry, have to wait until the First Lady is done with lunch with friends, then tell the ladies to be sure and come back real soon, and mean it. So God gave us Trump. I need somebody who can shape an axe, but wield a sword, who had the courage to step foot in North Korea, who can make money from the tar of the sand, turn liquid to gold, who understands the difference between tariffs and inflation, will finish his 40-hour week by Tuesday noon, but then put in another 72 hours. So God made Trump. God had to have somebody willing to go into the den of vipers, call out the fake news for their tongues as sharp as a serpent's. The poison of vipers is on their lips, and yet stop. So God made Trump. God said, I need somebody who will be strong and courageous, who will not be afraid or terrified of the wolves when they attack, a man who cares for the flock, a shepherd to mankind who won't ever leave nor forsake them. I need the most diligent worker to follow the path and remain strong in faith and know the belief of God and country, somebody who's willing to drill, bring back manufacturing and American jobs, farm the lands, secure our borders, build our military, fight the system all day, and finish a hard week's work by attending church on Sunday. And then his oldest son turns and says, Dad, let's make America great again. Dad, let's build back a country to be the envy of the world again. So God made Trump.
Popular video here, obviously getting a good response from the crowd. We are live here in Mason City, Iowa. President Trump's scheduled to take the stage, I would expect momentarily. I've been keeping a close eye on some of the people coming in from perhaps taking some photos with him if he is in fact in the building. That's generally what happens before he comes out. He'll go through a click line and take some pictures with some supporters and some of the perhaps caucus leaders in this state. And he'll generally do that before he comes out. So we're live. I want to remind everybody also, go sign up for our newsletter, rsbnetwork.com, rsbnetwork.com. Go click on newsletter. Subscribe. Our editor-in-chief, Grace Saldana, has done a tremendous job on really pushing out some stories, and we've seen President Trump on Truth Social retruth many of those articles, as well as Summer Lane, Alex Caldwell, and so many others on our wonderful team. That's exactly what has happened. So I do highly encourage you to go check out our newsletter, rsbnetwork.com, and also click and subscribe. It doesn't cost you any money, absolutely free. We're not going to sell your data off to anyone. We're just going to send the very best news and information as you need it, plus a lot of specials on there as well. And while you're there on the website, I'm going to make a little pitch here to go donate. We started out this company back in 2016. Joe Seals did an amazing job, had a vision. And it wasn't necessarily a vision to purely promote Trump. he saw a phenomenon going on in this country. He saw that people were following him, going to his rallies, and the massive amount of people that would show up to these things. And we noticed that the mainstream media necessarily was not showing the crowds. When Joe Sills decided back in the early days of Right Side, that's what we're going to do, is we're going to show you the crowds and let our viewers make their decision on who they like. And so, lo and behold, here we are in 2024, years later, the number one resource for all things President Trump, and we're proud of that. And we show the crowds, and you've got a good shot tonight. Miles is doing a terrific job because we have a massive turnout here tonight in Mason City. And if you thought, well, on a Friday night here in Iowa, and of course President Trump has been here over 20, probably 22, 23 times over the last 13 months, people simply are not getting, quote, over or seeing him, or are basically taking advantage of the fact that they get to see him a lot. We go to states that don't see President Trump hardly at all, but maybe once a year, and they come out. One of the biggest rallies, the loudest rallies that I remember in recent history was one last July, or this past July, in Alaska. The loudest rally in a long time. And of course, New Hampshire, right before the Christmas break, was another rowdy crowd, loud. So people enthusiastically are coming out to support the president because they know how destructive the last 3 years have been in this country. And if people have any vision of keeping our freedoms and honoring our Constitution and really keeping our country strong, not just the border, but our military, our schools, our communities, then the Trump policies definitely allow that to happen freely. And we're even seeing police, mayors and police around the country now getting a raise. I know the mayor of Atlanta just recently gave officers there, I believe, an 8 or 9% pay raise. He gave them the max pay raise he could do without going to a council vote. But you're seeing that around the country because America is waking up that we need to secure our cities, secure our borders, and do what's best for this country. And then by the looks of tonight, they have really come out for that. Crowd getting a little antsy here, as you would expect. 7:46. Let's listen in to a chant here in Mason City, Iowa. Seems to be one of the chants they usually get going. But one of the things that you're going to look at is really attacking all different facets of what the Biden administration has done. And of course, if you look at what the Constitution and what this 14th Amendment is attempting to do with President Trump in terms of removing him from the ballot, that is something that has only been attempted once, and it resulted in the Civil War with Abraham Lincoln. So this is something that I think none of us at this point want to get into in terms of going down that direction. We think if it should be, like I said earlier, if Joe Biden had 81 million votes and he's so confident in his record and he's so confident of what he's done for this country, then by all means, why don't we just allow the voters to go to the polls in this November? And it seems so odd to say this November because I remember doing rallies in 2022 and we used to say, oh, well, in November 2024, we're going to eventually vote. Well, we're here. It's game day. It's game time, America. It's here, and we can't express enough, and we've heard it here tonight, to get out and caucus, get out and vote. So no matter where you live in this country, and I'm going to go over some dates here in a second, actually. I'm going to go do that right now as far as some various dates around the country that have their primaries. We're looking at, we'll start with Arizona real quickly, because that is a very contested state. As we know, Kerry Lake ran for governor in 2022, without a doubt experienced the same type of voter and interference, or I should say voter discrepancies that we saw in the 2020 election. Katie Hobbs ended up winning that election. But their presidential primary date's coming up on March 19th. So March 19th from there, many of Arkansas, California, Colorado are also in March 5th. We've got Connecticut, Delaware on the 2nd of April. The majority of states, their primaries are in March. So we got Super Tuesday coming up on March 5th. We've got a dozen or more for that as well. I also want to tell you, go over to locals, and I'm going to try to post as much behind-the-scene content as I can, especially as we got this incredible 3.5-hour drive tonight. When we're done here, we're going to make our way over to Clinton, Iowa. We're going to document a lot of that stuff on locals, and so I'm sure the information for that, of how to follow us on locals, is on your screen. So definitely follow us on that platform. We'll tell you what it's like to drive through the state of Iowa at 1 o'clock in the morning with sub-zero temperatures, or sub-freezing temperatures, I should say, out there. So we're going to do that. So go subscribe to Locals. It's a great platform to stay in touch, some stuff. But, you know, you're going to start to get into March, April, May, June. By June, I'm looking at the dates here, we should basically have all of the presidential primaries done. So by July, or really before that, because I think we're going to get a good indicator of who the nominee will be from the Republican Party, but by July, you're starting to see a really head-to-head with Biden. Now, the question I get a lot is, will it be Joe Biden? Will Trump actually run against Joe Biden? Can Joe Biden make it to the start line, never less the finish line, the start line? And my answer to that is, I don't think he will. I said this 2 years ago, and I still feel the same. Their approval ratings for Joe Biden are so low, and the Democrats know that they cannot run on his policies. That's why they're going after President Trump on the personal side, on the business side, on to try to take him off the ballot, to try to sue him. Letitia James going after $370 million in that case. They know they can't beat him at the ballot box, so they must take him out legal ways in the courthouse and other legal measures. So I don't think, so knowing that, they know that he's going to squash Joe Biden. I hope Joe Biden is the nominee for the Democrats, because I think that is a slam dunk, because I think America will come out. I think a lot of independents will come out for President Trump. But I don't think it's going to be Joe Biden at the end. I think it's going to be Gavin Newsom. I think that he is someone that they is positioned to take over that role. I think that coming from a massive state like California, now granted they have a laundry list of problems, and it quite honestly could be very easy to run against him based upon the performance of California and just how many people are exiting that state. So I don't think it's going to be Michelle Obama, so just please get off the dark web. It's not going to be Michelle Obama. It's going to be someone like a Gavin Newsom that is younger, from a bigger state, has the ability to raise money. And I think ultimately, if Joe Biden was to pull out, then I think that's his replacement. But I don't want that to happen. I want the controllable Joe Biden to remain the Democrat nominee, because I think if we do that, based upon, can you imagine what the debates look like on that? I mean, we saw what the debates look like in 2016. We saw what the debates look like in 2020. I can only imagine how much of a clown show that debate will be with Joe Biden, and I can't wait to see it. Now, granted, on Wednesday, I believe there is a debate between the other Republican candidates. I still don't know why the GOP is attempting to do this. I know they customarily probably have to go through go ahead and go through the tradition of having these debates, and that's fine. If that's what they want to do, I guess that's what they got to do. But I really want the Republican Party to focus on defeating the Democrats in November. That is much more important than to fight each other. Let's look forward to the general election. I'm going to step aside. Let's show this amazing crowd here right now. It is something that, like I said, you never, ever get tired of seeing here in Iowa. And this is what we've started to see customarily here on the campaign trail is these, doesn't matter how big the venue, doesn't matter the conditions, doesn't matter the day of the week. They were showing up in huge amounts. Now, I'm looking behind us, and obviously I know the camera can't swing around, but I know that for those of you that are wondering, yeah, the doors are closed. I believe we are at max capacity here at this facility. Matter of fact, I'm looking at several officers that by the door, so I don't think they're going to let anyone else in this building right now. And I know that Miles might have a difficulty swinging around looking at everything, but it is wall-to-wall people here in Mason City. I also want to remind everybody you can also follow us on social media. That is one of the best ways to stay in touch of what's going on this campaign trail here across Iowa, because in the next couple of weeks we are going to be majorly embedded with Trump in both Iowa and New Hampshire. So I encourage you to follow me as well at Brian Glenn TV on Twitter, at Brian on Truth Social, and of course on X as well, on Facebook, Instagram. But follow us on Right Side, and better yet, get our app. You can download our app on an Android, an Apple store. It's absolutely free. We come across people in the crowd. I can see, always know when they're watching us on the app because they'll wave towards the camera and they're staring at their phone. So basically, they're watching us on the app or perhaps watching us on our good partners over at Rumble as well. But I do encourage you to download our app, as that is one of the best ways to get notifications that we are about to go live. Also tomorrow, the 3-year anniversary of January 6th. Now, that is something that you're going to see the media, the mainstream media, is going to basically really, really hone in on, because they want to constantly remind people of what happened and this great threat to democracy and all of that. That is something that you're going to see ad nauseum tomorrow on the news. And for someone that was there on January 6th reporting for Right Side, all the way from the ellipse where President Trump spoke, all the way down Pennsylvania Avenue, making our way to the Capitol and showing exactly what was happening that day. And I said it then, and I'll say it now. The agitators at the Capitol were not Trump supporters. They were Antifa. They were outfitted like Antifa. I have seen hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of Trump supporters at my time here at Right Side. And I'm telling you right now, what I saw on the steps of the Capitol was not Trump supporters agitating the police. Now, did Trump supporters get caught up in the emotions of walking in the Capitol, walking in the doors that were open, going into these buildings that were wide open? The red carpet almost rolled out for them. Did they walk by Capitol Police with no troubles of walking past them? Yes, they did. Should they be treated as criminals as such right now? No. But that is exactly what has happened, and that's the way that Matthew Graves and others in our Department of Justice have treated these very non-violent, very peaceful people on January 6th. Now, granted, was there people there that maybe got in a little bit too emotional? Maybe if they fought police on any level, then absolutely they need to be, the law needs to be basically, face the law and face the punishment for that. That is not what I'm saying. But at the end of the day, January 6th was not the day of insurrection that the media will like for you to think. And so tomorrow, I just advise you to turn off the TV. Watch right side, because that's all you're going to see tomorrow is coverage on January 6th. One of the surrogates just came out to kind of cheer up the crowd a little bit. I know that she probably was back behind. That's exactly what's been taking place. If you kind of notice on the stage left, there is a gentleman that's opening up the curtain and letting people out. Those people are coming from backstage to get pictures with the president. So I can only expect as that line goes down and we get time for him to step out, that's exactly what's going to happen on that. I do want to remind you about our friends over at the Birch Gold Group. Now, if you look at the market and what's going on right now, you look at the turmoil in this country, the economy, this constant state of uncertainty after the election, make a bold move. Go to our friends over at the Birch Gold Group. Simply text the words Trump to 989898. That's Trump to 989898. Text the words Trump to the Birch Gold Group. They're going to show you how to convert a traditional IRA into a gold-back IRA. Simply text the words Trump to 989898. That is the Birch Gold Group. Also, check out the Tax Network USA. No matter what size of tax problem you're dealing with right now, simply contact our friends at Tax Network USA. They have helped thousands of our viewers eliminate their tax problems. Whether or not you owe $1,000, $10,000, $100,000, do not let that loom over you. The clock is ticking, and the IRS is ramping up their efforts to go collect on a lot of this stuff. So simply text the words on the screen and get involved right now. Tax Network USA, and eliminate your tax situation. And don't also forget about the bobblehead. That is one of the most popular things that we have right now, is the bobblehead. We sell out every time we do these specials. It makes a great gift. Go check it out. It's the iconic image of President Trump cuddling the flag, and you can have that in your home, your work, your office, or heck, if you ever get a chance to be on Trump Force One, put it up in the cockpit. Trumpinator information is on your screen. Trumpinator bobblehead. Go check it out. All right, great crowd here. Obviously, everyone's getting a little restless. 8:02 here, local time. 8:02 as we make our way into this doubleheader here in Iowa. Earlier, Vanessa Broussard was holding down the fort. President Trump delivering about an hour and 45-minute speech there, and jumped on a plane. Obviously has made his way over to Mason City, Iowa. So if you're not familiar with the state, we're just due north of Des Moines, about 2 hours here, just south of the Minnesota border by about 45 minutes. So we're up here in the northern part of the state. Great people. Trump country. We saw a lot of signs driving into this venue today. Trump signs, and of course, especially today, they were out in the community. So on this Friday night, they have definitely showed up and turned out for this. And one of the messages we're going to hear from President Trump tonight is the way not only to fight back on the economic policies, but to keep world peace. Now, if you recall, back during his administration, there were no new wars. We had 0 new wars going on in the war. Matter of fact, President Trump likes to talk about, and you might talk about it tonight, how we didn't suffer any military casualty during his term. And as he kind of put the fear of God in a lot of the the terrorists and eliminated Soleimani and a lot of horrible leaders in these terrorist organizations, and it pretty much got rid of ISIS. And now we have seen a resurgence, obviously, in the Middle East due to a lack of leadership and due to a lack of strength on behalf of the U.S. because of Joe Biden's and his ability as a weak leader to deter a lot of these radical organizations around the world from doing what they are now doing. And if you look at what Hamas has done on October 7th there, and the violence that occurred then, I think that it'd be safe to say that if under a Trump administration, we would not see that happening, that the strength from President Trump would, in fact, prevent some type of attack by Hamas. If you look at what's happening in Ukraine, yet once again, another example of a lack of leadership has simply caused Putin to invade Ukraine. And once again, under President Trump administration, he'll often say, that would have never happened. So is President Trump the only man that can prevent World War III? Well, if you look at his track record of dealing with these countries, I would say yes. If you remember, when President Trump visited North Korea, Kim Jong-il, everyone said he's simply going to create a nuclear war by visiting with the North Korean leader. Well, so I'm still waiting for that to happen. Didn't happen. Won't happen. Because there is strength in leadership. There's strength and there's power and strength. And we are simply on a world stage right now where we have the opportunity to control. Music's dying down. Let's listen in. We're live in Mason City, Iowa.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the next president of the United States, President Donald J. Trump.
And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
Oh, we're going to take our country back. We're going to take it back. Well, we start by saying, hello, Iowa. This is a great place. We're going to have a big year. Happy New Year, by the way. And 10 days from now, the people of this state are going to cast the most important vote of your entire lives. You know, I said it in 2016, I said it, and I meant it. And then we did a great job, and we had a rigged election, unfortunately, but we're going to change that around. We're not going to let them do it. We're not going to let them do that. But, you know, there were so many things that we did that I never really said that in 2020. We had a safe border. We had the safest border in the history of our country. So I never said it, really. But now I can tell you we have the worst border. We have the worst president in history. We have a president that can't put two sentences together. We have a president who can't walk off the stage. See this? He can't find the steps. Can't find the steps. Now we have a president who's a great danger to democracy. He really is. He is a danger to democracy, and at a level like few people have seen. By delivering a massive victory in Iowa, you will send a thundering message straight to crooked Joe Biden, the fake news media, a lot of them back there. That's a lot of fake news back there. They had to travel all the way up here. Look at the crowds we have, huh? People outside, too. And all of the evil and sinister people trying to destroy our nation, and that's what they're trying to do. There's one of two things. They're either very stupid or they're trying to destroy the nation. And I don't think they're stupid because they wouldn't be able to cheat so well in elections, right? So they're trying to destroy our country. With your vote for our campaign on Monday, January 15th, you will declare that we are going to take back our country. We are going to defeat crooked Joe Biden. And we are going to make America great again. We have to. And it all starts here in Iowa at 7 p.m. It's on Martin Luther King Day. You can't forget. And we're going to do something. And here's the thing. We have these polls that show us we're 35, 40 points up. Forget them. Pretend we're 1 point down, like you young guy in the front with a beautiful hat on. Pretend we're 1 point down. Forget about 35, 40 points up. You know, nationwide, we're 64 points up. Okay, 64 points up. And I think in your state we're like 40, but forget that. Pretend you're down 1 point. What do you think, Mike? Is that good? That's a good idea, right? 1 point down. But you have to get out and vote because it sets a tone. It even sets a tone, frankly, for November, because we have to bring it back from these lunatics that are running our country. Do not stay home. If you want to save America, each and every one of you has to get out. You have to get out and vote. And, boy, I tell you, the biggest risk is you say, you know, we're winning by so much, darling. Let's stay home and watch television. Let's watch this great victory. And if enough people do that, it's not going to be pretty. But we're not going to let that happen. You know, I'm going to be here. You know that, right? I'm coming to Iowa. I'm going to caucus. I'm going to caucus. We're going to be in Iowa. We're not taking any chances, right? You know, they're spending a lot of money. The globalists have given her money. And you know, I know very well, she ain't going to do it. I can tell you, she's not going to do it. And I know him very well. Both disloyal, both extremely disloyal. Him, I got elected. He was down at like nothing, came over, begged me for an endorsement. You know that better than anybody, right? Begged me for an endorsement. And he helped me a little bit with the impeachment hoax, number one, impeachment hoax, number two, 2 hoaxes. We had about 15 hoaxes. We have currently a lot of hoaxes going on, too. They never stop. And you think they won't do it to them? They would do it to them, too, but they would wilt. They would wilt. But he came over, tears in his eyes. I need your endorsement. And he was losing by like 35 points. It was over. And then, for whatever reason, stupidly, I gave him my endorsement. And he went up like a rocket ship, and that was his only claim to fame. And he ended up getting it. And then I got him past the general election. We did 2 or 3 rallies. They were big, beautiful rallies. And I said, "You're going to win." He said, "I don't think so," because the man he was running against was the hottest politician in the country. I said, "You're going to win. I'm telling you." I could tell by the rallies. The rallies were incredible. And he won. And then 4 years later, they said, "Will you run against the president?" And he said, "I have no comment." I said, "That means this guy's running." And that was the end of him, right? So now in Florida, a poll came out today. I'm at 89 and he's at 9. And now I guess he's fighting for second place, isn't he? They're both fighting for second place. You can have either one of them, globalists. But we're thrilled to be joined today by some incredible people. State Senator Brad Zahn. Now, Brad was the first person in the United States, the whole country, to endorse me. Does anybody know that? He endorsed me 3 months before I ran. Nobody knew I was running. I didn't know I was running. I really didn't. I didn't know. One day I said, "Come on, First Lady, let's take that trip down that beautiful escalator, First Lady." But Brad was there 3 months before I was. Can you believe it? So, and he's a great guy wherever he may be. Where's Brad? Where's Brad? Brad. I call him the Marlboro Man. He's a handsome guy. 3 months. You remember that, Brad? I said, "Who's that guy in Iowa?" I didn't know him. I said, "Who's the guy in Iowa? He keeps endorsing me. He likes me." And I got to meet him, and I like him a lot. He's a fantastic guy, and he loves your state. He loves our country. Thank you very much, Brad. We appreciate it. And state representatives, fantastic people. They all endorsed, and they're all really right out there. Derek Wolf, wherever Derek may be. Derek. Hi, Derek. Thank you. Great job, Derek. They like you, Derek. Charlie Thompson. Charlie, thank you. Thank you very much, Charlie. A friend of mine, former Congressman Rob Blum. We should take that former. Hi, Rob. We should take that former. Oh, wait, do you feel like running for Congress? I have a couple of positions for you in Iowa. I have a couple we could do without. Do you feel like running? I have a couple of ideas. Former acting attorney general, a friend of mine, Matt Whitaker. Very popular, Matt. He's very popular. Good guy. He's a good football player, too, by the way. The stakes of this election could not be higher. They can't be higher. And by the way, I just spotted him, a man who is the single greatest buyer of commercials in the history of television, Mike Lindell. And his pillows are good also. His pillows are very good. But if he could buy our ads for us, I would say that we would have ads just blanketing the nation for about 1/3 the price, I suspect, right? No, you're great. He's a great guy. He's always a popular person, too. We introduce him. People love him. I love him. Under crooked Joe Biden, our borders have been literally erased. Millions of illegal aliens are invading our country. They're coming from all over the world. Nobody knows who they are, where they're from. Countries that nobody ever heard of. Languages that we don't have people to teach these languages. We don't even know what the languages are. They're coming from all over the world. Our middle class is being crushed by Biden's crippling inflation like we have never seen before, really. Violent criminals are running wild in Democrat-run cities while law enforcement has been weaponized against Christians, conservatives, and people of faith. We have war in Europe, war in the Middle East. China is threatening Taiwan. Iran is inches away from a nuclear bomb. They think Iran's going to have a nuclear weapon over the next 61 days. Can you imagine the stupidity of these people? We had it so good. When I was president, Iran was broke. They had no money. I told China, if you deal with them, you can't deal with us. I told that to India. I told it to France. I told it to every nation. And they were broke, and I wasn't looking to hurt them. I just don't want them to have a nuclear weapon. And they weren't going to have one. And when bad things happened in that election, all of a sudden, this guy comes in, takes all the sanctions off. Iran is now a very rich nation. They have $250 billion in cash. Can you believe it? Not even mentioning the $6 billion they got for 5 hostages. How about $6 billion for 5 hostages? I'll tell you what, you know, if it was me, I'd say we got to give them up for that kind of money. $6 billion for 5. You know, I heard about it. It was 5 and 5. I said, okay, now tell me that's the end, right? Because we have Brittany Griner. And for Brittany Griner, well, you're just upset because she always believed in tying her shoelaces during the national anthem, right? Remember? That was when she tied her shoelaces during the national anthem. But for that, they got the greatest arms dealer, they say, in the history of mankind. That was the trade. And he's out there buying arms for Russia right now and happily buying all sorts of military equipment. That was a tough trade, I'll tell you. And then we left the one person behind. He couldn't. They said, oh, we'll get him later. Well, that was already a year ago. Now, what kind of deals do we make? Those are the deals that this country makes. But that was bad. And then I said, okay, we got 6, this one. So we got 5. They got 5. I said, well, that's a little better, although I'd like to know, you know, who are our 5s? Are they the greatest arms dealer? And we're giving you somebody that's not the same? But it turned out, well, they said, sir, that's not all of it. In addition to the 5 and 5, we're giving them $6 billion. Oh, that's more like it. That's more like our country. How stupid are we? How stupid are we? And they have now, if you think, they're about $250 billion. They've made it all in a 3-year period. They had nothing. They were down to broke. They were broke. Actually, a Democrat congressman was on last week, 2 weeks ago, I think, on Deface the Nation. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Donald Trump on Deface the Nation. Then it is, they hate when I say that. You know, they spend all this money on PR people to, you know, to clean up their act. There they are right back there, you know, fakers. And then Trump gets on and he calls them Deface the Nation and all the different names we have for the different crooked media. The media is really crooked. But they also, you know, for giving electricity to Iraq, we gave them $10 billion. You've probably heard about that. But I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking about from the oil. They took off all the sanctions. You couldn't do it with me, and took off all the sanctions almost immediately. And they now have $250 billion, and they're giving the money to Hamas. They're giving it to Hezbollah. They're giving it to everybody. Our military leaders have gone woke, and we're teetering on the brink of World War III. And I am the only candidate in this race who's up to the task of saving America from every single Biden disaster, starting on day 1. I know everybody. Thank you. You can sit down. Go ahead, sit down. Oh, we have some front row Joes. You know, these people, I don't know, they must be rich. Stand up. These are rich people because I see them at every event. They're like at 167 in a row. What do? You must be loaded, right? Loaded with cash. But you know what he is more than he's a great American, and they are great Americans. Thank you very much. Thank you. Great people. Great people. There's at so many events. It's beautiful. We have a lot of people that go to a lot of events. We have people that are well over 100. That group from a group of beautiful ladies from North Carolina, right? They've gone to, I think, 117 now. I say, are your husbands happy with you? I don't know. But they're great people. Since 2016, you have been in this battle side by side. We've worked side by side, taking on the entire corrupt system in Washington like no one has ever done before. Nobody's ever done what we've done. You know, we had, prior to COVID coming in, a gift from China. That was a beauty, right? But we had a meeting with John McLaughlin, the great pollster, and a couple of others, and they said, sir, if George Washington and Abraham Lincoln came back from the dead and they decided to run as president and vice president, you'd beat them by 35 points. Because this country was rocking. We were beating China. You know, I put tariffs. We're taking in hundreds of billions of dollars from China. Nobody had ever, it really slowed them down. In fact, they're trying to get rid of the tariffs, but they can't because they're producing so much money. Biden would love to get rid because, you know, he got paid off by China, a lot of money. So he wants to do whatever he can to keep them happy. But it's terrible. I mean, he's like a Manchurian candidate. This is what we have as a president. It's a terrible thing. Together we stood up to the failed establishment, the corrupt media. Those people right back there. Look at all those cameras. We stood up to the deep state, the globalists, the warmongers, the Wall Street special interests, the open borders fanatics, and the radical left, and we achieved more than any administration just about in the history of our country. We rebuilt our military. Think of it. We got the largest tax cuts in history, the largest regulation cuts in history. We did things like right to try, where people were terminally ill and they couldn't get some of the really advanced medicines. We have the greatest labs and the greatest doctors in the world for all of that. And you couldn't, they traveled to Asia, they traveled to Europe, they traveled all over the world. If they had no money, they'd go home and they'd die. But right to try gave them the right to use these great, we've saved thousands and thousands and thousands of people. One of those people is with us today, actually. Natalie, I don't know if Natalie's around, but she's with us today. Where is she? Where would Natalie be? But right to try was an amazing thing. She works with us. She works so hard. She's usually back working on the computer while I'm speaking. That's extremely insulting, but that's okay, because she's heard this speech many times before. But we always change up our speeches, don't we, huh? A lot of politicians, they go around and they say the exact same speech for months and months. Not a word changed. It doesn't, even if history is changing in front of their very eyes, it's that same speech over and over again. And then they wonder why nobody listens. With me, there's always a risk, especially when I go off these suckers, right? Right? But with your vote in these caucuses, we're going to finish the job once and for all. We're going to do things, and we're going to make history. Look, this is the greatest movement of all time. Make America great again. We had a great election in 2016. We did much better in 2020. We got many millions more votes. We did, I tell people, what was the difference? They said, well, we did much better in 2020. We got millions of more votes. I was told that if we got the same 63, and McLaughlin, who's here someplace, John McLaughlin, if he's around, come on up, John, you can talk about it. I'm sure he didn't expect this, but he's a great pollster, considered, one of the true greats ever. And he said, sir, if you get 63 million votes, the same as we got in 2016, there's no way you can be beaten. So we got 75 million votes, but that's what they say, but we got much more than that. That's what they say. So we got millions and millions more votes, and then they said, oh, we just lost by just a tiny bit, these people. And think of it, all those people are dead in Ukraine. It would have never happened. Dead in Israel would have never happened. Israel would have never been attacked. Ukraine would have never been attacked. We wouldn't have had inflation. China wouldn't be looking at Taiwan. They're thirsting for Taiwan. They wouldn't be thinking about it. North Korea was happy with me, and they're not happy right now. Together, we fought long and hard to rescue the Republican Party from the likes of Mitt Romney, Karl Rove, Paul Ryan, right? The wheelchair over the cliff, right? Paul Ryan, the wheelchair over the cliff. He was great. And there's no chance we're going to let them claw their way back into power with the establishment pawns like Ron DeSanctimonious and Nikki Haley. Or even worse, Joe Biden. Joe Biden is the worst. He's the worst president, he's the most corrupt president, and he's the most incompetent president. Other than that, I think he's doing quite a good job. Quite good. He's doing quite a good job, right? He's the most incompetent president we've ever had. And I say it, you could take the 10 worst presidents in history, add them up together, and they haven't done the damage to this country that this guy has done. Our country is dying, and this is no time to waste your vote on another establishment career politician. And, look, I say we have a very big lead over these people, but you just can't take a chance. You don't know. It's elections, and a lot of things happen with elections. We learned that. But they're not going to be able to carry the water, and there's a bad seat. When you get people in, how about Nikki? She'd go, I would never run against our president. He's the greatest president. He did a great job. He was a great president. I would never run. This goes on for 2 years. I'd never run against the president. Then one day I heard she's having a news conference. I'm going to be running for the presidency. She doesn't have what it takes. I will tell you that. I know her very well. Unlike every other candidate in this race with me, you know that in your heart, I am the only one that puts America first. I put America first, and with God's help, I will get the job done like I did before. A vote for Donald Trump in the caucuses is a vote to secure our border. It's a vote to stop the invasion. It's an invasion on our southern border. It's a vote to rescue our economy. It's a vote to reclaim our democracy from crooked Joe Biden and his criminal thugs that work with him. It's horrible. The people that work with him are horrible. What they've done with the election. I mean, I got more indictments than Al Capone. Did you ever hear of Al Capone? It's true. Alphonse Capone, the great Alphonse Capone. He was so nasty that if he had dinner with Mike Lindell and Mike smiled, that beautiful smile he's got, Al might think that it was a mocking type smile. Mike would be dead tomorrow morning. Nobody would know. Mike, it would be so painful. He's not into that. But I have worse than Al Capone, okay? And he's about as bad as you get, right? He was a mean guy. This was never in my plan, being indicted for it. I got indicted. I had a period I was being indicted so fast we didn't know where the hell they were coming from. If I flew over in my beautiful plane, I flew over a blue state, the next day I'd get served with a subpoena. But you know, the good thing is probably I'm 25 points higher than I would have been. I mean, we would have won easily anyway, but we're in record stratosphere because people get it. People get it. They've weaponized the Justice Department, and they're a disgrace to the whole world. They're a disgrace. The whole world is watching, and they get it. This election is our last chance to save America. The battle begins in Iowa on January 15th, and Joe Biden's banana republic ends on November 5th, 2024. Thank you. Thank you. With your help, we're going to bring our country back from hell. Victory cannot come soon enough as we speak. The last remnants of our open border. It's a broken, disgusting, crumbling, horrible border. No country has ever had a border like this. The poorest country in the world never had what's happening. You look at these scenes of millions of people coming across our border. I think it's going to be 15 or 16 million people. That's more than New York State. That's more than almost any state. A couple have a couple more, but they'll catch them in 2 years. It's horrible. People are going into schools now. They're occupying schools. They don't speak the language. They don't even know what the language is. They're sitting with your children in schools. They're occupying the hospital beds. And look, we all have a heart. We don't want that to happen. We don't want bad people to be hurt. But they shouldn't be coming up. They shouldn't be coming here. And the way they don't come here is you say, I'm sorry, we can't take you, so that when they do come, you don't feel so bad about turning them back. But we accept everybody, and we can't take care of them. It's unsustainable for a country. It's unsustainable. This is the largest illegal mass migration in history. There's never been anywhere in the world, there's never been anything like this where 15 or 16 million people are going to come across the border over a short period of time. A record 300,000 illegal aliens were detected crossing the border in December alone. 300,000 in December. In December. We had the safest border in history. Think of it. We had the safest border in history 3 years ago. And now we have the worst border in the history of the world. In the history of the world, there's never been anything like what's happening. We built 561 miles of border wall. Nobody gives us credit for it. You know, if a 2x4 is laying on the ground that's 50 years old and rotted, they said, you didn't build a new wall, that was a renovation. Okay? So they said, yeah, we built over 500 miles of wall, but a lot of it was renovation. You'd have a piece of steel that's 90 years old laying in the ground that you don't even know if it's steel. It's rotted, rusted. And we dig down 9 feet deep and 30 feet high with steel, with rebar, with concrete. That wall is exactly what Border Patrol wanted. It has an anti-climb provision at the top. I never liked the look of it, to be honest. It has a panel on top. It's called anti-climb. I said, I'd like to leave it off because I'm a very aesthetic person. I said, it looks better without it. They said, the difference is they can climb over the wall the other way. They can't climb it. It's called anti-climb. I said, all right, I'll give it to you. I gave it to Border Patrol. We have unbelievable Brandon Judd. And then we have the great Tom Homan. You know that Tom Homan, Central Casting. I'd say he is Central Casting, right? And he's a great guy, and we have incredible people. All they had to do is leave it the way it was. We had the record in like 38 years, the record lows. And if Biden just went to the beach and left everything alone, but they couldn't do that. He goes to the beach. He can't even lift one of those little aluminum chairs that are meant for children to pick up. He's not strong enough to do it. Remember when he used to say, I'd like to take him behind the barn. I hit a long ball, you know, but I'd like to take him behind the barn and say, then I'd teach him. If he ever did that, you know what I'd do? I'd go, and he'd fall down. He'd fall down, go. But he used to say that it was fine. If I ever said that, oh, that's terrible, he's a fascist, he's horrible. You know, if I ever said that about him, I'm going to take him behind the barn and I'm going to beat the hell out of him. They'd say, he's a fascist, he's horrible. But when Biden says it, oh, isn't that nice? I guess they probably know in that sense, physically he's harmless. And mentally he's harmless too, but he's got a lot of people around him that are bad news. And we get Mexico. You know, we got Mexico to give us 28,000 soldiers worth billions and billions. You know, when they say, he didn't get money from Mexico. What do you mean? I got more money than even if there was no legal mechanism for them to build the wall, give us the wall, build it. But they could give us soldiers. I got 28,000 soldiers from Mexico. And everyone said that would be impossible. And the head of, you probably heard this story, but the head of the State Department, one of the top people who dealt only with Mexico for 24 years, I think, she said, sir, you're never going to get this. I said, no, I want to get it. We'll get it 100%. She said, you're not going to get it, sir. And she was a good woman. She was just a lousy negotiator. And I said, no, we'll get it. And she said, what else are you going to answer? I'm going to say remain in Mexico. I want everybody to remain in Mexico. And I want catch and release in Mexico, not catch and release into the United States, and about 9 or 10 other things. Then I asked Tom Homan and I asked Brandon Judd, give me the top 10 things. They gave me, so we came in with like 12 items, 10 or 12 items. Every one was impossible. The big one was, we want the soldiers for nothing. We're not going to pay you anything. And the representative of the president, and the president's a great guy, he's a socialist, but he's a great guy anyway, you know. And he came over, handsome man, very good-looking man, dapper. And what can we do for you, President? I said, here's the story. You're going to give us 28,000 soldiers. No, 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 no. We're not going to give you 28. I said, yes, you are 100%. 100%. You're going to give us 28,000 soldiers. No, no, we're not. Yes, you are. Then I said, you're going to give us stay in Mexico. Everyone's going to stay in Mexico. That's the way it is. Nothing you can do about it. Everyone's staying in Mexico. No, no, we're not going to allow that. Yes, you are. 100%. 100%. He didn't know what the hell was going on because he said no, and I'm saying, of course you are. And then I said, catch and release, but we don't release them in our country anymore. We release them in your country. No, no, no. I said, he said, look at me, he goes, why do you keep saying I'm going to? I keep saying I'm not. I said, you're going to, 100% you're going to. Would you like to make a bet? We'll make a bet. And he said, no, no, I don't understand what you're getting at. I said, here's the story. If you don't give us all of these 12 items, I'm going to put a 25% tariff on every single piece of equipment and car and everything that Mexico sends into our country. And we're going to tariff you at 25%. And after 2 months, it goes to 50%. And after 2 months, it goes to 75%. And that's a lot more money than the cost of the soldiers and the cost of... So they gave us billions and billions of dollars. He said... may I please excuse myself and call the president? I said, good, 5 minutes, come back. So he comes back in 5. Sir, it would be a great honor to give you 28,000 soldiers, sir. It'd be a great honor to give you, remain in Mexico, sir. It'd be our honor. We would love to do it. We would love to keep MS-13 in Mexico. You know, we love the roughest gang. So we got everything we wanted. And the woman, I will say this, the woman in the State Department said, I've never seen anything like that in my life. But it wasn't even hard, you want to know the truth. We do many things like that. I did it with France. I did it with a lot of people where they take advantage of our country, and I did it. In France, they were going to charge, you know that story, they were going to charge us 25%, our American companies, if they do business in France. I said, no, you're not. They're not going to do that. I gave it to my people. 2 months later, they said they couldn't make a deal. I said, I'll make a deal. I called up the head of France, you know, Macron. Do you know Macron? He's a very nice guy, Macron. And really a very nice guy. I said, Emmanuel, how are you? He said, fine. I said, I heard you're going to charge American companies 25% to do things in Mexico. Who else are you doing? Well, nobody yet, but we will do other. I said, no, but you're not going to do it, Emmanuel. You're not going to, no, Donald, it has already passed. I said, well, you better unpass it, because if you don't unpass it, you're going to pay a 100% tariff on all wines and champagnes that are shipped into the United States starting tonight. No, you cannot do that, Donald. You cannot do that. I said, I can do that. In fact, I'm just signing it right now. No. Okay, Donald, look, okay, I'm not going to charge. We're not going to do it. That was the end of it, Mike. That was the end of it. It was so easy. And I could tell you 200 things like that. I could tell you 200 things like that. I could tell you about aircraft carriers where they use electric catapults. They couldn't go to the steam, which works better for about 1/100th the price, you know, the electric catapult. You know that story. I could tell you about the elevators on a tremendous aircraft carrier, the Gerald Ford, and they decided not to use hydraulic like a John Deere tractor. They decided to use magnets. We're going to use magnets to lift up the elevators with 7 planes on them. We need them fast, these massive elevators. They used magnets. They wanted to try it for the first time. This was a ship that was supposed to cost $2.5 billion. It cost $19 billion and didn't work and still doesn't, right? You know. So they use electric catapults instead of the steam, you know, like Victory at Sea. Anybody ever see those planes get thrown off there? Instead, they get thrown off. It's been great for 60 years, but now we decide to go with all electric. You know what you did? Hey, Biden must have been involved in that, right? He must have been. So I said, I visited the carrier because I wanted to know, you know, it's only about 7 years late, actually, and costing a fortune, totally out of control. So I go, and they had me meeting an admiral. I said, I don't want to see the admiral. I want to see the people in charge of the catapult. They're catapulters. So these guys come out, one guy named Bill Jones. Bill, hi, Bill. What do you do? Sir, I'm a catapulter. And he's proud of it, too. He's great. I said, so tell me about the electric catapults. He said, they're no good, sir. They don't work. And if they break, we have to send to MIT to get a genius to come in and fix them. Whereas the steam, I could fix it with a hammer and a blowtorch. And when the steam got hit with a wave, which we do a lot, sir, those waves are bigger than these ships. He said, when the steam got hit with a wave, sir, it didn't have any impact. In fact, it was nice. We loved it. When the electric gets hit with a little piece of water like this, you could drop it with the glass. That's the end of that system. I said, so you're saying it's so good. Why did they go to it? Because, sir, it goes back and forth, back and forth. You could do it every time. But the only problem is, sir, it takes us 99 seconds to load it. So it doesn't help that it goes back. And during that 99, the steam builds up. So a little complicated, but it was pretty simple, actually. I said, so which is better? Tell me. Sir, the steam is much better. And they had a $900 million cost overrun on these stupid electric catapults that didn't work. They had an almost $1 billion cost overrun on the magnetic elevators. Think of it, magnets. Now, all I know about magnets is this. Give me a glass of water. Let me drop it on the magnets. That's the end of the magnets. Why didn't they use John Deere? Why didn't they bring in the John Deere people? Do you like John Deere? I like John Deere, but with the hydraulic, right? So I said, you're wasting your time. You ought to get rid of it. And then I was angry about it because this thing cost, I think, $18 billion. Can you believe one ship? There's never been anything like it. What a disaster. But one ship cost $18 billion. It was totally out of control. I said, bring in the architect. I want to see the architect. He walks into my office 2 days later. I said, have you ever designed a ship before? Well, not too much, sir. Can you believe this? He's doing the biggest ship. I think it's the biggest ship in the world, actually. It's like landing at Kennedy Airport. And it's amazing. I said, tell me, you moved the tower, you know the tower that's always in the center and hanging off the side, and it looks great like the Roosevelt and the other aircraft. We built the tower in the back. And I don't know if you know anything about, by the way, this is more interesting than listening to teleprompter stuff, right? Don't you know? Because it's business. It's like business. But so here, just to finish it up, I said, so let me ask you, for the pilots here, the hardest thing you can do as a pilot is land on an aircraft carrier because it's big and powerful. They look so big. But when they're in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean or the Pacific Ocean and you got waves going 15 different ways and this thing's rocking all over the place, despite all of the stuff, it still rocks like a son of a gun. Actually, some of the greatest pilots can't do it because they may be claustrophobic. So I said, by moving the tower back, you're making that area much thinner to land, and they already have a big problem land. It's very hard to land a plane on an aircraft carrier. You really have to have talent. So I said, by moving the tower back, because the middle of the boat is the widest part. Now the tower hangs out over the sea, but this thing came right to the back. And I said, by doing that, you're really making it much tougher for the pilots because it's a much narrower runway. Does that all make sense? I said, why did you do that? Nobody's ever mentioned that to us, sir. I said, I don't do this professionally, but I'm very good at design. I said, I also don't like the look. I like the, these things with boom, they're hanging way out over the side, and you have a much more room. Then I asked him one other question. What are all those rooms on the bottom under the tower? Sir, that's for the storage of ammunition. Oh, I see. So the poor captain or admiral sitting up on the deck, if they hit the ammunition, that guy's gone. The tower goes up like a rocket ship, right? Well, we never thought of that, sir. These people, I'm telling you, it's really unbelievable. But there are many, many stories. I could go all night telling you about the stupidity in government. And we correct. He goes, okay, keep doing it. You want to hear about 10 more stories? Yeah? But anyway. You think Joe Biden can tell you about it? He doesn't have a clue. The guy, he cannot, I'm telling you, I saw the other night, he couldn't find the stairs off the stage. He's looking. You ever notice he looks like this? He's finished with the speech, which usually lasts no longer than about 3 minutes, because, the medical stuff wears off after 3 minutes. So he's looking around. And the problem with doing that, I just told another group, we had a couple of meetings today, pretty nice ones in Iowa, but I just told the other group, the fake news is so crooked that when I do that, we're going to have a little fun. I do that, then they say, Donald Trump was unable to find his way off the stage. It's true, Mike. They do that. They say he's unable to find, or when I mimic him talking, not a good talker. He's not a good talker. So when I mimic him sometimes talking, they show me mimicking, and they say, Donald Trump was unable to get the words out today. No, this guy we got a bad guy. He's a bad guy, actually. They try and make him like, oh, he's not a nice person. I mean, he will go after his political opponent in a campaign, indict him 4 times. Today we got charged $370 million fine on a perfect loan. Nobody ever even heard of such a thing, using a statute that's disgraceful. These people are corrupt people, and they're bad people. They're actually very bad people, and we can't let them get away with it. We better win this damn election. I'll tell you, this country's finished. It's finished. It's gonna be okay, though, because I think we will. I think we will. I never like to say we will because that gives it the maloiki, that gives it a little bit of, but I'll tell you, nobody's ever seen poll numbers like this. Even the fake news was telling me today, they said they've never seen poll numbers like we have. But now we have to put it away. We got, think of it, 9 days. 9 days to Iowa. Then we go to New Hampshire, where we're leading by a lot. Then we go to Nevada. Right? Then we go to South Carolina, where I'm leading by, in Nevada, we're leading by 90%. They might not even show up. Then we go to South Carolina, which is so great. Great governor there, Henry McMaster. The reason I chose Nikki is I wanted to get her out so Henry McMaster, who's the lieutenant governor, who endorsed me, and he was great. Nikki endorsed somebody else, and she lost. I had a much better endorsement. And I wanted to get Henry to be the governor, so I got 2 for the price of 1, but he was much more important than Nikki to me. But Ron DeSanctimonious, Nikki Haley, and the rest of the pack, will never be able to do what I do and what all of these people do. You know, they're all ready to come back. They say, sir, as soon as you're back, Tom Homan called me the other day, sir, we're all ready to go on the border. And they'll do that thing. They'll fix that border so fast. They'll fix it so fast. And they wouldn't do it for anyone else. They wouldn't even do it for anyone else. We had, think of it, we had the safest border in the history of our country, and then they destroyed it like overnight, and people just coming in by the millions and millions. And a lot of people don't understand it, because how can that be good? How can it be good? It's so bad for the country, and I think they really are doing it because they want to sign these people up to vote. I really do. You know, I never would have believed it. They can't speak a word of English for the most part, but they're signing them up. They'll be signing them up trying to get them in to vote. I think that's why they're doing it, because it can't be... There can't be any other reason. Nikki Haley has been in the pocket of the open borders establishment donors for her entire career. Now, Nikki Haley's campaign is being funded by Biden donors. Did you know that? You got a lot of Biden donors who are giving a lot of money because they want to take out Trump, because in the polls, I'm the only one that beats this guy. Can you believe that? Anybody should beat him. See that young man sitting right there? He's like 7 years old, not you, right behind. He's 7 years old. He should beat him. I'd vote for him. You know you do? You give them the store test. Let's say you owned a little store, just an easy store, a little store, like a candy store, right? You know, a lot of candy stores, a little store. Do you think that if you went away for 2 weeks, you'd put Joe Biden in charge? He couldn't run it. He couldn't run a store. He couldn't run a store. If you had a little candy store, Joe, would you take over? How do you run a thing like... He's the president. How do you run this? I don't know. I wouldn't know how to, I wouldn't know where to begin, sir. Nikki opposed my border wall. She condemned my strong border policies. And in 2016, she stabbed the Republican Party in the back by siding with, and she sided with Barack Hussein Obama. Has anybody ever heard of Barack Hussein Obama? Do you remember Rush Limbaugh? He used to call it, he'd say, ladies and gentlemen, today we'll be talking about Barack Hussein Obama. That was Rush. We miss Rush. We miss Rush. He got the Presidential Medal of Freedom that beautiful night. Do you remember that? We miss Rush. Rush, we need you, Rush. But she sided with Barack Hussein Obama against us on the Trump travel ban, which kept us safe. We didn't have one terrorist attack in 4 years. I never could say it while I was president because I didn't want to do it, and then all of a sudden the next day they have an attack. I said that didn't work out too well. But we didn't have one attack because we were tough. We were very tough on the border. We were very tough with the ban. We had a terror ban, we called it. You know, when somebody comes out of a country that wants to destroy the United States, typically they're not ideal. So we'd say, I'm sorry, we're not letting you in. Haley recently said Iowa voters will need to be corrected by other states. Now, I don't know if that's, look, I don't know. But it doesn't seem nice, right? You know, I don't want to make, because she also said, you know, they asked her about the Civil War. Why did it start? How did it start? She didn't use the word slavery, which was interesting. I don't know that it's going to have an impact, but, you know, I'd say slavery is sort of the obvious answer. It's supposed to about 3 paragraphs of bullshit. She just talked. Nobody knew what she was saying. But today she put down, today in New Hampshire, she said you have to be corrected. You don't have to be corrected. You built this country. You built this country. But her record shows that she is one who needs to be corrected because she's the one, and there's nobody better to do that than the people of Iowa. Just vote against her. And just before we get to the sanctimonious, Nikki Haley would also sell you out and grant amnesty to Biden's illegal aliens in her very first way. You know, she said, I will give them amnesty. So they come into the country illegally. You know how many people come into the country through legal means, and sometimes it takes them 10 years, and they have to study and this and that. They have to love our country. And now you have people just pouring across the border. Sadly, the establishment losers and sellouts lagging far behind us in the Republican primary cannot be trusted on taxes, trade, or anything else. They're globalists, and they always will be globalists. You know, when you're a globalist, something wrong with that, because it really hurts our country. It really does. We can help the world, but we have to help our country first, because this is a country that's got a lot of problems. But history will show that there's nothing you can do to change them, and they'll betray you just like they betrayed me. I mean, Ron DeSanctimonious, I endorsed him, and then he says, no, I don't want to comment, meaning, you know, I'm going to run against him. Boy, did I hit him. He doesn't know what the hell happened. I think he's still saying, what happened? He's going around saying, what happened? I used to be popular. He wasn't really popular, and I could tell you a lot of different things. The fact is, you need a personality if you're going to run for office. If you run for office, it's nice if you have a little personality. You don't have to have much, but a little. Good policy and a little personality. Iowa does not want politicians like Ron or Nikki, who both support a 23% national sales tax. How would you like to buy a nice John Deere and say, excuse me, you're going to have to pay 23% sales tax on that tractor? Or how would you like to buy a pillow from Mike Lindell? How would you do if you could charge 23% sales tax, Mike, on the pillow? I don't know. That would be not so good. I think your customers would fly away, right? It's not a good thing. It's not a good thing. And it hurts really the middle class and less than the middle class, much worse than anybody else. You don't want politicians like Ron or Nikki, who both want to gut Social Security and Medicare for our great seniors. That's what they want to do. Ron voted 3 times to raise the retirement age very substantially on Social Security when he was in Congress. And by the way, nobody liked him in Congress, I will tell you that. Most of Congress has endorsed me. Even in Florida, almost everybody endorsed me. They didn't endorse him. And Nikki says the retirement age of 65 is way too low. It's way too low. Anybody 65 here thinking about Social Security a little bit? You could raise your hand. You don't want to vote for Nikki. That's a lot of people. You don't want to vote for Nikki. Unlike DeSantis and Nikki Haley, we will always protect Social Security and Medicare for our seniors. You know, you're going to be good. I'm not going to do anything. I'm not touching. You deserve that stuff, Medicare and Social Security. But remember this. We have under our feet wealth like no other country in the world has. We have more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. We have more than any country in the world by far. It's called liquid gold. It's oil and gas, liquid gold. And we were going to, we were drilling. We were number 4 when I got there. And when I left, we were substantially number 1. And we were going to be doubled up what Russia was and what Saudi Arabia. They were number 1 and 2. And we took over number 1 by a lot. And we were going to be selling to Europe. We're going to be selling to Asia. We're going to make so much money. You didn't have to play around with your Social Security. We were going to be, Saudi Arabia. I said, how much debt do you have? To the king. He said, debt? Debt? What is debt? I don't know. They bought like 100 777s from Boeing. I said, do you finance them? Finance? No, we pay them cash. We give them cash. We don't have any debt. We don't need to finance anything. Because they have liquid gold. We have more than they do. We were going to make this country so rich, and then this idiot comes along and he stopped everything, and he ended ANWR. ANWR in Alaska is probably the biggest site in the world. It's probably bigger than Saudi Arabia. Nobody really knows for sure, but probably it's bigger. I got it approved. Ronald Reagan couldn't get it approved. I got it approved. In the first week, they ended ANWR in Alaska. People can't believe it. It's not just Alaska. I mean, Alaska couldn't believe it. Economic development, all the jobs. But the whole country in that case. We have the biggest site in the world, and this guy ended it. And he doesn't even know why he ended it. If you say, why'd you end it? He would have no clue. He doesn't know. Somebody told him to end it. On my first day back in the White House, I will terminate every open borders policy of the Biden administration, stop the invasion of our southern border, and begin the largest domestic deportation operation in American history. We have no choice. It's not sustainable. I will shift massive portions of federal law enforcement to immigration enforcement, and we will immediately restore and expand the Trump travel ban on entry from terror-plagued countries. We don't want people from terror-plagued countries. And now one thing has gotten better, if you think about it. What has gotten better under crooked Joe Biden? Nothing. Everything's I mean, the whole world is laughing at us. No respect, you know. Remember our great comedian, No Respect, right? I had no respect. This is like the country. He's talking about our country. No respect. And they respected us. I'll tell you, they respected us. Again, Russia would have never done Ukraine, never, in a million years. Number one, they wouldn't have done it because we had the oil prices low, but they wouldn't have done it even beyond that. You know, oil went up to $100 a barrel. They made a fortune on that. They made a fortune. I had it at $40, and if it stayed at $40, then it would have. There was no reason why it should have gone up. So we wouldn't have had Russia going into Ukraine. We wouldn't have had China drooling over Taiwan. You know, they're drooling over Taiwan. Israel would never, ever have been attacked. It's just all of it. We wouldn't have had inflation. We would have had a great economy. It's incredible what these people have done. It's amazing. If you have a competent president, if you have the right president, it's amazing what the right president can do. But we did things that nobody believed. We rebuilt our military. We did things. We knocked out ISIS, you know. We beat them. Everybody said, well, it'll take 4 to 5 years. I did it in like 2 months with General Raisin Kane, right, Mike? General Raisin. What's your name? Kane, sir. What's your real name? Kane, sir. Well, do you have a first name? Yeah, they call me Raisin. I said, wait a minute, your name is Raisin Kane? I love you, General. This is the General I'm finally looking, not Millie and not all these characters from these television people that don't know what the hell they're doing. Under the Trump administration, you were better off, your family was better off, your neighbors were better off, your communities were better off, and our country was better off. America was stronger, richer, safer, and more confident than ever when you had me behind that beautiful Resolute desk in the Oval Office. The Resolute, you know, is a beautiful desk. A beautiful, beautiful desk with incredible history. You know, they give you a choice of 7 desks when you go and you're president. You have 7 desks. They have these incredible vaults in the White House and in storage areas, and they have different desks. But the Resolute desk to me was so beautiful. It was such a great history. So many great presidents sat behind it, and I chose that. And I'll tell you, your country did really well when I was sitting behind the Resolute desk. You were doing really well. Really well. And we'll do it again. It's no wonder Biden and the far-left lunatics are desperate to stop us by any means necessary. They're weaponizing law enforcement for high-level election interference. It's all election interference. The only thing is, so far, I mean, who knows? Does this go on? So far, they've been great for us. In fact, they don't know what's going on. I heard they were going to indict me 2 more times, 6. I think I must have a record. Who the hell got indicted 4 times? 2 more times, and they said to from what? Don't do it. Don't do it. We're going to indict this guy into the White House. Don't do it. Please, please. They're calling. Please don't indict him anymore. But it's true. It's like the craziest thing because people get it. You know, they see it. You fight an election. They fought my election. They're still fighting 2016. They all fought it. Everybody in the House fought it. All the Democrat senators fought it. They didn't get indicted. They didn't get sent to jail. The boxes. How about the boxes hoax? Biden has 15 times the number of boxes over 50 years. And he took it. Think of it. He took it when he was a senator. He wasn't allowed to do that. He took it when he was a vice president. He wasn't allowed. I have the Presidential Records Act. I'm allowed to do it. I'm allowed. All that stuff is a hoax. It's a big hoax. And they'll let him get away with it. They let him get away with it, but me, they don't want to let it get. And he has it under his crummy Corvette. You know, he loves that car. I wonder who gave him that car. Which country gave him that car? But he has it on the floor of his Corvette, right? The Corvette runs over, you know, papers from China. It's very interesting. Classified information from China. He sends it to Chinatown. What's that all about? And then it gets sent from Chinatown all over the place. And then they said, oh, he's been cooperating. He's been wonderful. No, he hasn't been wonderful. What he did was, there's a senator named Dick Durbin. None of you would hear of him. He's pretty unimportant. But Dick Durbin, a senator, he said, if he took classified information when he was a senator, that's really, really serious. Wow. I can't he did. Then Dick Durbin said, oh, really, it's not that bad, you know, when he found out. But no, it's bad stuff. But if I do it, it's like a big deal. If he does it, it's fine. It's just incredible the way we have a 2-tier system of government. We're going to have to change it. And remember, you know, they have to be careful because this can boomerang too. You know, it's like We could have done some really terrible things, and it's very bad for our country. They've opened a Pandora's box, which is very, very bad and very dangerous for our country. But all of this is happening because we're beating them badly in the polls. You know, if I wasn't running, or if I was in 5th place, 4th place, like, how about this guy from Arkansas? He's been at 0 for a year. 0. His name is Ada Hutchinson. It's actually Asa, but I call him Ada. Ada Hutchinson. He was the governor of, I don't know, because it's such a great state. Arkansas is a great state. But this guy's been at 0 now for about 6, 7 months. And if he ever cracked 1, I'd be shocked. He's got 0 going for him. He's a nasty guy, too. He's a real fresh, nasty guy. But what keeps a man like that running? He's at 0. He goes around campaigning. Oh, you see him. Did anybody ever meet him here? Ada Hutchinson. Were you impressed? No. Who's more impressive, Trump or Ada? You tell me. Now, think of it. He's at 0. He actually, the other day, he had a 0, and the arrow was pointing left. That means he was at less than 0. You know what I figure that is? Less than 0? That's crooked votes. In other words, that's when they actually take away votes. So that would be 0 less. That's good. He knows exactly what I'm talking about. In the new morning console poll, which is a big deal, we're trouncing the Republican primary field. Trump is at 66, DeSanctimonious at 11, and Haley at 11. You know, they had a poll the other day where Trump was at 71. Think of it. And Haley was moving up a little bit, like 2 points. I moved up 8 points. She moved up 2 points. And Ron DeSanctimonious went down 2 points. And the headline was, Haley surges. She was at 11. I was at 74. But she went from 9 to 11. She took over first place by 1 point. And the headline was, Haley surges. It's unbelievable how bad the press is. And it's dangerous for our country, actually, because the press is supposed to be honest, you know, just like the elections are supposed to be honest. We're also leading big here in Iowa, but again, we don't want to take anything for granted, but we're leading by about 40 points in Iowa, but we just can't take that for granted. I don't even want to tell you how well we're doing. I don't want to tell you. I don't want you to walk out of here saying, you know, he's leading by a lot. Let's not bother to vote. Let's watch on television, darling. In the general election, we're crushing Crooked Joe by historic margins in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Nevada, Arizona, Georgia, and North Carolina, Ohio, and Florida. You know, if you win Florida, Ohio, and Iowa, do you know this? There's never been a president that lost the election. Thank you very much, President Trump. They say I lost. If you win, think of it. You're a part of the equation. Historically, lots of elections, right? If you win Florida, Ohio, and Iowa. Now, I won each one in a landslide, okay? So it wasn't even winning. Won plenty of other states, too, that people don't quite know about. But if you win those 3, there's never been a president that lost an election except me. Except me. It's an amazing thing. It's a terrible thing. And the people of the country know exactly what happened, and we're going to do it. We're going to do it again. We're going to win a 3rd time, and we're going to straighten out the country. We're going to straighten out the country. But it is true. You know, if I didn't run, or if I was like running in 3rd, 4th, 5th place or something, I wouldn't be indicted. They're not going to indict me. They go after the one in first place. You know, they're not stupid. They go after the first. And a lot of people say, they ask me 2 questions. First, they say, sir, how do you do it? How do you wake up in the morning and put on your pants? And I say, well, I don't think about it too much. I don't want to think about it, because if I think about it too much, maybe I won't want to do it. But I love it because we're going to do something for this country that's never been done before, because this country is finished if we don't win. If we don't win, and you're going to have a stock market crash if we don't win. The stock market's only going up. Do you ever notice that when we go up in the polls, the stock market goes up? It's only because it's a short time. And the stock market only goes up because they think we're going to win. If we didn't win, I think the stock market would be I think it's going to be 1929 depression if we don't win. So It's not recession, depression. It's going to be a 1929 baby, and we can't let that happen. And the second thing is, sir, will they do it again? I've had tough guys, like the toughest guys on Wall Street, very smart, very tough. They're not strong like a lot of you guys. You guys are much more physically fit. These are not, but they're physically fit mentally, very smart. And a lot of the people in the front row know some of them, smartest guys on Wall Street. And really, mentally very strong. They say, how do you do it? These people come at you with subpoenas every day. You go before grand juries. You have this big slob in New York asking you to pay $370 million penalty for a perfect loan. You had a perfect loan. It was paid. Everything was perfect. I gave the money because the bank wanted. That's what they do. The banks want to loan money. And because my balance sheet is so strong and because my statement, we had an expert witness. He said, it's the best financial statement he's ever seen. And then this person, and it's only political persecution or prosecution. But the next question they say, though, is will it happen again? Those two questions, usually in that order, but sometimes, but that's it. And we're not going to let it happen again. You should all stay in those voting booths. You should stay there and watch. And if you see bags of crap coming into the voting areas, you got to stop it. You can't let it happen because these guys are crooked as hell. They know how to cheat, and they have no shame. They have no anything. They are crooked as hell, and you can't let it happen because we're not going to have a country. If they take over this country, if they have another 4 years, I don't know that you're going to get by another 10 months. I mean, 10 months is a long time when you have a grossly incompetent person running something. You could end up in a world war with this idiot. You could end up in a world war because he has no clue what the hell is happening. And his people don't have a clue either. And they're smart. They're vicious. They're smart. They're communists. They're fascists. But they're smart and they're vicious. But they're the ones running. He doesn't know what the hell he's doing. But they run it, and they're bad people. The radical left Democrats rigged the presidential election of 2020, and we're not going to allow them to rig the presidential election of 2024. And every time the radical left Democrats, Marxists, communists, and fascists indict me, I consider it a great badge of honor. I'm being indicted for you. Thank you very much. I appreciate that, but that's true. But never forget, our enemies want to take my freedom because I will never let them take away your freedom. I'm not going to let them do that. Not going to. They want to silence me because I will never let them silence you. And in the end, they're not after me, they're after you, and I just happen to be standing in their way. I'm in their way. Oh, they would love to get rid of me. They would love to get rid of Trump. Let's get rid of that guy. Do you ever notice where they say, because they're great disinformation people, oh, we really want to run against Trump. Because they obviously see you're 60 points up or something. It's like, most people would say, like, when's this two very foolish people, when are they getting out? When do they get out? But, they have an ego, too, and they maybe won't get out for a few states, but it looks like we're in very good shape. But just think about it. All of this is going on, all of this, and they always say, we really want to run against Trump. See, it's disinformation. They're the party of misinformation and you know the difference? There's a slight difference. I won't bore you with it, but there is a difference, but I use them both. Misinformation, disinformation. So I beat Hillary in a big shock. I did much better against, in those days I called him Sleepy Joe Biden, but I like Crooked Joe. I think it's a more accurate term. Sleepy Joe's good, but Crooked Joe's better. So I took that name off Hillary. I called her Crooked Hillary. Now I call her Very Beautiful Hillary because she's meaningless. So what happened, that was a great day for Hillary when I took that name off, Crooked Hillary, right? It was a good name. I never liked it that much, and all of a sudden it grew. Sometimes they grow. A lot of people didn't like the name DeSanctimonious. They thought it was too long. I said, I think it's good. That one turned out to be very good. And we have an abbreviation, DeSanctus, because you can't keep saying DeSanctimonious. So if you say it more than once in a paragraph, you go DeSanctus. But I will tell you that we have a chance to make our country so great. We have one chance, and if we don't take this chance, this country is doomed. It's doomed. A country can be doomed. Other countries were the talk of the world, and fairly short time later, you look at the Roman Empire, you look at the British Empire, you look at so many different empires, they were not even thinking about doom, and this country's not far away. If they had it for another few years, and honestly, even 11 months, it's just too long. So many bad things can happen. This is far more important, a campaign. This is the greatest political movement in the history of our country. Make America Great Again, MAGA. You know, I was going to call it CAG, Keep America Great. But our country is not great. This is not we're laughed at all over the world. We don't do well in anything. We have people that go, they don't know. You know, they went to Mexico the other day. Now, I told you my Mexico story, but their story is Mexico wants us to pay them $5 billion. Pay them. They're going to pay them $5 billion. So Mexico wants $5 billion to help us on the border. Think of that. They're not going to pay. They would never even ask me for that. They would just hope. They would just hope that I was a nice person. But they want $5 billion to work with us on the border, and it's Mexico's fault, and it's other countries' fault too. But it's really our fault because we're really led by very stupid people. Together we'll once again fight for Iowa families and Iowa farmers just as we did. I got you $28 billion. $28 billion. I get a lot of heat, you know. Hey, it's great to be on a Friday night, right? You don't have to go to work tomorrow. I do. You know what I have to do? I have to make speeches in Iowa tomorrow. I have to go to work. Oh, I could be home in one of those beautiful places. No, but I have to. But it is great to be. Is there any better place to be than a Trump rally? And actually, this isn't even a rally. This is a beautiful group of people. But there's really nothing like it. I mean, because there's love. There's love all over the room. Unlike Crooked Joe, who wants to dramatically increase the estate tax or the death tax, I virtually eliminated the unfair death tax. I did eliminate it essentially for almost everybody in this room, saving countless family farms and small businesses from destruction. You know, when you died, if you have children, great children that you love, if you don't love your children, it doesn't make a damn bit of difference. Don't leave them. Don't give them the money. But if you love your children, who loves their children? Okay. Who doesn't love their children? Oh, she raised her hand. Now, if you don't love your children, don't listen. This is just a waste of words. But if you do, you want to leave the farm, you want to leave the business, you have no estate tax. They used to, if you left the farm, they would almost always go bankrupt because they had to go to a bank, they had to borrow the money. You know, it's a great business, but it's cash intensive, land rich a little bit. We all know that through real estate, right? But farms are great, but they're, you know, it's tough. So you leave the farm to your kids, you love your kids, you say goodbye to your kids, they're great. And then they end up losing the farm over a period of 2, 3, 4 years. I ended that. I ended the estate tax, or the death tax, as we call it. I also ended the NAFTA disaster, the worst trade deal ever made, and replaced it with the brand new USMCA, the best trade deal ever made, a giant win for Iowa farmers. That was a big win for the Iowa farmers. And you know why we all know it's so good? Is because China, you have to see this. China, by the way, I think maybe my best deal is with China, but I don't talk about it too much because I'm so angry about COVID, but maybe the best deal. But if you look at the USMCA, Mexico and Canada, they're trying to renegotiate the deal. They want to renegotiate that deal so much because we made a much better deal than they did. And they're trying to, you know, for years they took advantage of us with NAFTA. But Mexico and Canada are trying to renegotiate the deal. And I tell the Biden administration, don't do it. Don't do it. We had to suffer with NAFTA. Now you do, and you know that. The deal we made, USMCA, Mexico, Canada, it's the greatest trade deal ever made in this country. It's an amazing deal. And they want to change it. Don't change it. Don't let them change it. Talk to your senators. They'll do a lot for you. I took on communist China like no administration in history, bringing hundreds of billions of dollars pouring into our treasury when no other president had ever gotten even 10 cents from China. And then I gave you, out of all of those billions of dollars, I gave the farmers $28 billion. And it is funny, though, because my people keep saying, don't talk about it, sir. It's demeaning. I said, wait a minute. It's like you're taking advantage. You shouldn't say it to the people of Iowa. Don't say it, sir, because it sounds too contemptuous. I say, listen, I got Iowa $28 billion for their farmers. They're never voting against me. They vote against me. Do you think that Biden lays awake in his bed, turning and tossing, thinking about how he's going to screw China? I don't think so. They lay awake thinking about how they're going to screw him, but it doesn't work the other way. No, I got you $28 billion, and somehow I'm not overly worried. I'm not overly worried. And I know that sounds a little bit brash, but the farmers appreciate it. I said, remember, I said, just stick with me. We're going to make a great deal. And the farmers stuck with me. They never, I'll remember an interview on one of the shows in the morning, and they said to one of the farmers, and you know, there was a period of time when they really cut us off, and it was a tough negotiation. And this farmer said, no, President Trump's right. We're dying right now, but he's right. He's going to get this thing. Because for 30 years, the farmer was really getting hurt in this country. And this farmer said, no, it's very tough, but I'm sticking with President Trump. And very shortly after that, we made a deal that was unbelievable. $50 billion they had to buy. And I said, what are they buying now? I asked Sonny Perdue, Secretary of Agriculture, who's a good guy, by the way. I said, Sonny, so tell me, how much did they take advantage of, the farmers in our country? And he said, comes back 2 days later, about $28 billion. I said, good, I'm going to give them $28 billion from China. And I gave them checks. A lot of the people in this room got it. And I said, you're going to go two things, buy more land and bigger tractors. Remember my line? I said, buy more land and bigger tractors. And that's what happened, and you're doing great with it. But don't let them change that one either, because that one's up. And as you know, Biden is he's a man who is very compromised with China. He's a Manchurian candidate. Does anybody know what a Manchurian candidate is? Because he is a Manchurian candidate. He's paid off by China, so he may do bad things. Just as I promised, I also stood up for Iowa ethanol. I issued a historic rule declaring that E15 would be made available all year round. Nobody thought that would ever be done. And letting them use existing pumps and existing equipment, which saved hundreds of millions of dollars for your state. And Ron DeSantis spent his entire career as a raging opponent of ethanol. He was an opponent. Now all of a sudden I see I'm with ethanol. This guy spent every year in Congress trying to kill the farmer. He was against the farmer, and he was against ethanol. But he'll destroy ethanol, and I'll protect ethanol for 4 more years. You'll have total protection in the White House. You know, when a politician, because I know politics for a long time, but always on the other side until the last period of time. But when a politician says something, initially that's what they always do. So Ron DeSantis was against Social Security. Now he comes out in favor of Social Security. He wanted to cut the hell out of it. That's where his inclination is. Same thing with Nikki. That's where their inclination is. And they always go back after the election. They go back to it. Just like they try and reduce gas prices, and after the election it goes up like a rocket ship, you know, which is what they're trying to do right now, Biden. Before I even arrive at the Oval Office, shortly after we win the presidency, it's going to be us all together. I will have the horrible war between Russia and Ukraine settled. I know them both very well, Zelensky and Putin. I'll get it settled. We will turn. It's a terrible war. Millions of people are dying. You know, it's far worse than they are not giving you the real numbers. The number of people that are dying is far greater. When those massive buildings come tumbling down, there are a lot of people in those buildings. And then they say, yeah, there were 2 people hurt. No, there were a lot of people killed every time a rocket hits a building. It's terrible. But we'll get it settled quickly. We will turn the page forever on the days of foolish, never-ending wars that squander American blood and treasure in distant foreign lands, and we will restore peace through strength. We can do it. We can do it very easily. We don't have to go out and lose our young people and our wealth. And I'm the only candidate who can make this promise to you. I will prevent World War III. You are very close to World War III. Very close. Very close. You're very close to World War III, far closer than most of the people in this room would understand, and we will prevent World War III. And this would be a war with nuclear, and I don't even want to tell you about the destructive capability, but this would be obliteration. This is not World War II with the armored tanks going back and forth shooting at each other. This is obliteration. I will end Biden's inflation nightmare, save our nation from debt and economic despair, and we will immediately drill, baby, drill. Drill, baby, drill. Immediately. In fact, you know, when you give the speech at the White House, at the Capitol, and you have the stairs going up, the beautiful stairs with the red carpet going up, I'm so anxious to get some of these things signed, like closing up the border, like getting out all the criminals that are coming to our country, like drill, baby, drill, and other things, that I think rather than going back to the Oval Office, which is somewhat of a little track, I'll put a desk about 5 steps up. It's many steps. And I'll sit down at that desk and I'll sign all of the things that we're talking about tonight so I don't waste a lot of time on day one. And I'll also cancel crooked Joe Biden's insane ethanol-killing electric vehicle mandate. How crazy is that? Crazy. And don't sell your gas stove because you'll be using your gas stove for a long time. That's another thing. People that are great cooks say gas is much better than electric. You know, what do I know about it? I really wouldn't know, but they say the gas is much better than electric, and you're not going to be using electric if you don't want to. You're going to have the option. Same thing with cars. They don't go far. They're very expensive, and they're going to all be made in China because China has the materials. But we have the materials called gasoline. We have the materials for what we want. And I'm not against the electric cars, but if you want a hybrid, you can have it. And if you want, but you can have a lot of choice. And that's the way it has to be. To mandate electric, how can you do this? And we don't have enough electric. And you know, electric is produced by fossil fuel. Okay? You know, people don't say that. You know, all that fossil fuel is really getting it done. But just as I did before, I will appoint strong, highly qualified, pro-Constitution Supreme Court justices who will interpret the law as written. And I will direct a completely overhauled DOJ to investigate every radical, out-of-control prosecutor in America for their illegal, racist enforcement of the law. And I'm also going to indemnify all police officers and law enforcement officials throughout the United States to protect them from being destroyed by radical left lunatics for taking strong action on crime. We're going to indemnify them because they get sued. And a lot of police departments now, they say you have to protect yourself. You have to go out and hire your own lawyer to protect. Can you believe it? We're going to indemnify them and some of the departments themselves. We're going to rebuild our cities into beacons of hope, safety, and beauty better than they have ever been before. We'll have to work with the Democrats. They're all running these decaying cities. The cities are decaying. They're crime-ridden. They're crime-infested. Every one of them is run by a Democrat. Safety will again be restored so that children can go outside and play in the park without being beat up, molested, or shot. And we're also going to federalize Washington, D.C. It's become hell on earth. 3 people were killed last night. People are being shot every day in Washington, D.C. Graffiti all over the beautiful white marble columns. Slum areas that are so bad you can't walk through them. But you can't even walk through the best areas without being molested or shot, beat up by thugs. We're going to take over Washington, D.C., and we're going to make it great again. We're going to make it beautiful and safe. We're also going to fight to give you much better health care than Obamacare, which is a disaster. You know that because it's so expensive. It's out of control. It's out of control. And I'm not saying anything about Obama. If maybe we'll make it better. Maybe we'll change it. But you're going to have much better health care at a much lower price. And you don't have that now. On day one, I will sign a new executive order to cut federal funding for any school pushing critical race theory, transgender insanity, and other inappropriate racial, sexual, or political content onto our children. And I will not give 1 penny to any school that has a vaccine mandate or a mask mandate. And I will keep men out of women's sports. Can you believe we even have to say that? Can you believe we even have to say that? Did you hear now they want to box against men? They want to box. I know something about that. They want to box. They don't want to. I think the men probably don't mind it, actually. But they want to box now. How stupid, how crazy. You even have to say this. So many of the things that you're saying today, if you ever said them 10 years ago, they say, why do they even say that? Like, I will give you back your parental rights. Of course you have your parental rights. They took away your parental rights. They're giving them to school boards. I will fully uphold the Second Amendment, which I've done better than anybody. And we will protect innocent life, and we will restore free speech. And almost the most important, I will secure our elections. Our goal will be one-day voting with paper ballots and voter ID, right? But until then, Republicans must win. And I will say that Republican governors should switch to paper right now. I don't know why they're not. You know, they should switch. They're Republicans. They control the state. And if they do have that kind of control, they ought to switch over. Many states have really good control. They ought to switch over to paper ballots. It's all watermarked now. It's really incredible stuff, what you can do with paper. Paper is actually high-tech. But paper you can switch over to it. Voter ID you want. Why wouldn't they want voter ID? You know, the Democrats fight you on voter ID. You know why? Because they want to cheat. They don't want to have voter ID. Everything has everything has an identification. Even the Democrat National Convention, when you walked into that, the last convention they had a sign. It was like a painting on the front. It had your picture from 4 different angles. It had everything about you. And that was for their convention. But for voting, they don't want you to have any identification whatsoever. It's only for, very simply, they want to cheat. They cheat like nobody has ever cheated before. So if you want to save America from crooked Joe Biden, then get every patriot you know, make sure they're registered Republicans, you can get them out to vote in their local precinct caucus at 7 p.m. Monday, January 15th, and I'm going to be here for doing that. I'm going to be in Iowa. And remember, you're first in the nation because I kept you first in the nation. I kept you there. Nobody else, no other politician. I kept you there. I know the governor I called, and I said, when are you endorsing me? Well, sir, I'd rather remain neutral. And I said, well, when you called me a number of years ago, I endorsed you, and I got you elected. I even moved Terry Branstad to China. Right? I moved him to China, your governor. He did a very good job. He did a very good job. Well, sir, I'd rather remain neutral. I said, well, I would have rather remained neutral, too, but I didn't. I got you elected. So it's a whole thing. But we got you first in the nation, and that's a big deal, and we love it. And, you know, you're a great political state in a sense. When I hear Iowa, I think of farmers and I think of politics, so we're going to keep it that way. You have a great tradition here. They wanted to move you to the back of the pack. Look, the Democrats left. They left, which I think was foolish. There was no reason for it, but they left. And you're first in the nation because of me, and I'm going to keep you there, too. I'll keep you there. The whole world is watching, so learn how to caucus and find your caucus location, which is often different than where you're normally, when you normally vote. It's a little bit different. It's ia.donaldjtrump.com. So remember that. Go just caucus and bring people and just make sure we win big, because that's going to set the table for November. So in conclusion, from Fort Dodge to Cedar Rapids, from Des Moines to Davenport, from Sioux City to Iowa City to right here in Mason City, we stand on the shoulders of generations of Iowa patriots who tamed the wilderness, braved the elements, tilled the soil, worked the fields, built the factories, and poured out their blood, sweat, and tears to make this country into the greatest nation in the history of the world. But now we are a nation in decline. We are a nation in very, very serious decline. We're a failing nation. We're a nation that has lost its confidence, its willpower, and its strength. Think how horrible that sounds. We're a nation that's lost its confidence. We are. We have lost its confidence because we have horrible leaders that shouldn't be the leaders. We're a nation that has lost its way, but we are not going to allow this horror to continue. 3 years ago, we were a great nation. and we will soon be a great nation again. It was hardworking patriots, and that's what you are. You're incredible patriots like you who built this country, and it's hardworking patriots like you who are going to save our country. We will fight for America like no one has ever fought before. 2024 is our final battle. It's our final battle. Got to do it. And remember, this is the greatest movement in the history of our country. You know, you've had people come along and they did well in one primary, or they might have won a primary unexpectedly, or Pat Buchanan, I think about him, he did well in Iowa. I think he came in second, and he made a career of being a great political pundit because of that. I mean, last time we won 50 states, right? Last time we did numbers that nobody's ever done, the largest number of votes in the history of our country. Bad things happen, really bad things. We can't let that happen again. But we got more votes than any sitting president by far in the history of our country. And in 2016, some people thought it was a surprise. I didn't think it was a surprise because we had rallies that were so massive. But we have bigger rallies now than we did then. We have bigger rallies now than we had in 2020, and they were big. They were big, and you know, we did incredible. But we're going to do better this time. We're going to do so good, but we're going to be watching. You know, it's called secure the ballot. We have to secure. We have all the votes we need. We have to secure the ballot. And with you at my side, we will demolish the deep state. We will expel the warmongers. We're going to get them out of our government. They are not good. Look, there'll be a time, maybe there'll be a time, but there's no reason for it. You can get things settled and a lot better. And Ukraine's an example. That could have been settled so easy. I would have had that done in 24 hours. That could have been settled so easy. All those dead people, all those buildings that are gone, those cities that are gone, 2,000 years old, domes that are 1,500 years old, you can't replace them. But so many people have died. We could have solved that. Israel would have never been attacked, ever, not even a chance. Or that horror show, what they did in Israel was a horror thing, a horrible thing, all the people dead. And from both sides, now you look at what's happening the other way. From both sides, we would have never had that. We'll get that settled and solved, too. Somehow we'll get it solved. But we'll drive out the globalists. We'll cast out the communists, Marxists, and fascists. We'll throw off the sick political class that hates our country. They hate our country. We'll rout the fake news media, and we will evict crooked Joe Biden from the White House on election night 2024. We have to get him out of there. He's bad. He's a bad guy, bad person. The great silent majority is rising like never before, and under our leadership, the forgotten men and women will be forgotten no longer. We're not going to be forgetting the men and women of this country. We will love our country. We will take care of our country. We will pray to God for our strength and for our liberty. We will pray for God, and we will pray with God. We are one movement, one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. And together we will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you, Iowa. Get out there. We love you. God bless you all. God bless you.
delivering a very energetic message here in Mason City, Iowa. Talking about, obviously, a lot of things that have been on the campaign trail for really the last 18 months, it's seen. The economy, the border, security, job security here in Iowa, and the support of the farmers, the support of the economy. And really, in just an American first agenda that will continue in 2024 and reversing a lot of the policies that were really destructive under the Biden. Not surprising, the reception here tonight. I said this earlier, if you're just now joining us, this place, it was sold out. I mean, quite honestly, it looks like the fire marshal had locked the doors and said nobody else can come in. This is a max capacity here, and this is the second of a doubleheader here in Iowa, and we're going to do the doubleheader again tomorrow, kicking it off in Newton, and then we'll conclude in Clinton, Iowa as well. And then we'll take a brief break, come back next weekend, 13th, 14th, and of course the Iowa caucus happening on the 15th. And it looks like, I can't tell if perhaps President Trump is still down there, I think. Is he not in the front shaking some hands and taking pictures? Normally you would see him exit the stage, but he's kind of hanging around a little bit for today. I want to thank some of our partners for today, the Birch Gold Group. And we've talked about the uncertainty of this year and beyond. And, of course, you want to make sure that all your investments are safe and secure. Go text the words Trump to 989898 and get that free information kit to secure your wealth. And you can learn how to do it from a traditional IRA into a gold-backed IRA. Our friends at the Birch Gold Group. Also, Tax Network USA. No matter how bad or how much money you owe, our friends at the Tax Network USA can help you alleviate all of your tax problems. The information for that is on your screen. Time is ticking. Do not let the clock run out on you. Our friends at Tax Network USA can certainly help for that. Also, pick up the Trumpinator. It's one of the most popular items that we sell, the Trumpinator. A great way to show your support for the president. And, of course, we normally move those off the shelves pretty quick, so I do advise you going and getting that Trumpinator's iconic bobblehead where he's hugging the American flag. Just really good stuff for that. Also, don't forget to sign up for our newsletter. Certainly be a part of that. Go to our website, rsbnetwork.com, rsbnetwork.com. Sign up for the newsletter, and you'll be able to stay up to date on all the things that are going on, not only for the rallies, but also any other events that we go to. We certainly appreciate that. Also, don't forget to donate while you're at the website, rsbnetwork.com/donate. Great, secure website. You can do a one-time payment, or you can basically do a reoccurring donation to whatever size that you're comfortable with. So we appreciate all donations on that. And don't forget to also go on to support Mike Lindell over at mypillow.com. You can go to mypillow.com/RSBN for that as well. And don't forget about that great Trump book. I love this thing because President Trump, the leading Republican candidate in 24 with a wide margin, his chance of becoming president again are looking pretty good. Now is a good time to have your kids learn about his advancements as president, as well as his vision for America and his plans to make America great again in his second term. But the one thing you can count on is that the public schools will not be teaching this to your kids. So go check it out. FreeTrumpBook.com. FreeTrumpBook.com. Simple website. It's a great book. Great illustration for kids. It provides a great gift. Maybe a kindergarten graduation coming up this next year. A first grade, second grade, third grade, fourth grade, fifth grade. It doesn't matter. Go check it out. FreeTrumpBook.com. That is FreeTrumpBook.com. tvOS.com, the kid's guide to President Trump. Well, it looks like he finally has made his way off the stage. As you can see, everyone is now exiting the building. I got to say, you know, we've been covering Iowa now for, I think this might be our 23rd trip since the beginning of 2023 here in Iowa. And tonight, Mason City did not disappoint. Iowa certainly turned out for that. If you missed any of the information on how to participate in this year's Iowa caucus, go to ia.donaldjtrump.com. That is his website with all of the instructions on how to be a team caucus captain, all your locations that you can participate in. It's all there on the website. So if you missed it in any of the speeches tonight, you can go to ia.donaldjtrump.com. If you want more information on me, you can go follow me on X at Brian Glenn TV, on Truth Social at Brian, Instagram and Facebook as well. But also follow us on Right Side across all social media platforms, as that is one of the very best way to stay in tune to what's going on. Of course, download our app. Very easy to do. Go to our Google or Android stores. It's absolutely free. Download the app, have it on your phone. You'll get notifications when we go live. Also, don't forget to subscribe to us across the board to YouTube. Rumble's been a great partner for all of this, and all of our social media platforms, as that is the way we go into 2024. All right, I'll step aside as we take parting shots here in Mason City, Iowa. We are going to be on the road for the next 3.5 hours on our way to Clinton, Iowa. Follow us on Locals. I'm going to be posting some behind the scenes of what it's like to travel across this beautiful frozen state in the wee hours of the morning. Pray for our safety. Pray for all of our team's safety actually. But follow us on Locals and you'll be able to keep up with all that. Until next time, the sign says it all. Make America great again. Until next time, everybody, goodbye and good night from Mason City, Iowa.
Parents and grandparents, the 2024 Kids Guide to President Trump is here, and it's free. As a bonus, your child gets a free issue of Everbright Kids magazine and activity book, and a free video lesson. Order now at freetrumpbook.com. That's freetrumpbook.com.
My employees and I are excited to announce it's our 20th anniversary, and to celebrate, we're bringing you a limited edition MyPillow. The Giza Elegance MyPillow is made with the most amazing cotton, 2-inch pipe gusset, comes in 4 custom loft levels, and it's machine washable and dryable.
When I got my pillow, I'm asleep almost immediately. I stay asleep at night and I wake up more well-rested in the morning.
My patented fill adjusts to your exact individual needs and helps keep your neck supported and aligned. That's why we've been around for 20 years, because MyPillow works.
Go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get your limited edition 20th anniversary MyPillow queen size. Retails for $69.98, now only $19.98. That's right, only $19.98.
With my 60-day money-back guarantee, you have nothing to lose.
Sleep well, America!
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I have a Christian show called Let It Be Heard, where we analyze culture and current events from a biblical perspective. I highly recommend you guys check us out. We now have episodes every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And basically, what happens is we react to videos, we have talking points, we have on guests, and it's very exciting. Come check us out on Rumble and the RSBN channel. God bless you guys.
Right Side Broadcasting is known for panning the crowds, showing the packed arenas, and allowing you to see the truth. They've covered hundreds of rallies, briefings, marches, CPAC, and the historic overturning of Roe v. Wade. Right Side Broadcasting was created in 2015 by our founder, Joe Seals, creating a unique broadcasting experience that allows you to make your own decision rather than force-feeding you an agenda. We don't cut or edit people's words or twist them to fit a particular point of view. We allow our correspondents to be open about their opinions while maintaining journalistic integrity. Your donations and support allow us to continue to be the gold standard in live, unedited event coverage. Your monthly or one-time contributions on our website are crucial in our fight for the truth. Thank you for all of your generous support.